you've got things moving all kinds of different directions.
So there's some things that globe earthers believe, some truth things according to flat earthers.
No,
They're
we're
not
talking
all
about the
wrong.
surface of the Earth. I think you misunderstood. The sky stuff. Yeah, don't use divination. Don't go into divination. Divination would be looking up at the sky and saying that ball of light, which you think might be a ball, which is really just a circle. That circle of light just told me something. Like, well, certainly, what did it tell you? It told me to buy a lottery ticket, that today's my lucky day. I'm going to meet my true love tonight, and the earth is a giant lava ball, a water-covered lava ball in the vacuum of space, spinning on an actual rotation around a giant ball of fire inside the vacuum. You're like, whoa, holy shit. Those were some weird things you just said there. And those were hallucinations, which we used to call divination. Divining earthly world knowledge based on the sky.
And you're just like rational, right? You're like a rational, logical person.
Well, I hope so. Is that what's going to win the day at the end? What do you think should win the day? Psychopathic levels of deranged violence or rationality? What could be the better way to go?
I think it's reason and logic.
Yeah, that'd be the way to go.
Right.
So if you disagree with me, no problem.
No, I agree.
Can I ask something?
Yeah, dude, ask away. Yeah, definitely. I want to steal the stage here. Does anyone else want to field some questions too?
Yeah, is flat Earth contradict with theory of relativity?
What is the theory of relativity? Is that where you marry your cousin? And it's relative?
No.
Your marriage is relative?
No, the theory that came from Albert Einstein.
Oh, that you can tell what reference frame you're in? So, yeah, in the theory of relativity, he explains why the Earth appears motionless. It's a cope. It says it's not, it appears, it measures motionless, it appears motionless, but it's not, because all things are relative to your observer point. So I would say no, it's not contradictory. What he did was he tried to explain why, despite all the evidence, the Earth is still moving anyway. Because it's not. You can tell it's moving because it's not moving.
And so where did he go wrong?
Who?
Einstein.
With what? Would go wrong with what? With marrying his cousin? I would say that was probably wearing women's clothing.
No.
I would say putting on women's clothing and marrying your cousin is two big wrongs.
No, but like his scientific theories, like the theory of relativity, the general and special theory of relativity. Like what's wrong?
Well, yeah, you could. Well, if you want to look that up, they've talked about stories that scientists have said, like current rhetoric is that he was wrong, like it dead wrong, like so wrong, they're not even sure where to start. This sort of like quantum entanglement. Einstein originally shit talked Newton by saying Newton's gravity was spooky action at a distance.
So you're like pretty well read on Einstein.
Well, I mean, same as everyone else. I mean, whatever was covered in, basic.
Well, it sounds like you know a lot about him. Like,
well, yeah, I mean, the same stuff that everyone learned about.
So, like,
general relativity is not like pretty. I mean, that's not like common knowledge. That's like
yeah, that's really like you go to any high school, they're going to go over Einstein. Everyone knows who this guy is. It's not some obscure like Tesla. They kind of erased from the history books. So if someone would be like, "Oh, hey, you got a bunch of knowledge about Tesla," they'd be like, "Huh." Einstein and Edison.
Right. What are your opinions on someone like Ludwig Boltzmann?
Yeah, I'm not familiar.
Oh, okay.
So you're telling
Guys, where are you?
ABB.
But can can you please can I mean, so you're telling me that you're better than Einstein and you know better than Einstein.
No, I did that. If you heard that, I would call that a delusional state. You hallucinated. It's like talking to an AI at this point, where it just randomly gets hallucinated what you think you wrote. That's why we record this. Like, how about this? Go back, listen to the live stream, and go clip where I said that.
So what did Einstein or the other guy that was just mentioned do to validate that the Earth is a globe? What empirical testing was done by either of those two?
From what I can see, scientists claim that they have instead flat. Here.
I can't understand your language.
Matthew, that was kind of incoherent.
Hey, Crit, can I ask you a question since you're kind of taking the lead here?
Yeah, I mean it's a whole panel. I mean anyone can jump in at any time. It's not just the Crit Hour.
I did just ask a question, but that's okay. I know I can answer it as well. Okay, they didn't do anything to validate that the Earth's a globe.
Okay.
We can move forward now.
Do you have opinions about Anton Lavoisier, for example, or do you?
What did he do?
I'm just asking what did he do? You're not familiar with him?
No, I'm asking. No, I'm not. I've never heard of him. I've never heard of him. So, what did he do to validate the Earth being a globe?
Never mind.
Yeah. So what did he do? What did he do to validate? Why are you bringing him up in a flat Earth channel?
He was a chemist, but he discovered oxygen. He
discovered oxygen.
Yeah,
Before that, people didn't breathe.
No, they did, but
like the thing that you observe chemistry in it, it's not a thing that's. Oh, okay, go on.
I mean, the notion of oxygen wasn't like always around. I don't know if you guys are unaware of this, but you're
no, they did. Even back when they had chemistry or alchemy, they had the air.
Well, they had air like around them,
oxygen,
but they didn't.
Yeah.
They didn't have the notion of oxygen.
Yeah, they called it the elemental air.
No, not air.
Right.
If oxygen wasn't discovered, it wouldn't be like scuba diving things.
The fuck?
Right. It was an important discovery. That's why we remember him and study him in chemistry.
Okay. And what's this got to do with the room topic?
Well, it's about science, which is kind of just, I think we're all trying to get at a more scientific understanding of the world, not based on, hearsay and delusions.
And
okay, so yeah, what we're trying to do is talk about the actual Earth. Okay, so we're talking about a geometric question right now, not necessarily a cause and effect relationship question. Okay, so it would be a category error. And I think what you're doing is you're just trying to throw out people that you think we might not have heard of and be like, oh, I've read it up on this guy who discovered oxygen. You guys haven't, so therefore the Earth must be a globe. Like, I really don't get your logic here.
I didn't say that.
Well, I mean, do you have any evidence that the Earth is a globe? I mean, what do you?
No,
there's literally tons of empirical evidence, but
okay, like what? Like what?
But we're expecting you to know these scientific guys because you're claiming.
You're the one that's making the claim. So we expect that you might know something about science.
And the thing that you're claiming is too big, and you have to get more knowledge than us to answer it properly.
Well, you guys don't sound like you have any knowledge on when it comes to the globe. You have to bring up something completely unrelated to what we're talking about, right? You don't have any globe evidence. I mean, I could ask you guys some basic questions, and you probably don't know the basics of the globe. What's the radius value, guys? What is it?
No, we're
Do you
not.
know it? No, none
Like
of you are going to say it.
9,000 something.
It is
Completely wrong, right?
but-
Like not
but-
even close. Not even close. The
but-
other guy doesn't know it
Oh,
either. How
Okay.
fast does the Earth spin at the equator? Okay, it's 3959 miles or 6,371 kilometers.
Right, but you only know that stuff because you're like a flat Earth guy.
Yeah, because I study this topic. I've studied it for 8 years, and I know all of the arguments, and I know all about the
Oh,
globe
okay.
because I've studied that as well.
What kind of
That's-
ontology do you have?
Yeah, you've asked this question before, Mark.
And do you have an
What's it got
ontology
to?
or no?
What does that? Is it going to make the water curve? Whether I do or don't?
It would say something
You're
about
ban
your,
evading, by the way. I should just perma-ban you right now for ban evading.
how am I ban evading?
Because I banned you, right? And now you're back again. I perma-banned you on 2 different accounts, and now you're back again. Asking the
What
same
accounts
stupid
are those?
questions.
Okay.
guys-
Questions that you don't have an answer to. You don't
You
know
guys-
what ontology is because you're not a scientist, because you don't know anything about science.
That's your only game, though, is it? That's your only game. You try to say a
Which is
word.
to ask questions about your methodology and to expose that you have none.
Yeah, I
So
do have
you got-
methodology. We can
DJ
test the.
No,
I
you
can-
don't.
I can
You
show
don't have a
text.
methodology. Otherwise, you would have an ontology. You
Dude,
would have
you're
an
just a-
epistemology, but you
You're a
don't.
s- You're a spiraling soy boy. You
Guys,
come in with the same tactic every single
Guys,
time.
Okay. That's
Just
not an
calm
argument.
down.
I don't care
Can I-
about this anymore.
You don't have an argument. Yeah, run away, soy boy.
DJ, can I ask something? You guys ban people that disagree with you.
No, we don't ban people that disagree. We ban people that come in bad faith and don't have genuine conversations. They don't try to present any evidence.
But-
They don't talk about the topic that we're talking
it
about
is-
right now.
But it is what it is.
We
This
are
is-
talking about the topic.
but This is what Discord is for. What do you mean?
No, we're talking. Okay, look, you're in our channel right now. Okay, you need to come here, be respectful, have a normal conversation. Don't come here and troll and try to catch people out on terminologies that have nothing to do with the actual topic.
That you
at
don't know
hand.
about, that you don't know anything about.
What does my ontology have to do with the
Do
testing?
you know
the
what
empirical-
ontology is?
No, I don't know much about that. Can you tell me about
okay.
it? Tell
So
me
you don't-
about it,
you-
and tell
so
me how it
anything
makes.
outside of your like world.
How does it help the? How does it help the Earth? How's it going to make the water curve?
DJ,
Mark?
you studied 8 years flat Earth and you don't know what ontology is.
I don't know much about it, and I know it doesn't really matter to whether the.
If you
water
don't
is
know
curving or
much
not.
about it, then how do you know it doesn't relate to science
Okay,
and the shape
well, I'm
of the
asking
earth?
you. I'm asking you to explain it to me right now. Go ahead. Tell me how it makes the Earth a globe.
I've had enough, guys. Fuck these flat
Yeah.
earthers.
Yeah, bro. You
Yeah,
got
fuck the
0
flat
globe
Earth.
proof. Run away, bitch. So you guys are pathetic. 0 globe evidence provided. Just coping soy boys. That's all we get in here. Feelings and fallacies. Every day. 0 empirical evidence.
Yeah, I mean, I knew he was. I didn't say I knew. I was pretty much when he's like, I'm a proud Turkish man, and no proud, Scotsman like me, no true Scotsman would think the Earth is a flat. I go, well, that's interesting because, oddly enough, just by random coincidence, the very first flat earther I ever talked to was from Turkey. Was a Turkish. And he answered the question. I asked him, why would they lie? And then right after me telling this story, his first question was, why would they lie? Okay, so what's next?
Can you guys post a flat Earth map?
Oh, you came back, did you?
Yep.
Post,
No,
post a globe Earth map. We don't have a map. Do you have a map?
you don't have a map. Okay, cool. Thank you. I don't care.
Do you have one?
We have many maps. Yeah.
Okay,
Here,
post it and tell me how it was made.
I know who has a flat Earth map. Here, I got 3 sources for you.
I mean, the burden of proof is on you. You're the one claiming that the Earth is flat.
Okay, here, how about this? I got 3 sources. I'll start with NASA. Would this be a flat Earth map that you'd be looking for?
A flat Earth map. We wrapped the flat map around the ball. Yeah, dude, that actually proves the Earth is flat. Are you like literally retarded?
No, is
No,
this
I
what?
think
So
you
a
are, bro.
flat map. Are you looking for a flat map? Yes or no? A full Earth flat map.
I think you might legit be room
Okay,
temperature IQ.
that's fine. You can think all you want. Now, are you looking for a full Earth flat map?
I'm looking for a map that you have created
Why
using the
me?
principles
Why
of
do you have it?
cartography.
You said I'm retarded. You wouldn't ask for that then. So you contradicted. You are not a rational thinker. You are irrational, illogical thinker. See, I know you are retarded, so I would know not to ask you for a map. You
Okay,
don't
what
have
kind of
one.
epistemology are you using?
Yeah, the same answer as before. Are you looking for a map or not?
Okay, you don't have one. Okay, cool. Thank you.
Yeah, so you broke your logic again.
You-
Right here. So this one right here, would this work? I got more. This is just one. Does this work for a flat map?
Please post a
Just say
map
yes-
that you've created
Just
of the
say
flat
yes or
Earth.
no. Just say yes or no. So NASA used a low orbit, suborbital, and took a snapshot of the Earth. Would this count as a flat map?
I don't know. Would you count as having a learning disability?
All right,
It doesn't
Crit.
matter.
Yeah,
it doesn't matter about me.
he's
Okay,
he's going.
Oh, well, you can't handle the heat. What happened to the marketplace of
Yeah.
ideas?
All right. Bye bye.
Post them for the other people here. This is the next one. You got Library of Congress. They have a flat map. And then here you've got the Department of Defense. So if you want a flat map, go to the people who said they have them or who have made them. You got the Library of Congress, Department of Defense, and NASSholes. That's where you can find these maps. It would take millions of man hours, like ungodly amount of money to map out the whole Earth. So go to the people with that resource, that level of resource.
What was he asking me? What's my entomological view or something like that? Is that what
Yeah,
he's saying?
he had no
Entomology?
idea.
And so when I look it up and it's just the study of insects, a branch of zoology. Okay.
Did he mean epistemology?
Ontology of offenses at sea. Ontology is the philosophical study of being, existence, and reality, asking what exists and how it's structured, often considered part of metaphysics. Okay. Cool.
Oh. Oh.
Yeah. Oh
Yeah.
gosh. Definitely a globe earther.
What?
Why do you
Just
think the Earth's a
random
globe?
nodding.
Say, yeah.
I don't speak English.
Yeah. Lucky us. So does anyone else have any questions? Maybe Melby or Blair or Matt Mew? Morvis, your mic's lighting up, man. Mm, mm. Mm.
Is snoring.
Would you like some food? Don't do that. Tell.
In the meantime, if you guys want a good laugh, I had a conversation with RTH earlier, and he basically said that our claim that temperature causes water to boil is invalid. And his reasoning behind that is, if temperature causes water to boil, I should be able to take my Bic lighter, put it under my cup or water bottle or whatever, and it would boil, and it doesn't. Therefore, temperature doesn't cause water to boil.
Brother.
Wow, that sounds like a Bevite type of argument.
Haven't heard something like that in a while. Thought I'd share. Cracked
It's like
me up.
saying kind of use the same breath that you use when you're trying to fog a glass. You make your breath really hot. Do that over water. Still. Yeah, it's not boiling. It must not be because of temperature. Whoa.
Then he was also arguing something about like temperature is arbitrary. Like we're trying to quantify it or put a quantity to something that is unquantifiable. I kind of get that kind of reasoning, but even then, it's sliding scale of something that, we standardize, right? Whatever it is, 1 cubic centimeter of water at standard air pressure would freeze at at some point. We call that 0 degrees Celsius, something like that, right? And then we kind of compare everything based on that. You know what I mean? So this methodology is totally arbitrary according to him, and temperature is kind of like a quote unquote made up thing because it's actually just movement. And I get that. I mean, it's kinetic energy. Yeah, the thing is absorbed kinetic energy, and at a small scale, things are vibrating. Okay, I get that. But that whole kind of smorgasbord of stuff put together, it was totally incoherent, man. And it's hard to talk to. I don't know if you guys ever had experience with him, talking to him, or how many of you guys have. Anyway, very difficult to interact with.
Yeah. I have difficulty getting him to agree and understand that things can have a necessary antecedent consequent relationship, like so that you can justifiably declare that one thing must exist because it has to be, because there's another thing that exists that is the result of and can only be the result of that thing that you're appealing to, right? And he's saying, but if you don't show it to me, if I can't see it, if I can't feel it, if I can't touch it, blah 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 blah, then it doesn't. Then you can't say it exists, right? I'm saying, yeah, but if we can establish that, if we have a condition, right, which it can only be the result of this other thing, doesn't matter that I can't present it to you. That thing has to exist. And so I can present it to him in one scenario, but he won't accept it in another scenario where he's not seeing the necessary condition, right, for an effect or for another condition that exists. So, aka like the air being a pressurized system, gas system, right, doesn't accept that necessarily has a container.
Yeah, no, I know exactly where you guys are coming from, but he makes a good point, because some people say that, like, they kind of claim to know how the sky works, right? Just because of the way that we test things consistently here on the Earth, right? Therefore, the sky must also behave in the exact way that things on a smaller scale here on the Earth behave. Whereas I think the sky could be something way beyond our comprehension. And how does the containment work? How does the sky work? What the hell is going on up there? I don't think any of us can make any, like, legitimately make any positive claims that we know for sure what's going on up there, right? And that it would behave the same as things behave here, because there could be things that are way beyond our comprehension that we haven't never thought of, and that we can't, I don't know, all right? So I get where he's coming from in a sense.
Yeah, I think that's fair too. It's just kind of like with what we do know, this is the only thing that we know, right? So the first thing that, we could quote unquote assume is that the other things adhere to that. And if they don't, then please present the other option.
So that should be the argument. In my opinion, that should be the argument, as far as that, and that's how I do it as well. Like, as far as we can test here on the Earth, right? Every single time that we have gas pressure, and according to gas laws and blah, 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 right? In every single scenario, gas pressure requires some type of containment. And when it comes to the sky, it would be logical to assume that those rules would follow, right? Being natural laws and whatnot, or gas laws. But we don't know for sure exactly how the sky operates. Could be something far beyond our comprehension.
Well, it's not necessarily to do with the sky, it's just to do with the gas. So, if, like in modus ponens, if gas pressure, then container. Gas pressure, therefore container. Nothing to do with, like, what I think the sky, how it operates, or anything like that.
I like to compare it to, like, Oh, sorry, go ahead.
would there be? I just want to add, like, okay, would there be containment above me? Right? Would part of that containment exist above my head? Well, yeah, I guess it has to, right? And is that
as far as we can
essentially
test on
in the
a smaller
sky?
scale? Yeah, as far as we can test on a smaller scale, that's how it should happen. Could it be something beyond our current knowledge and comprehension? Yeah, maybe. Like when people say, yeah, there has to be a physical container that touches down with the ground at some point, right? That's kind of like he sees that as someone making a positive claim that they can't validate. And that's true.
Right.
But it's probably, yeah, it goes with, it's logical to suggest such a thing, right? It's a lot of merit to suggesting that. It's definitely not a crazy claim, that's for sure.
Whatever volume exists, right, gas is filling it, right?
Yeah, unless the entirety of this system that we live in is something way more than we can even comprehend.
More complex, you mean?
Yeah, like our simple minds can't grasp this, the heavens, right?
So that would be
beyond our,
right, so that
our
experience.
For us to make it, exactly, like...
Right, which is just like the globe.
Yeah.
Right, so anything outside the realm of our natural physical experience is an extraordinary claim. Any claim made, in that respect. So he would actually bear the burden of proof, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like to, yeah.
But yeah, even like you could use that same logic about the ice wall or a shoreline surrounding the world pond. There would have to be some kind of shoreline based on that logic, right? Because we know that large bodies of water must have a container. So therefore there must be more land. There must be outer lands that we don't know about, right? Otherwise we can't use, like that argument that all large bodies of water require containment. Unless we want to claim that the firmament and the water and that's the containment is the dome or something like that, right? That's another claim that obviously we can't back up. So, I mean,
well, we don't have to make a claim about it, right?
Exactly. Like, that's where I'm getting at with the sky container.
Yeah,
as well. Same sort of thing.
Right, like, so, okay, somebody says that there's an area above us or surrounding us completely 360 degrees in all directions, right? That is available volume, that Earth's, the gas that we breathe and exists, that we can actually verify does exist, is not filling, right? And there's no physical barrier in between. Well, that's an extraordinary claim. That's going to have to requires some sort of demonstration or proof. Right?
Yeah, I agree. That is like, yep. If there's not exactly. So it depends who's making the claim in that case, right? So if Right the Hand's saying, if he says I have no idea how the sky works, and then we're saying, well, there's a physical solid container up there, then that's kind of us, right? Giving ourselves the burden of proof. Right, but if he says, well, there's not actually, like, there isn't a container because, we can't prove there is one, and maybe he's the one that's putting the burden of proof on himself in that case. I guess it depends how you word it.
Yeah. Nathan Oakley used to do it in a way, like, back before everything was just all about elevation angle measurements, and he'd actually entertain some of the Globers, like, rhetoric, right, a little bit, right? They'd go into all that, right, and he'd say, "You think gas falls down, goes boom boom, acts like bouncy balls, right? Like, no, this is how gas behaves, etc., right?" And they would make the positive claim, right? No, there is that vacuum, that the universe is this much in volume or whatever, and Earth's gas is not filling it. And he would say, no, this is how gas behaves. This is what is required for gas pressure, right? This is how gas behaves, and pressure is the exertion of the gas, of force from the gas particles on the walls, right, on the surface, on the walls of the container, right? And then he would say, just by him like pointing out how gas behaves, how we measure pressure, blah blah blah, they would naturally come to their own conclusion that, but they would put it in the form that he's claiming that the Earth's air is contained, right? He's just pointing out the fundamental principles of gas behavior and how we measure pressure, right? And then they naturally come to the conclusion, right, that Earth has to have a container, right? So they draw that conclusion and then project it onto him. So you're saying that the Earth's gas there's a container for Earth's gas, right? Like,
Yeah, exactly, man.
So-
and he usually follows that up with a great response. I don't fucking know how the sky works,
right?
but this is how gas works, right? This is how it works as far as we can tell, but I don't know how the sky works. He says that all the time. I agree
Right.
with that.
And then he puts it back to them, to their claim that there isn't a barrier in between a pressurized system and a non-pressurized system, right? Or a very, very super low pressurized system. Because they're distinguishing that there's Earth's air and then there's not Earth's air, right? So two separate systems, right? One's a gaseous system, a pressurized system, and one's an available space for that gaseous system to fill, and it doesn't fill it. That's their positive claim, right? That's their positive claim.
Are you both flat earthers?
Yeah, man.
Yep, the Earth is flat.
Would you like to explain how you come to that conclusion?
You want to take it, DJ?
Yeah, sure. Just quickly. Well, what do you when you think about flat Earth? What do you think we're claiming when we?
I think like a plate maybe, and then it just nothing at the end of the plate.
Right. I can only assume that DJ would point out to you that we're not actually saying that the Earth has a particular form or shape as in dimensions. So we're not saying it has this much length and this much depth and this much height, whatever. Like, we're not saying anything like that, right? We're just pointing out that the surface geometry is planar and it's not curving. So observably, we go out and we look at the world, right? From our perspective, it just looks flat, right? And then we can measure the surface of water, and it doesn't have any convexity, which it would necessarily have to have if the Earth was a sphere, as has been presented to us, right? From education and TV.
Is that yours?
Okay, but how long does it extend? Because it has to.
That's what I just said. That's what I just said. That we're not making a claim as to the size or shape of the Earth. We're not making a claim about that. That's an unknown thing. We're not saying that we know how big Earth is.
Yeah, exactly.
Or that
In the
it's-
context.
Or that it's an object floating in outer space. Please don't think that we're saying Earth is like a flat planet. We're not saying that either.
So if I just keep walking to one direction, what is going to
Gonna fall in
happen?
the water.
Okay,
eventually.
then with the boat, then
Then you're going to have ocean currents to contend with, right? And then you're going to have to. How do you know that you're going to continue in a straight direction? It's a cool hypothetical, I get it, but it's not possible to just keep going in a straight direction in a plane or in a boat or anything like that. Okay, so you could use a compass, okay, but then you're going to have a whole, then start having a look at the magnetic field lines and things like that, and then you'll realize that east and west are actually circles, and you know, going in a perfectly straight direction is going to be very difficult over a long distance.
Yeah, sure.
Right? You've,
It might
Yeah,
be.
yeah.
Of course, it's impossible to go in a straight direction.
but you could go
But
right on a flat Earth
I'm
or a globe
talking about
Earth. You,
hypothetical. What would happen?
yeah, hypothetically, yeah. If you kept going in a straight line, okay, you're not going to get back to where you started on a flat Earth. But on a globe Earth, you would. But unfortunately, no one's ever done that. What people have done is gone like not perfectly east or perfectly west, but gone in an easterly or westerly direction using the compass, right? And eventually come back to approximately where they started, okay? Because east and west are big circles around a North Pole. But what you couldn't do, like you could do that on a flat surface or on a globe. Okay, that would work fine on either. But what you couldn't do on a flat surface is go south, right? And then come back to where you started, right? Like a north-south circumnavigation. And no one's ever done that. Okay, no one's ever just kept going south and then gone over Antarctica or, you know, followed any longitude line and come back to where they started. Not really even close. So I get your point, but it's more of a hypothetical and not something that's as easy to do as it sounds to lay out the argument.
I'm not saying that it's possible to do. I'm just saying, what if? It's like, okay, if I have a fair die and I toss it, what's the probability of me getting one? Okay, it's 1 in 6, but it's impossible to make a fair die because the rules
Yeah, it's
always
fine.
be-
Did I answer your question though?
No, not really. Because
Okay, so
Think about
what's
it
the
like-
question? Which part of the question did are you still not sure about?
what do you think if hypothetically you were to go in one direction?
And what was my response
Um,
just now? I just told you.
Yeah, you
All
just
right, I said I'll repeat it
that.
again if you want. I'll repeat it again. Okay, so if you go in a straight line on a flat Earth, you're not going to come back to where you started. Okay? And on a globe, you would come back to where you started. But no one can do that, right? No one's ever done that. And then I went on to explain what people have done. So I'm not sure which part of your question I didn't answer because I absolutely answered
you
it
said two things. One, you're not going to end up at the same point, and two,
on a flat Earth.
no
yeah.
one has ever done it. That's like not really answering the question.
Really?
Like, of course, you're
Okay,
not going to end up at the same point.
Okay, so you would on a globe though, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, but no one's ever done that, right? Agree? Yes?
why do you keep going back to what people have done? I don't
Okay, because what
understand
you're
that.
suggesting, so I answered hypothetically, on a globe, you would come back to the same point. Hypothetically, on a flat Earth, you would not come back to the same point. Okay, but no one's ever done what you're suggesting. What are you confused about, bro?
I'm simply asking you, what do you think will happen if you keep walking in a straight line, and you just say you won't come back to the same point? Like, of course you're
Yes.
not gonna come back to the same
okay.
point.
So what would happen on a flat Earth or on a globe Earth if you kept going in a straight line?
On a flat Earth.
I'm not sure because I don't know. I'm not claiming to know the shape of the Earth or the extent of the Earth. I'm guessing that eventually you would hit some kind of shoreline,
Okay.
and then you would.
Thank you.
And then I don't
that's an
know
answer.
what would happen beyond that, right? Yeah. So I'm not sure of how this entire system works. I'm not making that
Okay,
claim.
yeah. That's
Sorry, I didn't mean to not answer that
that's a good
question. I
answer.
understand what you
That's
mean
a-
now.
yeah, that's a reasonable answer.
Do you have any more questions?
So, what about like the sun? Because the sun, if we can see that the sun goes down, then
Mhm.
wouldn't it like crash into the earth or like intersect
No,
the surface?
you understand how perspective convergence works, right? Like if you're looking down a long hallway, for example, like just say it's a straight hallway and it's really, really long. It looks like the ceiling is going down and it looks like the ground is ramping up and they're going to meet at a vanishing point, right? Like a good point of convergence. It's not like the ceiling's coming down and crashing into the floor. It's just a product of perspective. Okay, so, or if you see clouds going off in the distance, or a bird, or a plane, or anything like that, it's going to converge in the distance due to perspective. So similar things happen with the celestials as well, right? Or clouds, or planes, or anything like that. It's appearing to converge with at the horizon. I mean, that's what the horizon essentially is. It's a straight line between vanishing points.
So you're saying it's like illusion, basically.
Well, it's a product of perspective. Yeah, it's. I wouldn't say it's an illusion. It's just a product of perspective. Have you got a bit of background noise, Crummy?
That's not me.
Crummy, can you please mute up?
Jench. It could be Jench. Who are we talking to? Oh, hold on. Am I talking to Jench or Chromie?
I think we're talking with Jench, and it's Chromie.
Sorry, man. Yeah, okay. Chromie, put yourself on mute, bro. What the hell? All right, I'll do it. Yeah, so in the context of flat Earth, we're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth. We're talking about the surface of the Earth, okay? And a surface, like the surface of the Earth, what is it made up of? Okay, mostly, as far as we know, right? Most of the known surface area is covered in water, over 70%. Okay, same with the globe, right? 70% of the globe is meant to be covered in water, and that water should be curving at a specific rate, right? Because of the radius value, because of gravity, etc. Okay, and what we're talking about when we're talking about flat Earth is that the surface of the water isn't dropping over distance. It isn't curving over distance. It's essentially flat, right? Obviously not perfectly flat because we have waves and ripples and tides and things like that, but not dropping over distance, not curving over distance. And a surface area that's not curving is by default a flat surface. And that's the context of flat Earth, in my opinion. Well, Jench, let us know if you have more questions, man.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of good questions.
Mm-hmm.
What about gravity? How come if I drop something, it falls down?
Yeah, good question. Well, on a globe, right, you're going to need gravity to be some kind of force or pseudo-force, aren't you? Because you need to explain, how you could have oceans and that kind of thing, wrapping around the outside of a globe that's flying through space at millions of miles per hour, and that kind of thing. And yeah, if you drop something, why would it go down and not fly off up, into space and that kind of thing? So gravity is something that you need. Like when you're talking about the bending and warping of space-time, mass attracting mass, that kind of thing, that's dependent, right, on the Earth being a globe, right? You need to have gravity to have a globe, and you need a globe to have gravity, right? Especially Newtonian gravity, for example. And that means that you should have certain characteristics that are present.
Why would we need a globe to have gravity?
Well, for mass attracting mass, right? So if you're talking about Newtonian, are you talking about Newtonian gravity or Einsteinian gravity, or like do you want to define gravity for me before we go further?
I don't know what the Einstein gravity is, but I'm simply talking about the phenomenon of like if I drop something or if I let go of
so
something,
just the
it goes
effect.
down.
Yeah, so we agree with the
Yeah.
effect. Okay, you could kind of call it little g in a sense, right? Things drop at a certain rate. Well, okay, so here's a really simple way of explaining why something would drop or why something would rise. Okay, so things will rise or sink depending on the density of the medium and the density of the object. Okay, so if you have something light, like a helium balloon, okay, it's less dense than the air, it's going to go up when you drop it. Okay, if you have something that's more dense, like a rock, right, when you drop it, it's going to sink through the medium because, right, air is obviously, it's a very light medium, and most objects are more dense than it, right? Not all, right? Some things go up. Okay, but if you have a rock and it's sitting on the ground, it's never going to move. Now, if I come along and I exchange some of my energy, right, to force that rock out of its natural place of rest within the medium, then it's simply going to reseek that equilibrium and sink back down, right? Only after I exchange some of my energy to displace it, right? So things are never going to move unless an outside source of energy forced them out of their order, right, within the medium. And we can prove this very easily, right? We could do constant experiments. Anyone could do this anywhere, anytime, where we could get, say, a glass of water, and we could get an egg and put an egg in the glass of water. And if it's fresh water, the egg's going to be more dense than the water, so it's going to sink, right? It's going to go downward. And then we could vary and manipulate the medium, right, by changing the density of the medium. Okay, adding salt, in this case, into the glass of water is going to now mean that the egg is actually less dense than the water. Okay, now you're going to see the egg float back up, right? It's going to start to rise, right? The only thing that you've varied and manipulated is the medium itself. Okay, so that explains the mechanism of why things go up or go down, right? Why is down down? Why is up up? That's a different question. That's something I don't think anyone can prove, right?
Okay, so
So
you're saying that the egg would go down or up depending on the density of the egg and the water.
That's correct. Yep. Yep. So yeah, you could explain why anything goes up or down just based on that. Okay, so even like if you have an extremely dense medium like a liquid mercury, okay, and you could just say you have a pool of liquid mercury and you put a steel anvil or something like that down in the bottom of the pool, right? When you let go of it, it's going to go upward. Even though it's extremely heavy, it's going to go up because it's less dense than the mercury.
Right.
So,
But what if
yeah.
you have like, let's say a vacuum and you drop something in a vacuum?
Right, so
Or
it's
how-
the
no,
exact
a
same
spec
thing.
also
Exact
with-
same thing. So all the vacuum is just like the medium of air is very light. Like it's a very very light medium, and all you're doing is actually removing more of that light medium. So it's now it's an even lighter medium that's basically got no resistance. Okay, so the reason a feather would fall slower than something heavier in the air is because of the air resistance. But now you've just removed that. So you could put things into a vacuum chamber, right? Let's say we put a feather and a bowling ball in a vacuum chamber. They're just going to sit at the bottom of the vacuum chamber. They're never going to move. Okay, they're in equilibrium. It's not until you come along and actually force them out of equilibrium and input your energy, right? You've forced them. You've applied the force to them, right? And you've displaced them, and they're just going to sink back down. And the rate that they sink at is it's like an agreed upon average rate, approximately 9.81 meters per second squared. So it's the same thing. It's just a different medium. Okay, we've got different densities
So
of mediums, and things
how
will
would
behave
you
differently in them.
How would you define density?
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly. I would just say the elements that an object is comprised of, right, will determine the density of the object.
That's not
Maybe
a clear definition, really.
Okay, let's say we have a lead sinker. Okay, something like that. It's because lead has a certain, right? It has a certain, I guess, weight to it, right? And if you have a lead sinker, obviously it's more dense than the air. right? Or it's more dense than
Wait a
than
minute,
what
when you
water's
say-
comprised of.
When you say weight,
Mhm.
I feel like that's a bit circular, because in order to measure weight, you need a scale or something, and
Right, use a scale, yeah.
a
Mhm.
scale. How? Right. So that's how would you know? Or
Well,
I feel like you're
okay.
just
Well,
going
okay.
back.
So it's going to have a different weight, isn't it? Depending on the medium that you weigh it in. Okay, so you have a lead sinker and you put it on a scale under the water. It's going to have a different weight, isn't it, than if you put the lead sinker on a scale in the air. Right. So it's dependent on what I suggested with the medium. So yeah, like little g, call it that if you want. But yeah, we're definitely not claiming mass attracting mass, but you have to claim something like that if you want to have the globe. But the problem is, right, if you have gravity, if you have mass attracting mass, if you have Newtonian gravity, then water has to be curving at a certain rate, at a specific rate, and we can easily calculate that and test if it's happening in reality. And when we test it, it's not happening, ever. And there's 0 tests, right, throughout all of history that show that the water is curving. And that's a big problem, right? The entire heliocentric model relies on that water curving. And if we can just debunk that water doesn't curve over distance, the entire heliocentric model is kind of done for. And that's where we come in to say, hey, check out the evidence that we have. We have a stack of empirical evidence. We have a ton of observations, laser tests, and all sorts of different tests that have been done. Let's see what you've got to prove that water is curving in the form of empirical evidence, and let's see what we've got, right? And let's analyze them in good faith and come to a logical conclusion based off the consistent results of these tests. And what you're going to find is that
but
flat Earth wins every single time when it comes to this.
But what about okay, so when you have a test, I assume there is some kind of error, or like there's some probability that there might
so
be
the
an error,
the test will be not to prove that the Earth is flat necessarily, right? Because that's like the starting point. That's the axiom. That's what we all experience. But they tell us, yeah, sure, you experience the Earth is flat, but really, right, you're being deceived by your senses. Really, you're too small and the Earth's so big. Really, the water is curving over distance, but you do experience it as flat, right? So we're not necessarily needing to prove that it's flat because that's what we all experience. We're testing the extraordinary claim, right, that we're actually wrong about what we're experiencing and that actually the water's curving. So we can go out, and what we're doing in our test is trying to find what the characteristics that would have to be present for the Earth to be a globe, right? So over 10 miles of water, you would have 66 foot of drop, of curvature. And that's what we're testing for. And the results come in that there's 0 curvature over these distances, right? Varying distances.
Okay, so you're talking about some test that shows that there is no curvature. But what about all
Yes, sir.
tests that claims the opposite then?
Yeah,
What would those be?
That's what you probably, before you've looked into this topic, you'll probably assume that throughout all of history, there's tons and tons of tests that validate that there's Earth curvature. Once you start digging into it more and more, you'll start realizing that there actually isn't any tests, right? And what you're going to run into is assumptions and calculations, right? Tests that aren't necessarily empirically measuring for the curvature and validating that, right? There's going to be a bunch of assumptions involved, and then you're going to be making calculations based off of the assumptions, right? We're testing the claims like to see if the assumptions actually match up with reality.
And there are assumptions that are made about things that aren't the ground, that aren't the surface.
Okay, but
Yeah,
what if NASA goes up in the air and they look at the Earth and they see that it's shaped like a sphere?
Yeah, so that would be,
that would be a
something
test, right?
that you're not gonna. Yeah, that would be a claim. Yeah, so you could, if you wanted to validate that claim to be true, right? You would have to work out some way to validate that what they're telling you is correct. Otherwise, you're just putting your faith in what NASA's telling you, and you can't actually validate that for yourself. Okay, or you could
I
test their
completely
claim
agree,
in
but
reality.
You're doing the same thing with when you're
No.
referring to your test.
Well,
You're
not really,
doing the
because
same
you
thing.
can't validate their claim, right? But you can validate our claim, and you can repeat our tests, right? You can't go and repeat what NASA's showing
That's
you.
the difference.
Yeah, huge difference. Testable, repeatable, empirical tests done here on the Earth.
Independent independent verification.
Okay, that
Absolutely
is
essential.
actually a good point. I cannot afford a spaceship, but if I look, I have been on like boats for a bit out in the ocean, and when you sail out, the sort of land sort of goes behind the water. That is something that I would be able to replicate, and I have done it for myself. And so, what about that test then?
Well, that would be your assumption that the land is apparently being occulted by Earth curve. So your assumption is that the water all of a sudden is blocking out the land. Do you have any evidence that the water is actually curving?
Yeah, I would say my observation.
No. You need to measure to see if the water's curving. You can't just go by what is apparent. What is apparent is just what it appears to be. It could be another phenomena that you haven't considered. It almost seems like someone has suggested to you that it is indeed the Earth curve blocking out the land, but you have not eliminated all possibilities, and you haven't measured any Earth curve.
Exactly. See, the reasoning that you're going to use will lead you into a circular loop. So, whereas, so you've got a proposition. You're proposing that the reason why you can't see a partial part of the mountain or land or boat or whatever it is that you're seeing in the distance that you can't see fully, right? It looks like some of it's missing, right? You propose that the reason for that could be that we're living on the surface of a sphere, and that surface is curving, and then that's the reason why the curvature is the reason why you can't see it. But then you have to go ahead and it's just simply an idea that you have to why you can't see the bottom portion of the mountain.
Yeah, that's
or whatever it is.
completely true. So when I look back at land, when I'm out in the ocean, I do assume that it's the water blocking the view. Now, of course, might be another explanation for that, but wouldn't it be reasonable to apply Occam's razor and just say, okay, well, probably I'm trying to assume.
Well, there's a problem with that.
The regime of.
There's a problem. There's a problem with that because you've got one visual. I can't see the bottom of that thing. The other visual is the water's flat. You've got a flat horizon. You've got flat-looking water all the way to the horizon. Right, so you're going to have to ignore that part of it and ignore that Occam's razor part because the Occam's razor applied there will tell you that that's flat and that there must be another reason for why you can't see the bottom. So which one are you going to go with, right?
Okay, so when I look at the water, I don't obviously the horizon will be flat, but you can't really see if the water is flat or not. I mean, so let's assume that the Earth is shaped like a sphere. In that case, I am not even claiming that I would be able to see the curve of the water without the land.
Right. This is where measurements are important. Right. This is where the details of what they claim, the size of the Earth that we live on, the size of the sphere, because that would have geometric consequences. So if the reason why you can't see the bottom of the hill or the mountain or the boat or whatever it is that you're looking at in the distance over the water is that the Earth's a sphere and its surface is curving. It will depend on its size as to how much of the surface you can see and how much of the object is occulted or blocked from view in the distance, right? And then when we test that, we find that it doesn't match that claimed geometry. So you've got two options, right? Now you've got two options. You're on a bigger sphere than they've told us, or a different size sphere than they've told us, or there's some other reason why you're getting that optical effect of not being able to see the bottom of something over the distance.
So in an Occam's razor situation, in your mind, you think that the Earth is already curving, and so you think that the best explanation is that the Earth curve is blocking out the land in the distance. However, you've already kind of omitted or decided to not apply something like, well, I also know that things in the distance, as they get farther away or as I get farther away from them, change in angular size, and things in the foreground, which have a larger angular size, are occulting the things with smaller angular size in the distance. That, to me, would be more reasonable as far as Occam's razor is concerned. But you can do another test and see if indeed the horizon is the tangent point or the sagitta of a sphere. And it turns out that even the horizon is not defined that way. It's only the apparent location where the sky meets the sea or ground. So it's not even claimed to be a geometric sphere, tangent point. So we can cut these all off at the knees very simply.
I'm not sure I'm following your geometrical argument that you said in the beginning. You said something about the angular
size.
I've got a basic. Are you talking about distance to the horizon?
No, he's thinking that because things disappear behind the water, quote unquote, that's because of Earth curve. But we also know that things, as they get farther away, change in angular size. You and I both understand angular size. When you're close to something, it's large. When you walk away from it, it changes its apparent size. Once again, apparent, right, or angular size. So it looks smaller because you're farther away, but it is still indeed ultimately the same physical size it's always going to be. It just looks smaller. You understand that part?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So when you get farther away from things, they seem to shrink. Right? They get smaller in your apparent view. Right?
Yeah.
So the things that are closer to you, would they ultimately, I mean, you understand this, if you take your thumb and stick it out in front of your face, the closer it gets to your face, the less you can see. The farther away it gets from your face, the more that you can see. So if things are angularly larger in the foreground than the things that are in the background, then yeah, it would be covered up by the larger thing in the foreground. This is simple perspective. Everyone experiences this. It doesn't have anything to do with Earth curve because Earth curve doesn't exist in reality.
I can buy that it would get smaller, obviously, but how is it covered up? Like if I take my thumb and I move it, okay, not my thumb, but like an object, and I move it further away, obviously it's gonna be like take up less space in my vision, but it's not gonna get cut off at the bottom, you know?
Yeah, well, because the things in the foreground, like the waves of the ocean, they have a larger angular size because they're closer to you than the land in the background. This is simple perspective.
Right.
But
think about it like this. Think about it like this, man.
Me and the
think about like
would be higher.
Hold on a second.
It has to be higher than my.
Hold on a second, man. Oh, look,
which
here's
is-
an analogy that so it will make sense for you, right? Say you're standing in your backyard, okay, and you have a fence that's 10 foot high, just for example, okay, and then directly on the other side of the fence is a semi-trailer. Okay, you can see the semi-trailer. Okay, as the semi-trailer drives away from the fence, right, it's going to get lower. It's going to more and more of the bottom area of the semi-trailer is going to become obstructed, and eventually you're not going to be able to see the semi-trailer at all. Even though the fence is shorter than the semi-trailer, the truck, right, it's going to disappear behind the local horizon, which would be the fence in this case, right? Same thing could happen with waves, right, which are called ocean swells out in the ocean. Okay, and have a look in the side chat.
Yeah,
Here's an example.
I will need to.
But I just want to show you this example. Okay, here's a giant boat. Okay, the guy's standing at the beach at the shoreline, and when he's not zoomed out with the camera, like when he's not zoomed in with the camera, sorry, you can't see the giant boat at all. You see the horizon, but the boat's gone. Okay, so you can imagine if the boat was near the person and he didn't have a zoom camera, the boat would go out, 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 out. And it would get smaller and smaller and smaller, and then eventually you wouldn't be able to see the boat anymore. Right? And the reason that you couldn't see the boat anymore is because it gets too small for the human eye to resolve. Once it gets below a certain degree in your field of view, you can't see it anymore. It's the angular resolution limit of the human eye. But he has a very powerful zoom camera, and when he zooms in on the boat, you can see the entire boat again. Now, you'll notice that this is a very clear day, and there's no waves. If you added waves into the equation, right, just say all of a sudden some waves came up, it would look like the bottom of the boat is obstructed behind the waves. Obviously, right?
The
So
waves will not obstruct your view unless the waves are
What?
higher up than
They most definitely
you
can.
are.
No, so something
Nope.
small in
Unless
the
they're
foreground
higher
can
up
block
than
something. Something small in the foreground can block something huge in the background.
Yes.
Okay, so
but
if
not
you hold your
you're
hand out in
higher
front of you,
up.
sorry.
Okay, if you're standing at, let's say, okay, I'm trying to use it. If you're standing at 10 meters and you're observing land and the shoreline is like, I don't know, 20 meters, in order for something between you to obstruct that land, it would have to be at least 10 meters.
Dude, we're talking about stuff that's like miles in the distance.
Yeah, I'm trying.
Yeah, like
sure.
15 miles away.
I'm not talking about 10 meters being the height of you.
I know you're talking about 10 meters being the distance.
being-
We're talking about distance and angular size change with distance. This is,
10 meters.
I'm listening to you.
Of me, 20 meters being the height of the shoreline.
Here's the problem,
Not the
Jeff.
distance between me and the shoreline.
Jeff,
In order
here's the
for
problem.
a wave to obstruct my view, it would have to be at least 10 meters.
Oh my God.
You have to agree with that at least.
No, I don't agree with that. First of all, I don't even understand what you're trying to say. So you're 10 meters tall, and what are we looking at?
We're looking at the shoreline, which is 20 meters above the ocean.
20 meters above the ocean, no problem. How far away is it?
It doesn't matter.
What do you mean it doesn't matter?
My proposition is that a wave would need to be, or like I guess I'm saying a lower limit or
No.
for
It matters how far away it is because the angular size changes with distance. How far away is the shoreline?
okay, again, a lower boundary for how high a wave would need to be would be 10 meters.
I don't understand why you're not answering the question that I'm asking you. I'm asking you how far away we are looking.
How about this, says who and Jen? How about
It
your
doesn't
1
matter.
Jen?
Okay, it's
Jen,
like me saying
Jen.
this. Okay,
Can you hear me?
my brother is
Can you hear
2
me, Jen?
years older than me.
We can hear you. He's just ignoring you.
Doesn't matter
Jen.
how
Jen,
old I am. It's always going to be
listen, Jen.
Bench, listen to
2
Sheepdog,
years
dude.
difference.
Stop talking.
Jench.
Listen to Sheepdog.
Jench, listen to me. Let's no longer talk about a 10 meter high wave and a 10 meter tall person. Let's talk about a 1.8 meter tall person and a 1.8 meter tall. Why don't you make that comparison? Why do you have to make extreme numbers?
Because waves, it's not ridiculous to say that waves could be
10 meters
2
tall?
meters or
No, it's not. So, like a 2 meter tall wave isn't that big of a wave, and it could definitely obstruct your view
off in the distance, especially if it's close to you, and something that's 3-4 miles away, it would look obstructed to you, would it not?
Yeah, of course.
Thank you.
Yeah,
So
like
if you
you can
had a
hold your
3
hand
meter tall
out.
wave,
You can hold your
Right.
hand out in front of your
Wait, please
face.
let him finish.
Go ahead, Sheepdog. Sorry. Yeah.
no, it's just due to perspective, right? When you're looking at things appear to move down in your view. They tend to squish into the horizon. You get
Yeah,
the
he's
same effect
completely
by
ignoring perspective. That's what he's doing right
Yeah.
now, right? He's just thinking about it from like a two-dimensional side view, right? That's not how we see in reality. Okay, we see in perspective, and that's why you can hold your hand out in front of you, right? Hold your arm out at arm's length, and you can block a mountain very easily, even though the mountain's way bigger than your hand, right? Way higher than your hand could possibly be. Okay, you can block a mountain that's 20,000 feet tall. Okay, because
You
of
mentioned the large
perspective.
truck. You mentioned the large truck behind the fence going away. It's not going behind the curve. It's just getting far away to where the angular size is no longer visible. Another example of this I love to use for people to help people understand what perspective is. Go stand in front of your house and try to look at what's on top of your roof. You can't see that. But if you move 500 feet away, now all of a sudden you can see it on top of your roof. You move 1,000 feet away, you now look like you're taller than the roof of your house, the very top portion of your house. But you're not taller, and you're not far away enough to see the house behind the curve of the earth, because you can still see the full house in your view. This is all perspective.
I mean, I agree with all of your sort of stories. I don't see how they contradict my analogy, though.
Okay, no
Okay,
problem.
Let's just do this. Okay, this is what you're claiming. You're claiming things go behind the curvature of the Earth. All right, so we know the size of the Earth, right? 3,959 mile radius, 6,371 kilometer radius. Now, we can calculate how far away things should start to disappear behind the curvature of the Earth, depending on the height of the observer. So that's what we're testing. It's something that's very easy to test. I don't know if you were taught this at school, but I remember being taught at school that if you're 6 foot tall, 1.8 meters, I guess that's something around that, right? The horizon is approximately 3 miles away, or just less than 5 kilometers away. Okay, that should be the line where the sky and the ground appear to meet. That's the definition of a horizon. And then anything that goes beyond that should do what you're claiming. It should start to disappear behind the curvature of the Earth. Now, we can easily go out and test that. And we've done that probably thousands of times now. I'll say hundreds, but there's probably thousands and thousands of tests that have been done to try to validate that geometric horizon distance. Okay, so I'm not sure if you want to see a test where we actually go to a large body of water and we calculate based off the height of the observer how far away the horizon would have to be on a globe. And then we have a distance marker beyond that distance, right? For this example, I'm talking about an oil platform or a windmill farm, right? And that, say it's at 10 miles or 11 miles out. Okay, we can zoom in on it with a super zoom camera and see if that horizon's at the distance that it should be, because we have a distance marker at 10 miles. And what happens is when we zoom in, we don't see a horizon at 3 miles. Okay, we see water way beyond that, right? Up to 10 miles, 20 miles, even 30 miles away, depending on the weather conditions. And then the object that's in the distance is completely unobstructed, right? That should be hidden by a certain amount of Earth curvature, which is a lot. For example, a 10-mile oil platform should be hidden by about 50 feet, right? The whole 50 feet of the bottom of the structure should be completely missing, hidden behind the horizon. But we can zoom in on it, and we can see the legs of the oil platform touching the water. Okay, and we can show you test after test after test in all different locations, different weather conditions, lakes, oceans, where we can zoom in and we can see orders of magnitude beyond the geometric limitations of the globe.
We can show test. That's kind of a sort of weak statement, because for each
How is
test
it?
you do, I can show you a bunch of other tests that claims.
Can you though? Are you sure about that, or are you just saying that?
You can
right?
go
And
I want to see him, DJ. If you can have him show him without getting him all riled up, I want him to just go ahead and post that now because I'm sick of being a flat earther.
James,
so
you
this is
couldn't
the
post
thing.
one test. You could not
Exactly.
post one.
This guy is from Sweden.
Sure, I could.
I know what he's going to show us probably. Yeah,
That's great. Because he's from Sweden, then he probably has the globe proof.
Now let's hear it. Jens, go ahead.
I have personally been on ships, and
Awesome. Show us the
some
one that
ships
you were
have
on.
like really tall masts, and I've actually gotten to climb up in those masts, and they're like 20, maybe not 20, but like 15 meters above the water.
Awesome.
And
I want to see
you
it.
cannot see land from that.
Yeah, that's fine,
distance.
right? What distance are you out? What distance are you out into the ocean? Approximately.
Maybe, I don't know actually the exact distance, but
just
my point is that in order for water to, or a wave to obstruct the view, the wave would need to be at least as tall up as I am.
Okay, so that wouldn't be the only thing that would be a reason. So you got to consider that there's going to be a lot of variables at play. Optics, right? The optics ability, your eyes ability, or whatever aid you're using, binoculars, telescope, whatever, right? Then you've got air conditions and you've got surface conditions, right? So you've got the way your eyes work paired with also, combined with atmospheric effects and surface conditions. Obviously, there's going to be results, right? There's going to be consequences of that. Not being able to see certain things and certain visual effects taking place, optical effects taking place due to the combination of those things. What you're saying, presenting to us, is that you just don't consider those things at all. Just let's put it all down to Earth curvature, right? But what we can present to you is that based on the claimed geometry of the surface of the Earth, we've ruled that out. We can rule that that's not a reason.
Well, can I check with Jens though? Because Jens, you said you could show us examples of this. Did you mean you could show us examples of people measuring Earth curve?
Yes, you can go on NASA.
Okay, could you post?
I'm pretty sure
could
you
you
can just Google.
post a measurement of the Earth curve? Just in the
like
side
a
chat.
measurement.
Yeah, measurement.
What do you mean by that? Like the shape of the Earth, or?
Well, like drop over distance, right? Like the geometric value. Let's say the globe predicts 66 feet of curvature over 10 miles. Can you show us someone measuring that 66 feet of curvature over 10 miles?
Maybe like an elevation height
I
and
mean,
a distance
you could
to the
probably
horizon.
Google something and find something. But I think in general, scientists are probably not concerned with measuring that kind of stuff.
We'll tell you then, because we've checked this out. No one has ever measured any curvature drop over distance over any distance that matches the globe. See, when you said you could show us examples, we already know that you can't. That's what we were talking about.
I'm back. Did he go ahead and post that stuff for us? Because I didn't see it. I scrolled through everything and I didn't see any proof.
No, he said we need to
Google it.
We have to go find it?
Yeah, apparently.
Why? Why
Honestly,
can't
I
he
think
said
in
he had it?
general, scientists are probably not concerned with
No scientist has ever measured it.
that
No
kind of stuff.
explorer's ever
but I
measured
don't
it.
know, actually.
No one's ever measured it, dude. No one's measured it.
No one.
So
you just said
you spoke as if you were already
who
aware.
measured it then?
You made out like you were already aware that these measurements have taken place and have been done.
Yes, because there's other measurements that sort of would.
But then they'll all assume the curvature in them. We don't want the
Such as
assumption of curvature. We want the
NASA
measurement of
being
it.
up in space.
No, that's just a story, dude. We want a measurement of the claim of curvature.
Yes. Don't talk about space, dude.
Okay, I'm not claiming that something. I'm not claiming like a float value of curvature. I'm just claiming there is.
Okay, well then you can't be claiming the globe then, because the globe is a specific claim of curvature.
Not really. I mean, if I have
Yes,
a box
really.
and I lift it, I shake
Yes,
it.
really.
There could be something inside the box, but I
No.
I can
It's a
prove that there's something inside the box.
It's a geometric claim of a ball of a certain radius value. Right?
Yeah, I can prove that the Earth is shaped like a sphere, but that sort of
No,
doesn't
no,
mean
you
that
can't.
I
You
can
can't do
prove
that
the exact
either.
float value of
the
curvature. It's a bit like I have a box. I can prove that there is something in the box, but I
Right,
cannot
but you're
prove
not the one. You're not the
exactly
one
what it
having.
is.
You're not the one proving the globe. The story that's being taught to children in school is not. Jench from Discord can prove Earth's a ball, but we don't know how big it is. The claim is the U.S. government and the Russian government have traveled to a place that no one else on Earth can go to, and they've seen the Earth being a ball of a particular size. It is this size. So you can't then say, well, I know it's a ball, but I don't know how big it is, because they've provided you with the story of the ball, and they've provided you with the size of the claimed ball. So you have to argue for the size that they are saying, or you don't have any ball. Right?
That's not. I'm not sure your argument is completely coherent.
Remember that we weren't going to appeal to things that are unverifiable. We're going to talk about things that we can do practically.
It's not any globe. It's not any ball. You understand that NASA claims it's a ball with a specific size.
Can I ask a quick question?
If you're saying to us, well, look at the evidence from space for the globe, then you are appealing to that globe of that size that NASA are claiming. So you can't then turn around and say, oh, well, I'm not saying it's that size. Well, then you're not saying it's a globe at all, because those two have to go together.
Yep. No other size will do. Has to be that way.
The entire galaxy universe model that NASA have been teaching kids for however many years now is based on that particular size. I'm not saying, oh, it's a ball, but we don't know what size it is.
That's like,
so anyway,
that's
you
like
need
going
to stick to the measurement curvature. You need to stick to the measurement of curvature, because it kind of seems like you're trying to say that you don't need to have any detection of curvature of the surface to still claim that it is a ball, which doesn't make any sense. You can't have a flat surface with no detectable curvature and say it's definitely a ball.
Okay, but if you have a ball and you look at it, you don't need to measure the exact curvature. You can still know that
you can detect curvature if you're holding a ball. You know you've got curved surface.
You don't need to measure the exact curvature of
right, but that would be in the scenario that you know you have a ball. In this scenario, you don't know that you have a ball.
Well, in the scenario where you're, hey, hold on. In the scenario where you have a ball, dude, in the scenario where you have a ball and you can see it's curved, then you have a ball because you see it and it's curved. And then you have Earth where you don't see a ball and you don't see curves, so you can't say it's a ball. So now what are you going to do when it's measured flat?
I'm going to trust an authority that has taken some pictures.
Holy crap.
Authority is a logical fallacy, Judge. Do you know that?
What is a logical fallacy?
Appeal to authority. Saying something is true because an authority said so.
A claimed authority at that. Like, who's saying they're an authority? Themselves?
I guess that's a
Are they self-appointed authorities?
I'm not saying it's objectively true. I'm just saying,
Jench, my advice to you
from
would be
a
that
pragmatical view,
if it's something as important, if it's something as important as this, like where you live, what your environment is, are you going to want to leave that just to blind trust of a so-called authority, i.e. just a group of people that you don't know from anyone? You don't know whether you can trust them or not. You don't even know their names. Are you going to say that you're happy just to leave that whole question just to trust in this story?
I mean, I actually agree with a lot of things you're saying, But those things could apply to your measurements as well. You refer to a bunch
Oh no,
of
because
people
we're not asking.
that
We're
have
not
measured the
appealing
Earth
to an
to have no
authority.
curvature.
We're appealing
You
to
could
Earth.
apply the same logic to that.
No, you can't, because we're not saying that we're appealing to an authority or people. We are observing and measuring the Earth. That's different.
Okay, have you personally made an observation that...
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay,
Most of us in the room have.
Fantastic. And then I would say, I don't trust your observation, unfortunately.
That's fine. I would say go and do your own.
I have done.
Like, have you done your own?
Yeah, plenty.
And did you see the curve?
Yeah. Every time you're out far on the ocean, you see the curve.
Could you show me the curve you saw? Show me the
Wait 2
curve
seconds.
that
I'm
you
gonna
saw.
hire your voice. You're kind of low. What?
I said, could you show me the curve that you saw?
I'm not at the ocean right now. Or what do you mean?
Well, did you take a picture of the curve? I mean, you saw the curve.
Yeah, I did.
Okay, what did it look like?
Just water, mostly.
Just water? Wow. The water just looks flat, though.
Yeah, it's flat.
Yeah. It's impossible that the water curves.
Wait, are you saying you saw curved water?
No, it's you don't see the shoreline.
Oh, wait, so you saw flat water.
What should the shoreline look like?
Where did you see that? You see it from an airplane? From a window? From where?
Where
From a mountain?
No, he was seeing it from a ship's mast at 45 feet high. What should the land look like from a ship's mast at 45 feet high?
Mm-hmm.
No, I'm asking him. How big should it be?
Are we assuming that the Earth is flat now, or not?
No, we're assuming that you're supposed to. That you should be able to see that because we can normally see that far.
I'm not sure.
They tell you like from the feet.
Remember how I pointed out this line of reasoning will lead you to circular reasoning? Sorry, remember how I pointed out that this line of reasoning is going to lead you into circular logic?
Look like from a mast high up. Well, it depends how far away the shoreline is.
Yeah, we presented to you potential reasons for why that visual effect can occur. You're just assuming that it's the result of the Earth being a sphere. But when we test it against the claimed geometry, we find out that that's not the reason.
That's not.
This is why the claimed geometry, the size and dimensions are important, friend.
Same with the sun, though. The sun and the moon.
Think about it, Jen.
It's important as well.
To us,
proofs.
Guy, shut up. You just said to us, Jench, that you've seen Earth curvature, but then when we've asked you what you've actually seen, you just said you saw flat water.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, so that's not curvature.
That's what your eye sees.
Because the shoreline disappears. It's a little bit like saying,
right,
I
so
have
you're
a
not
box.
seeing. So what you're saying
I want
is
to prove that it's empty. I shake
so what
it.
you're saying is then
There's
that
nothing
you see
inside.
flat water. You see flat water, and you don't see a shoreline. That doesn't mean you see
the
curve.
proof is in the absence of the shoreline.
Yeah, but that's you're
can I say something, boys, real quick? I study marine biology. Right? That doesn't mean that I know everything about the Earth, but I can prove you a lot of manipulations behind it because they tell you from ground it's 3 to 4 kilometers to see the curvature. Right now, I will love all of you boys. Well, not all of you, but at least him, because he believes the Earth is a sphere. There's no problem for me, but I want to show him that if you look it up with cameras worth than 15,000 euros, look it up 100 kilometers away on the horizon in the ocean, you will be able to see. I did this with my own eyes. That's why it changed my mind in a lot of ways. That doesn't mean that I have to impose it to everybody, but this is knowledge, empirical knowledge about the Earth. And we all agree that the education system is made by a family and these things, bro. It's like a manipulation behind it. Don't forget the treatments. Now go ahead, boys.
Jench, you're begging the question because you're just saying that you don't see a shoreline, therefore it must be Earth curvature. But what other possible factors could be influencing you seeing or not seeing the shoreline? What else have you considered?
He's never given us a distance to the shoreline anyway, so he doesn't even know how far he's looking. If he should or should not.
He doesn't feel like he needs to. He doesn't
Yeah,
feel he
and
needs
that's
to
a-
justify
That's
it
not
with
correct.
the geometry.
But we can still explain this to him just by pointing out that he's not considering
Yeah,
other
James, don't
possibilities.
think that we are against you or something. You know, we all been in that side. We're just kind of trying to prove you why we believe on this and why this, you know. We don't impose these things to anybody like they do. Don't forget,
so
if you
Jen,
manipulate the shape of the earth into the humanity, you can control them, brother. If you live in a sphere, all of the human beings knows that we already investigated everything. But don't forget about the Admiral Byrd. You guys are English speakers. You should know about these things. There's a lot of treatments, a lot of manipulation behind it. And we have to prove to
Don't
the
take him
world
off
with
into the
empirical
weeds.
Let's not
Don't take
get
him off
too
into the
far ahead.
weeds. We're staying focused on this because
I know.
Jensch is trying to say that he's seen the curvature, but all he's seen is flat water. And he needs to understand the difference.
Yeah. So, Jensch, you're assuming that the only possible reason that things could be obstructed beyond the flat horizon is if the Earth is a globe, right? When that's absolutely not the case. Okay, so even according to the mainstream, there are atmospheric effects where things that would normally be visible completely appear to be hidden, sinking behind the horizon. Okay, even though they're geometrically unobstructed. Okay, so there's one reason, right? We can also have ocean swells and things like that. Okay, and you need to think about that in relation to perspective, right? Not from a side view 2D perspective. Okay, and we can demonstrate this on a small scale. So we can get a flat floor in a house, for example, and we can show bottom-up obstruction over a flat surface. So
that's a good example.
Yeah, so we can get like if we set up some blocks across a flat floor and we put the camera down really low and then we start manipulating the temperatures in the room, right? All of a sudden, it'll look like the blocks start to curve and become obstructed behind the horizon. Okay, even though it's just a flat floor, we're seeing bottom-up obstruction over a flat surface. There's tons and tons of examples of how you can have bottom-up obstruction over a flat surface. So if you were to claim that it was actually Earth curvature, then we can calculate how far away the horizon should be. You need to get specific now. Okay, so you need to work out what your observer height is, and then based off the radius value of the globe, you need to calculate how far away that horizon would be. And if you have something in the distance, you should be able to calculate how much that would be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. But what we've found is that when we go and test this out in reality, we can see not just a little bit further than you should be able to see. We can see so far that if the Earth were a globe, it would have to have a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles, okay, rather than 3,959 miles.
I would like to add something because you say it really, really fast. I appreciate that,
I
man.
feel like when you say we have tested with all,
Hold on, let Jen
I feel like
hold on a second. Spanish. I just want. Sorry, Jensch. Yeah, you can reply to what I said.
No,
I mean when you say that you have tested, or you guys have tested, in the same way that you have a little bit of doubt for like authorities and NASA and other stuff.
Why are you asking about
I'm sort of
authorities?
doubting your test. I'm not really sure I trust your test, actually.
You haven't seen the tests, right? That's the problem right now. I haven't presented a test
Would you like
yet.
to
I'm happy.
throw me a link or something?
Yeah. Look, let's go over a test right now really quickly. I think that's where we're up to. Okay,
Which, remember, is independently verifiable.
Yeah, exactly. You can go and do this yourself, but let's have a look at the test. Okay, so all of this information is from a guy named Dr. John Dee, who's a PhD in optics. Very smart guy who tried to debunk flat Earth. Okay, this is one of his tests. So he lives in the UK, and he went to the beach on a very, very nice calm day, and he set his camera up on a tripod. Okay, the height of the tripod is 1 meter high, 3.5 feet high.
Okay, which one is the YouTube?
DJ is my name. You can see it in the chat there. Yeah, Dr. John Dee. So that's the full video, okay? But I'm going to show you just some clips out of that video. Right, so I'll present it, and then if you want, because it's an hour and a half video, he goes into extreme detail in the video. but we don't want to sit here and wait an hour and a half for you to go watch the video. So I'm just going to present a short version of it so you can get an idea. Okay, so here's a clip from that video above. Okay, so he sets his camera up
Which
on a
one's
tripod.
the most recent?
Yeah, the most recent one. DJ,
Right, yeah.
2 minutes after the hour. Okay, so he's zooming out to the ocean. Okay, so we're testing for the curvature. And if he didn't have something like an object out in the ocean at a known distance, then we would have absolutely no idea how far away the horizon was. Okay, but because we have a windmill farm out in the distance, it's at a known distance, right? We can do an observation and we can test for that curvature that should be there. Okay, so I'm going to put some math in the side chat really quickly.
Do you
Okay,
have
so
any?
this-
Do you know where this is on Google Maps? Then I could like,
I
check
have
the distance
all
and
of that.
stuff.
So yeah, I'll post the screenshot from Google Maps right now. Okay, so I'll tell you the distance. The distance to the wind farm is 8 miles to the closest windmill tower, and the furthest windmill tower is 11.2 miles away. Okay, here's a screenshot from Google Earth, and here's me actually clicking on the little marker just to show you that it is what we're claiming. It's called Rampion Windmill Farm. And here's a diagram that shows you where he's standing and how far away the windmill farm is. Okay, so when he zooms in, you can see 6 windmill towers. Right, the closest windmill tower is 8 miles away, and the furthest one's 11.2 miles away. Right, so based off the observer height of 3.5 feet, are you okay using feet and miles, or do you want me to use metric?
It's whatever.
Okay, cool. Okay, so 3.5 foot observer height. So scroll back up and have a look at the little screenshot I posted that has the mathematics. Okay, so anyone can go onto Google and they can type in Earth Curvature Calculator, and you can pick any one of them, right? And they're going to calculate how far away the horizon should be and how much things in the distance should be hidden behind the horizon. So you can see that I put in the distance to object, 11.2 miles. That's the furthest windmill tower on the right. That's 11.2 miles away. The eye height level is the next thing that you have to put in. So it's 3.5 feet high. Okay, so now it's going to calculate the rest.
Yeah, I have to say there's like, I don't know what that calculator is doing, but there's an obvious flaw because there's one variable missing, which is simply, well, okay, so you have distance to horizon, but then you would need distance to the object as well.
Yeah,
Okay,
so the distance to the object is the distance to the object is 11.2 miles. Okay, so it's the windmill tower number 6 on the far right hand side. That's 11.2 miles away. So that's the object. It's 11.2 miles away.
Okay, now I think right.
Starting to see the importance of the claim geometry, right?
Yeah. So okay, so you see where it says distance to horizon, 2.29 miles.
That one I'm a bit unsure, but I guess eyesight level, distance to the object. Yeah, I could probably agree with those two, but distance to the horizon.
You can double check. Look, just take it in good faith now, and you can double check everything I'm saying afterward.
Yeah,
and,
but distance
if we're wrong
to the
about
horizon,
anything, then I guarantee you.
How do you figure
Like I'm showing you just a screenshot from a Earth curvature calc. I'm showing you a screenshot from just a generic Earth curvature calculator, like made by Globe Earthers. Okay,
Yeah,
so this is just
how do you the distance
In the two top values
horizon.
in the calculator, figured out
it's one.
the 2 bottom ones. That's what he thinks. You typed in the 2 bottom values as well.
Can you please let him answer? How do you figure out the distance to the horizon?
Easy. Distance to the horizon, it's 1.22 times the observer's height is square feet.
Hold on, guys. Let DJ go through this with him, and when it's done, other guys can jump in.
Yeah, so there's a bunch of different formulas that you can use, but the easiest formula to use is just 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. there's a whole bunch of ways you can work it out, but every single result is going to be the same. It's just based off the radius value of the globe. Okay, so what we're testing here is the horizon. So can you see the last screenshot that I posted there from the video? That shows a picture of a globe and a guy standing there, a black silhouette. Can you see that?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to read it out. Okay, so this is what the horizon would be if the Earth's a globe. Okay, a man standing on a sphere would observe the physical geometric horizon at a certain distance, which on the diagram is represented by the red and yellow circle. A physical geometric horizon is the maximum distance that the sea and the sky can be observed to meet. Okay, and then it shows an example on the side. Okay, so when you see the horizon, you shouldn't be able to see any water beyond the horizon. That's the maximum distance that you can see the water. That's where the water and the sky appears to meet when you're doing the observation over the water. Now, because we have the distance marcation, which is the windmill tower, we know that the horizon isn't where it should be if the Earth were a globe. Okay, so it should be like almost 1/3 of the way to the first windmill tower. That's the maximum distance. You shouldn't be able to see any water beyond that point. And we can calculate that, right? If you scroll back up to the screenshot that I put with the calculations, you'll see that the windmill tower number 6 on the right-hand side should be obstructed by 52.9 feet. Okay, that's kind of like a 5-story building. If you can picture how big a 5-story building is. So that's how much should be missing from the bottom of the windmill tower. Now, what we can see is that there's actually nothing missing at all from the bottom of the windmill tower, right? We can see the water far beyond where the horizon should be on a globe, and then we can see the water going flat, flat, flat all the way out past the windmill towers, where we can see the whole windmill towers, and then we can even see a boat off in the distance that's about 14 miles away. So this doesn't work on a globe. Right, this is us seeing orders of magnitude further than you should see if the Earth were a globe, and this is consistently observed.
Do you understand that, Jench, what DJ's just put to you?
I'm gonna be honest, I wasn't quite listening, but yeah.
Why didn't you listen? Did you not know he was talking to you?
Yeah, so about the tides,
Guy,
when you took the picture,
what
was the tides like?
Just one moment. Right, it doesn't matter about tides. Right. So you remember how you presented to us earlier, right? That you can't see the bottom of something, right? Because the Earth curve is getting in the way. Well, this is showing you that doesn't exist.
Yeah, Jench, I don't understand why you would say you weren't listening to that. You were the one who asked for some evidence. Then DJ said, I'll explain this to you. Did you not know he was speaking to you? I don't understand. What happened?
Did you get distracted? Did you have something happening in the background?
Yeah, I'm trying to find
a rebuttal
calculator.
Yeah, just go to Google and type in Earth curvature calculator and just pick any one you want.
Yeah, if that's the case, Jen, she should just say, hold on a second, DJ, I'd like to double check the curve calculator before you continue, so the DJ doesn't waste his breath.
Well, Swal was actually going to help you out there. Swal did post one, but then I don't know if he deleted it or someone else did. Could you repost it for our friend here, Swal?
Well, he's just posted it again in the chat there, but if Swal wants to find one himself, I think it's better that he finds it himself, right? Because then he doesn't have to appeal to something that we've given.
Absolutely. You could also look up distance to horizon calculators. They exist as well, but most of the Earth curve calculators are going to show you that in there. Anyway.
Yeah, we can quickly just run you through it, Jench. Have you Googled Earth curvature calculator?
Yeah, I'm doing it right now, actually.
Okay, good. So you can punch in the numbers that DJ showed you, and you can tell him if they were wrong or not. Because you said the calculator was wrong, or there's something wrong with it, and we agree. The calculator does not match reality. That's what's wrong. That's what DJ is explaining to you. So if what we observe is not matching these calculators, what does that mean? Any idea? Jench, you happy with the calculators? What happened?
This is a tough moment for a Globotha. We need to have a moment of silence.
When they find the calculators, that is a tough moment. Because then they're like, now we have something concrete.
Did you guys sharpen your pencils for the big meetup tonight? Big gang fight? Did you hear about it?
No, can you describe it?
So, two mathematicians are going to come in. I guess they have YouTube channels, and they're going to debunk us tonight. And I told them, I said, bring everything you got because I'm ready for this. And I said, also study shapes before you get here.
Well, they're going to come and do maths at us to prove
we're going to. I think they're going to ask us math questions, but they're not even going to get that far because we're gonna have to, you know, how we have to do it. We got to figure out where you lie on this. Are you 100% a Glober or not?
So in about agree with the geometry.
4 hours. They're supposed to be coming in.
99.9. When are they supposed to come? I mean, I'll probably be off by then, but.
Not sure, so it was at 2:00. They said 5 hours, so it would be 7:00 my time. It's 5:00 now, so 2 hours from now, hour and 45 minutes from now.
All right, I'll maybe check in and just see. I might listen in.
So it's going to be a debate about where they got their values from, what they actually measured to get their numbers to do the equations.
Is that what that is? Is that what they're going to do?
Well, they're going to insist the numbers are correct, but you got to get the number somewhere from a measurement.
Right. So we won't even get that far until we have to be able to verify the numbers before they can do their math fun on the chalkboard.
Yep.
Well, as long as they realize that they're just appealing to stories and images from the government at the end of the day, no matter what maths they try and throw at you, it all just comes back to an appeal to NASA.
His name's Tensor Algebra, so keep an eye out for Tensor Algebra. He said he's going to invite his renowned mathematician friend. He's going to bring him along with him.
They're famous. They got wiki pages and shit, so they're famous. I said, awesome. And they said that they even had a YouTube channel and they can stream if they want us to. And I said, do what you got to do. We'll be streaming it too. In fact, we might even make you more famous. That's all I left it with them.
So we can hang out in here. I've also sent him the links to the home server and the English hub in case we're there. You can find us.
If you can, bring it back to the home server. That's a good event, if they turn up.
All right, I'll message him.
Hey, Jench, how are we doing, man?
We gave you a
I'm
little
not gonna lie, I tried to find a good calculator.
But all the calculators are wrong? Hey, Jench, we found the same thing.
Jench, what you can do is say, you can type in the AI, look, my calculator, type in all the Earth curve calculators are wrong. Can you give me the real Earth curve calculator to what for a radius of 3959, what I should see at 10 miles? That's what you have to do with it.
What's wrong about them exactly?
Yeah, what were you trying to look for?
No, they're not wrong. I just can't figure them out.
What can't you figure out?
You just need an observer height and a distance object.
Hey, Jench, just click the easiest one to use is the Omni calculator that Swell Dog posted. At 11 minutes after the hour. That one's very, very easy to use. You just put in the distance and the observer height, and it will calculate the rest for you.
Yeah, what is it you're not understanding specifically, Jench?
I'm trying to. I can't believe you're making me do this, but I'm trying to make some math.
We're not making you do anything.
Here.
You don't have to do it. No, you don't have to do it. You can
chill.
Oh.
Is this the first time? This is the first time you've really looked into the curvature of the Earth, right?
Jench with the joke. I like it.
Yeah, maybe your intuition's correct, Jench, and something seems off. Something seems not quite right with these calculators. Yeah, that's what DJ was showing you. They don't match reality. Do you understand that, at least? Even if you don't understand the calculators yet. You want to take a break, Jench?
I posted a few more calculators in the side chat, some from schools of navigation.
I think he should make his own. He should go into Python and ask AI to make him his own Earth curve calculator. Then he'll know it's correct. He can check the formula himself.
That's what I'm trying to do now, actually. But yeah.
Well, once you've done that, you'll realize that that doesn't match what we see in reality. You understand? Which is probably not what you expected to be discussing when you came into the Flat Earth channel, but that's what it is.
The problem isn't the calculator or the equation, it's the radius value. It's wrong. There's no radius.
Believe it or not, a lot of people come in here and they think from like a small observer horizon 15.
Chief, you're really quiet for me. I don't know if that's just me.
Oh, sorry. How about now? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, that's better.
A little bit better. I was just saying, most people that come into this conversation, they think that from a 6-foot observer, a 1.8 meter observer, that the horizon is 15 or 20 kilometers away. They don't understand the consequences of a 40,000 kilometer in circumference ball, that the horizon can't be any further than 4.6, 4.7, 4.8 miles. It's not even, or kilometers. It's not even 5 kilometers. It's less than 5 kilometers. I can't tell you how many times I've been in a plane when I'm looking and it still doesn't look like it's curving. Before I was even a flat earther, and I was like, wow, the Earth is really big. Couldn't believe how big it was. And then to come find out,
I'm still not sure if Jench understands the geometric horizon claim.
Well, certainly he understands that boats go over the curve and sunset.
Oh yeah, he said boats go over the curve, and he was certain that that's what he was seeing when he described the flat water. But now he doesn't seem to understand a geometric horizon of a curved surface, even when he's looking at the calculators. Jench, are you understanding the point that for a 6-foot observer, the horizon should be about 2.5, 3 miles away?
I'm trying to calculate it, actually. Please give me a second.
Well, just Google it. Just type in distance to horizon calculator, or use the calculators that you've already been given. What's taking so long?
They're not our calculators. Those are the globe Earth calculators. Scientists and mathematicians that are much, much more smarter than us came up with these calculation tools.
I think the cog disk is slowing you down. That's all right. It'll take some time. Anyway, nice one, DJ. You got him thinking. I'll peace out for now, but I'll catch you guys later. Good listening. Keep it going.
Catch you later, man.
Good luck, Jench. Good luck in your quest. Peace, boys.
You want me to clean some of this back up, DJ, since he's doing his own mission right now?
Guys, I have it now.
You understand the principle though, Jench?
Yeah, I crunched the numbers. You're completely right. Everything's flat.
Great. Now you just have to do your own observations and confirm that for yourself. It's excellent.
What's also of interest to you, right? Since you have appealed just earlier to not being able to see the bottom of something looks like it's obstructed from view over distance, is other things we can present to you where, like DJ already pointed out, from your own side, they give reasons when that can occur, that apparent effect can occur without there necessarily being a geometric obstruction in the way. We can also replicate that effect over very short distances where it couldn't not possibly be the curvature of the Earth, right? Where you should definitely still, even if the Earth was a globe, you'd still have a direct line of sight to the object, but you still get that apparent bottom-up obstruction effect. You can replicate this on small bodies of water, and like in a little pond or a lake with small objects, RC boats. Also, just on people's floor, in their homes where they've set up objects going forwards, on the floor, and just get a camera, sit it on the floor. There's obviously a direct line of sight. They manipulate the air temperature and watch visual effects take place similar to what you're talking about. So, there's a lot to consider, a lot of information. You should consider joining our home server if you're interested. We've got a whole library of channels that you can browse, at your leisure, all different topics. They've got lots of stuff on laser tests, long distance observations, there's all sorts of stuff. So,
if you want to talk math, it should be about an hour and a half. 2 math wizards coming in, and they can help do math with you if you want.
If you want to join the home server, if you're interested in that library of information I spoke of, just click on one of the YouTube bots at the top of the panel.
Good. I'm trying to find a WinForm.
Look in the bio.
I'm searching Rampion WinForm, but I keep getting on land.
You're looking for what, sorry?
Okay, wait, I think I found WinForm now.
That particular wind farm? Yep. Yeah, it's good. Yeah, go over all the information. Yep. Check it all out. We would absolutely encourage you, 100% encourage you to scrutinize this to the utmost.
Yeah, so Jench, that was just one observation. Like, we've got other observations that are much further distances as well. We've got, I could just keep presenting observation after observation after observation, right? Showing you huge distances, extremely clear conditions where we can see things that are so far away that if the Earth were a globe, it would have to be so big that it would reach beyond the moon. Like the radius would be like 1 million miles or more or something like that. Hundreds of thousands at minimum. And on top of just the general observations, we have laser tests as well. So instead of just observing something that's hidden behind, like that should be hidden behind the horizon by hundreds of feet, we can actually get like a high-powered laser and shoot it across the surface of the water and hit a target on the other side of the body of water, say 40 kilometers away. So the laser is set up horizontally with using leveling tools. Okay, so we know it's horizontal. And then the laser will shoot across the body of water and then hit a target 40 miles away, for the example that I'm talking about. Over that distance, there should be about 90 plus meters of curvature. So if you were standing at the target distance and the laser was horizontal and the Earth were a globe, then you should see the laser beam about 90 meters up in the air. But the laser is actually hitting the target at the same height as it was shot from on the other side of the body of water. And we've got a bunch of tests and PDF documents from a team of field engineers that actually went out with a $30,000 laser and did a whole series of different tests over large bodies of water, and then countless other people have done it as well. So there's tons and tons of stuff to look into. And we're not trying to convince you of anything. I'm just showing you information. And then I encourage you to critically analyze it and put on your critical thinking cap and come to your own conclusion based on the evidence that you're being shown, and look for counter evidence. Look for anyone throughout all of history that's done something similar to what we're talking about and actually validated that the Earth's a globe. I'll tell you now that you're not going to be able to find it, but you need to look. And then what you can do as well, like after you see all of this stuff, you can be like, all right, well, maybe I need to go and do it for myself. Okay, you can
I think I would probably need to do it for myself, because all of your tests that you keep referring to, I feel like there's just so many tests from people claiming the opposite as well. So
yeah, that's what I thought when I first started looking into it, and I said the same thing that you said right now. So I started seeing all of these tests, and I was like, there's got to be tons of tests that people have done that show the opposite, and you're not going to be able to find them. You're not going to be able to find them to the same standard that have accounted for the variables. I encourage you to find one and come here and present it, and we'll go over it in good faith and analyze it step by step and come to a logical conclusion based off the evidence. But I can tell you now, I've been looking into this for 8 years. We have scientists of all different genres coming in here, engineers, pilots, all sorts of different people. No one has been able to present a test yet that validates the curvature of the Earth. Right, we have physicists coming in, all sorts of different people come in through our channels and try to debate. But yeah, they don't do very well, because they don't have what they have is a belief system. What they have is a theoretical mathematical model or construct or concept, even, that the Earth's a globe. Right? They've memorized and they're able to regurgitate textbooks, and that's all they're able to do. We're saying, all right, how do we know that the values in the textbooks are correct? And that's where they fall apart. That's
a really good point. But, okay, ignoring all tests from both sides, I'm just trying to grasp like, what would happen if I just kept walking in a straight direction? I mean, that's like, depend. I think that's a massive flaw in your theory.
No. This is what would happen. Okay, you would keep walking, and then you would get to water, and then you would get on a boat. And if somehow you had a magic boat that could go in a straight line, despite all of the ocean currents and that kind of thing, right? You would keep going and going and going, and something would happen, right? Probably right? Based on logic, you would probably come to a shoreline of some kind, whether it be an icy shoreline or a different type of shoreline. Large bodies of water at rest, large bodies of water in general require a container. So you would probably come to some kind of a shoreline at some point. And then you would have to keep walking, and no one's ever kept going south. Okay, you could have a compass with you. It's going to be pointing south by that point. Nobody in all of history.
But you're saying
from
there's
the globe
just
side,
water.
What's that?
You said just water, or am I?
No, I'm saying water needs a container.
No, I was asking what happened if I kept walking in a straight direction. You said
you're going to get to the ocean eventually.
Ocean.
Which direction are you walking?
Ocean. And then
from where you're at, from where you're at, where are you going? Which direction?
Any direction, really.
Okay, any direction. So let's say you left your house and you went south. Do you think you'd hit water at some point?
No, I'm asking you. I think you said water.
This is your hypothetical. I'm asking you about the details of your hypothetical situation.
No, I'm asking you. I'm curious about. How
would I know about your hypothetical? I'm asking you for the details of what you're imagining.
Walking in a straight line.
Where? What direction?
Any direction.
Holy cow. Well, you'd be walking in a straight line until you hit whatever, maybe a building, maybe a brick wall, maybe a cliff, maybe water. I don't know.
Okay, yeah, obviously. Okay.
How about if you walk in a straight
if there's
line?
a wall, you just... I understand it's really abstract, but if there's like a wall, you just sort of walk around it.
So now you're not going in a straight line?
Bro.
That's why I'm asking you about your details. That's why I'm asking you.
Yeah. Okay, so you walk around the wall, and then you regress back to your line.
Why would you do that? You're going straight. Straight lines do not connect at the ends. I know, that's why I'm asking you about it. Have you ever seen a straight line connect at both ends?
Dude, I don't understand what you're doing. I feel like you're trolling.
Have you ever? You told me you were going to end up where you were before. Have you ever seen a straight line connect at both ends?
I never said that.
Didn't you just say that?
Stuff. I never.
No, I heard you say you're going to end up where you started.
When did I say it? Guys, did you hear me?
Okay, well, apparently I misunderstood you. So if you walk in a straight line, hypothetically, you should be able to answer your own question. You'll be going straight until what?
Yeah, that's exactly my question.
Okay, so what is the point of the question?
I want to know what you think. I don't understand how you think this is so difficult. I'm asking you.
It is difficult. I'm asking you. You're on the land. You're straight line. What direction? Because from where you're at, you may in a few miles hit water. Or you might hit what?
My question.
I'm not. I'm asking you about your hypothetical and details.
You're kind of taking my question and throwing it back at me, which I guess I'm fine.
Of course I am. I want to know the details about your hypothetical. You ask us, what happens if I walk in a straight line? I'm not even trying to be a smart aleck. I'm going to say you're going to be walking straight. Do you have any other questions beyond that?
You actually are being a smart aleck. He's asking what happens after the water. How far do you go?
I don't even know if he'll hit water. I don't know what direction he's going.
Pick any direction and go 12,000 miles.
Okay. He's probably going to hit water at some point. Then he'll stop walking.
Then
he'll start swimming.
If I have a boat.
Then 20,000.
Okay, now you have a boat. Are you going to go straight? Okay, you're going to go straight in one direction. I don't know what the direction is. I don't know what happens after that. No one's ever done this. That's why this hypothetical stuff is just mental masturbation. It's a stupid question.
Very good question. You guys have some idea of the...
No, we don't. Excuse me, who here claimed that we know what's going to happen when this guy hypothetically walks in a straight line? Who here made a claim?
I said some
That's
idea.
true. You didn't make a claim.
I don't have any idea.
Okay, well, you have no idea. Why
it's
are you
a major flaw. That's it. Yeah, I'm sure you didn't make a claim. I'm just saying.
No one's ever walked in a straight line. No one's ever walked in a straight line and gone back to where they started.
just hasn't happened. I don't know why you're asking the question.
No, but like, what if you were to walk in a?
What if?
You said you
do
don't
it. Go
know.
do it. Go do
You
it.
said, dude, stop. You said you don't know what is going to happen.
Of course I don't know. I don't. You won't even tell me what direction you're going in this hypothetical. Am I supposed to be some kind of...
No, you can pick any direction. Pick the direction you want to describe.
Relative to what?
Where are you at right now? I'm guessing you're sitting in a chair or something. Just
no, I'm actually outside. But we're going to have to pick an actual coordinates. Like, we have to have a cardinal direction. So which direction am I going?
Okay, I'm gonna...
I'm in the middle of the continental United States, or the landmass that people identify as the United States. Which direction am I going?
I'm gonna reform the question. Is there any direction of your choice that you would be able to describe what is going to happen if you walk that direction?
I'll tell you what's going to happen. If I choose to go south, I'm going to run into a fence. So I'll have to navigate around the fence, and there's another fence. And then there's another fence after that. And then there's some trees.
The fences.
Right?
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. That's the kind of shit that happens when I go south from where I'm standing. That's why I'm asking you hypothetical. Do you know anybody that's walking in a straight direction?
Okay, there's a fence. Fantastic. But okay, let's say you walk around the fence.
Okay, I'm going to go around the fence. Now what? There's another fence. I'm going to go around that one.
You're going to hit fences. You're going to hit fences all along the way, and border crossings of countries. And so, what next?
I'll just simplify it for you. If you walk into,
you have a plane. Okay, all of your fences. Now you have a plane. Okay, I give you a plane. You don't have to worry about the fences.
Dude, why are you trolling us at this point? I can hear you laughing. Why are you trolling us at this point? Why are you being a dick?
I'm sorry for laughing, but I think it's kind of funny that you're like...
You have wind currents, you have jet streams and all sorts of things like that are like going to be like ocean currents if you're on a boat. So you have another big problem.
Yeah, planes don't fly in straight lines. Planes don't fly in straight lines.
Yeah, I'm not saying it would be easy. Obviously, there would be like, you would need a bunch of food and stuff, but I'm simply saying like, because it sounds like the existence of something is proven by an observation.
I don't even know what the point of your question is. Are you asking what's at the limit of the flat Earth? Is that what you're asking? You could have asked it a different way. Okay, I have no idea where it would be. Do you?
No.
Okay, so the point is that if the surface of the Earth is measured to be flat, that's the we're discussing. We're not discussing where the limit of it is. We're not doing mental masturbations and imagining or speculating where the limit would be. We're not talking about that. We're talking about the surface that can be measured. You're asking a question about hypotheticals that has no place in this conversation.
Actually, he wasn't even going there with that, too. He was just saying if you go in a straight line, you'll end up where you started. That's what he's saying. He's like, if they did that, would just prove the flat Earth.
I never said that. I have never said that.
He's saying he's not claiming that. So he's asking us about our imagination. Walk in a straight line and get to some kind of limit. Yes, there seems to be a limit to this place, although I don't know where it is and I don't know how to get there. If you have some ideas, please let me know.
Right. So can you not see now that there's a major flaw in your theory? You cannot explain.
No, there's no theory. What theory did I give you? Hold on a second. I don't like being accused of stuff I didn't say. What theory did anybody here proffer you?
That Earth is flat.
Is flat anything other than we're describing the surface of the Earth?
What?
Is flat anything other than a description of the surface of the Earth? We're not claiming any knowledge about an end point or anything like that. We're talking about what can be measured. The Earth is observably and measurably flat. There is no curve. We make no claims beyond that point. It's not a theory, it's a measurement.
Yeah, but your implication of that is that there is no limit. You can just keep walking.
I didn't say that. I said it seems to be that there is a limit. I don't know where that is. I'm not making claims about it. I don't know why you're having such a hard time understanding this.
You too, Dr. J. This goes for you too.
You're basically leaving out. You're not explaining what happens to the limit.
Do you want me to make something up? Do you want me to make something up for you?
No. I'm just saying that your theory doesn't include.
What theory?
It's inconsequential.
I didn't give you a theory.
The Earth is flat.
No, I told you that's a measurement. Are measurements theories? Everybody measures the Earth to be flat. What in the world's going on here? Is that a theory now?
It's irrespective to our claim, friend.
Okay,
it's irrespective to our claim, right? It doesn't have any bearing on our claim. Whether we can answer your questions to those things or not. Hey, bro, listen. Hey,
you don't know what's
listen for a moment.
That leaves out.
Listen for a moment, bro.
Questions.
Hey, listen. It's irrespective of our claim. It has no bearing on the validity of our actual claim, whether we can answer those questions or not. Right? So us not being able to answer a certain question, right? That question, where's the extent, where's the end, or anything like that, has no bearing on the validity of our actual claim. Unless you can show how it does. Can you demonstrate how us not being able to answer it has a bearing on the validity of our claim?
On what claim?
The Earth being flat, measurably.
Remember the observation you just went over?
It seems kind of weird that, you just keep walking towards the limit and there's nothing.
Nobody said that either.
Always something.
Nope. Nobody said that. Now you're putting words in our mouth, and I feel like you're at this point, because what you're doing right now is incredibly disrespectful.
It wouldn't.
Nobody claimed anything that you just said.
Okay,
exactly.
It
wouldn't matter.
Yeah, you're leaving out. You're sort of saying we don't know what happens if you.
That's exactly what I'm saying. I said that earlier. I have no idea. Do you want me to make something up?
Yeah, and that's sort of.
Oh, now you do want me to make something up. Okay, so let me make something up. When we start walking straight, now we run into unicorns. How about that? There's just a big stack of unicorns that surround the Earth. There you go. I made something up. Is that good enough for you?
I think there's cats surrounding the Earth and they knock things off when they get too close.
It's definitely unicats.
Unicats. We're trying to help you understand that
I told you straight away when you came in here exactly what we mean in the context of flat Earth. Flat's not a shape. We're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth, right? You guys on the globe side, you're the one making the claim about the shape of the Earth. When we test it, it doesn't match up. We just detect flat water over huge distances. Most of the surface of the Earth is water, so it can't be a globe. Simple. It's very simple.
And what's at the extent of that, right?
Yeah, unicats.
What's at the extent of reality is irrelevant to that fact.
Okay, so I'm sort of having a headache.
I know, and that's understandable. I can understand, friend, because we've all been conditioned where there's an ocean of answers that are given to us about physical reality, and much of it unconfirmed and unverifiable, but they're answers nevertheless, right? You have all these answers about the universe and everything, okay? Right to its beginning, the Big Bang and the expansion of the universe and galaxies, all this stuff, right? There's all these answers to questions that people have, right? Doesn't mean that you can verify any of them. We're being intellectually honest about some of those questions and saying, we don't actually know. Is there anything wrong with that?
Sounds like a great idea.
No, that's completely fine.
Yeah,
But
like if we make a claim,
I guess
and then
you would have
ask,
to sort of pick between which theory you would choose to believe in, or which explanation of reality you would
Well, it's
want
not
to
a
believe
belief
in.
for me. I don't believe the Earth is flat.
I'm not talking about you, then I'm talking about the other people. But you would
They don't believe that the Earth is flat either.
which explanation you trust.
Well, we picked the one that is observable, measurable, and reproducible.
Okay, but someone who doesn't believe that the Earth is flat could say the same thing.
Well, then they're just lazy and they don't want to get off their butts and go and produce evidence.
Right. All right. What about for
we
somebody that
went
believes
to
in the
the moon.
heliocentric
I don't know
paradigm,
if, how
right?
can you say that we're lazy? We have gone to the moon, so I mean, I'm pretty lazy, honestly.
Well, you
The people
didn't
who
go
went to
out.
the
You
moon,
didn't go out and
they're
measure
not
the Earth.
lazy.
You just took NASA's word for it. You said NASA must be right. They went to space.
All
They
right.
went to the moon.
So what's beyond what's
kinda.
beyond the
That's,
known universe? What's beyond the
that's,
known universe, Jench?
I want to answer this question first. Yeah, that's a pretty good point. I'm sort of trusting NASA blindly, but I'm simply saying that I sort of have to weigh. You would have to weigh how much do you distrust NASA and all other people who have made the observation that the Earth is not flat, versus sort of how unrealistic is it that it would just keep going to infinity.
How do you gauge that?
Yeah, that's a really good point, actually. I think maybe my engagement is just that I trust more people. I trust NASA more, and maybe you just have zero trust for.
No, it's not. It's,
I think
yeah,
you would
but
probably
why?
need-
Why? But why?
You
Why
would
do we have
probably
that
suspect
distrust
an
now?
incentive for
But
NASA
why?
to
The
lie
question
to you.
is why we have that distrust, Jench.
Yeah, why do you have that?
Because of the evidence that was presented to you.
Okay, and what about evidence that points to the opposite?
They don't have any.
yeah, just give me
they kinda
just
do.
1 second.
They
I
kinda
really want to show him something. Okay, just have a look in the side chat, my friend. Okay, this isn't proof, right? I just want you to just be logical right now. Okay, I'm just going to post something in just a second. Right, have a look at this. Okay, so this is what you're defending right now. Right, this ridiculous looking footage that NASA presents to us. Completely, that you have complete faith in this footage that looks absolutely ridiculously fake. Right, this is just one clip. I could keep showing you clips and you would probably be like, how, like, bullshit. That can't possibly be really NASA footage that you're showing me right now. Prove to me that that's NASA footage. Okay, but this is NASA footage from the Apollo missions, allegedly, right? What's even shooting that, right? What's even filming that lunar module orbiting around the moon? But just look at the movement of it, right? Look how ridiculous it looks, right? And this is one of the better ones, right? I saved the best for last, right? Because there's much worse looking footage than this, right? This is who you're defending right now.
I don't see how that's weird, honestly. It's kind of a...
Really? So that's a sign of hypnosis. Okay, so if I show you something that's obviously ridiculously looking fake and you're like, I don't see the problem with that, right? Then you're brainwashed. And you're going to have to like sort that out, right? That's like going to a hypnosis seminar, right? And there's a guy who was hypnotized on the stage clucking like a chicken around the stage.
Bro, it's...
And you go and try to convince him he's not a chicken and he just keeps clucking.
Dude,
that's just it's hypnosis.
And it's rotating a little bit. It's not that crazy.
Dude, most people that I show that to, right, they don't believe that that could possibly be NASA footage.
But why?
I'm going to show you another one.
I'm not a rocket
scientist. Here's another one. This is the real test. This is the real test right now.
It's like a rocket just...
Bro, come on. Right, put on your like common sense cap right now and have a look at this next footage that I've shown you. Does this look realistic to you? I'm not even saying it's fake. I'm just saying, like, have some common sense here. Does this actually look realistic to you?
I don't see how it would be defying the laws of physics, really.
Okay.
What, like pushing off of a medium?
Or, like, would you mind explaining why you think it's not real?
I don't have to. Right? Anyone.
Okay. Well, then I'm gonna
can see that this footage looks ridiculous.
Not ridiculous. I mean,
what about my footage? What about my footage, Finch? With the rocket burner thruster?
Rocket. Okay, let me see here. Rocket.
One right above it. Or running by right above DJ.
I don't even see what that's supposed to.
It's supposed to be a rocket in space.
A rocket in space, right?
Yeah. Can you explain what's happening there and why that would be possible? Because I see a mouse crawling across the thruster that's like burning red hot, and they're in the vacuum of space.
Okay, I see maybe what you're talking about, but that's not like that's some gray
Why would this
pixels,
stuff?
and you're saying like that's a mouse.
Jench, why would this sort of footage just deserve the default position of being true?
Because that's the simplest assumption, really. You would have to
Simplest
assume
assumption
that
of
NASA
what?
has some incentive to lie otherwise.
No, why would you not want to scrutinize it? It's an extraordinary claim.
Yeah, but it's like, okay, I look at my hand right now and I have 5 fingers. But I could be dreaming or maybe something like that.
Come on, man. So
But
you
I'm
need
sort
somebody
of
else to tell you that you have five,
for
that you have a hand and 5
pragmatical
fingers?
reasons that I have 5 fingers. Simply because...
Do you need somebody else to tell you that you have a hand and 5 fingers in order for you to know that?
No, because they could be a part of my dream. But my point is that...
What if I told you your hand was
please.
A unicorn hoof?
My point is that I'm trying to, from a pragmatical perspective...
Yeah, I'm the authority. I was a paramedic for 15 years.
It's
your
most reasonable
hand is
that
not
I
a
have 5
hand, it's a
fingers.
unicorn hoof. Why would I lie?
And tell me what the difference is between someone from NASA presenting this to you and claiming it's true, and your town drunk presenting it to you and claiming that they did it.
So if a drunk came up to me and showed me some stuff, if he has like a PhD and like access to lots of equipment, then maybe I would trust him. But usually that's not the case.
Seriously, you're that gullible?
Yeah, I am that gullible that I think my hand has 5 fingers. I'm also that gullible that I believe that NASA doesn't have an incentive to lie. I mean,
Also,
I kind of agree with your line of reason. You have to, at some point, say, hey, I'm gonna accept this because of pragmatical reasons. When you step out of your bed, you have to be a little bit gullible that there's not someone who has booby-trapped your entire house. So you need some level of gullibility to sort of live. Otherwise, you're just gonna starve in your bed.
How does this subjectivism, right, cause you to disregard the evidence that was presented to you of the surface geometry?
Wait, could you repeat that question, please?
How does this sort of subjective view, right, where you're left with, oh, I have a choice. I can believe these people based on this notion that they have some sort of authority and greater education than me, and a much funding and ability to do what they say they're doing, right? Where you can't go and validate it, you just have to trust them, right? Versus the evidence that was presented to you that is quite within your capability of going and verifying. the long distance observations, the lack of curvature that can be observed or measured on the surface. Which one trumps the other?
Which one is more realistic? Is that what you're asking?
Which one takes precedence? Which one rules out the other?
Just whichever makes the least amount of assumptions.
Or whichever one requires the least amount of blind faith as well, right?
I agree with that. Earth looks flat and measures flat, therefore it is flat. Pretty direct. Or you could go with the Earth looks flat, measures flat, and is practically used as flat every day, but the authority is going to tell you that that's an optical illusion, and really it's just too big for you to tell.
I mean, you're signing over your own senses and your own ability to test the surface yourself directly for the word of strangers that supposedly have some sort of authority.
If you knew what they really did, you wouldn't be doing that to them.
And just to add one thing, Jench, right? It's completely normal the way you're reacting to this information. Like, we're not judging you for not buying into it and saying, oh yeah, this all makes perfect sense, now I'm a flat earther. We would respect you less if you did that, right? You should be skeptical, critical, analyze everything we're saying, critique everything we're saying, and then go do a ton more research if you choose to get to the truth.
Absolutely. But you should be applying the same amount of scrutiny towards what you're trying to defend as well. These people, these so-called agencies, NASA, you're not obligated to just believe in them. You don't owe them anything.
Yeah, you're completely right, but it's more so that you would want to believe the most, or like, again, I'm repeating myself, but with you stepping out of bed in the morning, you don't have an obligation to trust that it's not booby-trapped, but it's sort of...
Yeah, you should just... Maybe you could check. If you're worried about that, you could check. Right, and if there's no booby traps, then you're good to go. Right, it's not really analogous, but look, this is the thing, right? There has to be certain characteristics if you have a ball Earth. Okay, there has to be Earth curvature, and there has to be a certain amount over a certain distance. Has to be there. Something that's 20 miles away has to be hidden by a certain amount depending on the height that you're observing it from. Okay, there has to be approximately 293 foot of curvature over a 21-mile lake, for example. Okay, I say 21 miles because we have a great observation over a 21-mile lake where there's zero curvature. Okay, but there should be 293 foot. And it's not that there should be, there has to be. It has to be there if the Earth's a globe. Okay, and that radius value has to be correct to have gravity, to have space travel, to have the distance to the planets and sun and the entire heliocentric model. It's all requiring on that R value that's in all of the mathematical formulas. The R equals the radius of the Earth, 3959. Okay, and then if you have 39.
My question is, what incentive does the government have to lie to its people about the curvature of the planet?
Can you up your volume a little bit? I did hear what you said, but you're coming in a bit low. But yeah, I think most people that work at the government, they're not lying. Okay, it's a huge, giant organization of individual people that have compartmentalization. They have different jobs to do on a need-to-know basis, right? Many people have NDAs and things like that. So most people that work for the government absolutely believe the Earth's a globe. probably up to the highest
You're
levels.
saying
Like
that that's like a massive orchestra.
Okay, but
That's you're making a lot of.
I'm saying it's not.
My question
Saying
was,
it's not.
okay, there's a cabal of people who know it's actually flat. Why
Is there?
are they telling?
We don't know that. We're not claiming that.
Yeah, we
We're
didn't
not
claim
claiming
that.
that.
And if you were to claim that, then we would say, okay, write us a list, right, and then provide the proof that the people on the list are actively lying, and that would be very difficult to do. Most people just blindly believe the Earth's a globe because that's what they were taught from a young age.
Exactly,
because
and it's
they've gone out
quite
and
within the
tested
realm
it.
of possibility, right? That people can think that and still believe that the Earth is a globe spinning on its axis, revolving around the sun in outer space, inside an ever-expanding universe, amongst all these other galaxies, right? And we're just one in a trillion, billion, million, right? And still fake being able to go to space.
Why they're lying is irrelevant if you don't know what they're lying about.
You also have to realize that most of us in here, right, and I can speak for myself, I believed in NASA for 40 years. I saw their space balls, pictures that they sent, from the moon, whatever. And then one day I realized, why don't they just scrutinize it a little bit? All right, if Earth is a ball, it has curved water on it, let's go out and check it. Right, I'm from Sweden too. So you can see Denmark from Sweden, from Malmö, right? That's 60 kilometers away. Should be hidden by 20 meters of curved water. It isn't. And I bet you can see Öland or something like that as well from the coastline in Kalmar. So you don't have to trust us. You don't have to trust the test we are presenting here. We have presented a method, right? A way for you to figure it out for yourself. You can find some place where you can see 10 kilometers over water. You notice that water doesn't curve. What does that mean in practice? That means that the space ball that they showed you with curving water is fake. That's what it means. And then, at that point, you no longer trust NASA. That's how I came to the conclusion. It's not that I started out by not trusting NASA. I started out by trusting them, and I took their pictures and I scrutinized down here by doing measurements myself over water. And that's all we're asking you to do. You can go out, you can see if you can see further than 5 kilometers out. I'm guessing maybe you're 180 plus centimeters. These people are tall, right? So you can see. Can you see? Have you ever seen further than 5
I'm sorry if
kilometers?
this comes out as offensive, but whenever you say that you guys have made observations yourself, I kind of just feel like you're kind of bad at making measurements. How come there's no mathematicians or physicists that believe in
Hey, bro,
flat Earth?
DJ told you that observation he presented to you was by a PhD who went out to test to see if the globe claims were true, and as a result, had to become a flat earther.
Wait, what is the name of the guy? I'm gonna scroll up here.
Dr. John D.
Yeah. Just make one more point before I stop talking to you personally. When you hear information from a person, it doesn't matter if it is a janitor or a PhD, you just need to scrutinize the information. You don't have to scrutinize the source where it came from. That's irrelevant, right?
Yeah.
You get that,
Great
right?
point. Just want to let you know,
exactly what I was
Wayne, you're
thinking.
coming in a little bit muffled.
Yeah, sorry, I got my headphones on there.
What, Dr. John
D like David.
Yeah, I'm getting some old guy who lived in the 5th, 16th century. I don't think it's him.
That's a different John D. The consort to Elizabeth. Nice.
Could you send me I don't know, a link or something to some page. I genuinely cannot seem to find him. Dr. John D.
Well, if you click on the video, it'll direct you to YouTube, his YouTube channel. Like you can at least to be able to see his bio on his YouTube page, see if there's any information there. Last time I checked, he did have a link to an email account. I'm not sure there was a problem with it. I'm not sure if he's rectified that
I have his YouTube channel.
Sorry?
I got his YouTube channel now.
There you go. Yep, that is all the information.
I'm gonna be frank with you. It's a YouTube channel. It says Dr. John D. There's nothing here that proves that he has a PhD.
That's fine. That's fine. At least you can now view his content, go over his work, and see if you can critique it or find any fault or error in his actual work that he's presenting to you.
And so now that's kind of where I have a problem, because he has gone down a deep rabbit hole, and now I need to go down that rabbit hole.
Why don't you just go and look at it instead? Just go and watch it. Do you need someone to have a PhD to build your house? Bro, listen, do you have to, how far do you extend this out?
I asked if there was someone with a PhD who believed the earth was flat.
Who gives a shit, man? Honestly, it doesn't matter.
It doesn't really matter. You're kind of...
Can you measure anything yourself? Do you have to have a PhD to build a house?
I'm just curious, because you said, we do have people who have PhD who support the idea that the earth is flat. And now you're saying, I might not have a PhD.
Why don't you go and look at the observation, right, and just think about it critically yourself and see if there's any fault to it or how it could possibly be wrong, or if there's something wrong with the data. Why don't you look at it first instead of just throwing it out because you can't find someone who has a couple of letters beside their name?
I have been out in the ocean and watched how they...
Yeah, but you made assumptions. I told you originally when you came in here that you need to make a bunch of assumptions for that. Okay, we can show bottom-up obstruction
even more assumptions
over a flat surface
if I want to believe your stuff.
No, you don't have to make any assumptions. Okay, you can go and validate everything that we're telling you yourself. Right? I've done it myself. Okay, you can go and do it yourself as well. It doesn't even cost that much. Okay, and look, we don't need to appeal to authority, although, right, in saying that, it doesn't matter what letters are next to someone's name. The observation that Dr. John D., who is a PhD, did do, right, that could have been done by, anyone, right? Anyone could have been behind that camera, and it would have been the same results. Okay, it doesn't matter who's behind the camera, but yeah, sure, we have geophysicists, we have engineers like Brian Mullins, all sorts of different people, right? We have tons of pilots, right? I can show you hours and hours of interviews with pilots who are flat earthers, aerospace engineers, all sorts of people, right? That architects,
for you to do that.
Geophysicists.
Yeah, exactly. All of these people, okay, and then all of these people that also don't talk about it, that know about it, okay, because it might be detrimental to dox themselves, right, and become judged and sort of pushed out of their career because it's an unpopular, position. But just look at the empirical evidence, man. That's all I'm saying.
I think maybe, if I might interject for a second, I think maybe this gentleman is asking a question, but he's not actually asking the question that he wants to ask. I believe it's Jens, right? I think Jens wants to know, are there PhDs or people in high authority that have this information and have provided it out into the public? And why not? So maybe, I think he's beating around the bush. I think what he really wants to know, I could be wrong, you correct me if I'm wrong, but I think you're asking are there people in public awareness that have this information and have propagated it out into the public? But if you're thinking that, you're not taking into account what those people are up against. All of the world's curriculums, think about it. A lot of the occupations are all under this impression that the Earth is a globe. So it's no wonder that these people have not like gone out like and so I mean they have YouTube channels and so forth, but they're not in a public forum where they're like on TED Talks or something, or on like on the news or anything like that. It's not going to be allowed.
Did we hear anything back from the math professors?
I don't know how you can say that it's not allowed. You're sitting here right now.
You said it's not going to be allowed.
We're having a discussion. There's no one who's not allowing this discussion to happen.
Hey, someone's microphone's really low who's talking in the background. But look, this is what I'm going to say. Like, okay, the high-level engineer called Brian Mullins, he made a series, which we can share with you, called Balls Out Physics, where he goes over a whole bunch of different issues with physics in relation to the globe model. Now, he was attacked like crazy to the point where he had to move his location. He was forced to stop making flat Earth content in fear of being threatened of losing his job. He was physically threatened. He talks about all of this in his videos as well, when he was able to make them. But yeah, he had to stop making content. Okay, I've posted 3 hours worth of interviews with airline pilots, aerospace engineers, military pilots. Right, there's the link there. If you scroll up a little bit, I posted a PhD geophysicist saying the Earth's flat. Right, he goes over a bunch of information. You can look up his name. You can look up his credentials. He's quite decorated. But yeah, you're going to find a lot of people, that have credentials. Right, we have a guy in here, I'm not going to name any names, but we have a guy in here who's a university professor of architecture. Well, all sorts of different people from all different fields. A great friend of mine from in here as well. He's an ex-aerospace engineer. Well, he worked in that industry, right, at a high level.
Why X? Why is
people retire? Like when people get older, right, they retire from their jobs. That's why.
Yeah, there's a huge amount of stigma involved. I mean, we're tolerated. We're tolerated with what we talk about.
I put my thread in there also. DJ put geophysicist Alfonso Amidio. He's one of those guys in my thread, but Hervé Raboni, world-renowned sailor that won the Antarctica Cup. There's a Dutch pilot who literally lost her commercial pilot's license because she asked the question, why doesn't my what is this thing called?
Gyroscope.
Gyroscope, thank you. Flip upside down when I fly over to the other side of the world. Why does it stay right side up?
Yeah, KLM airline pilot, a Dutch pilot. Yeah, she did a whole seminar on it. And, instead of people analyzing the information, she was actually grounded.
Yeah. Former NASA employee. Let's see. There was a F-16 fighter pilot who was flying at the same altitude as the top of Mount Everest and decided to shoot his radar to the tip of Mount Everest and found out that he was level when he was like 300 miles away.
Yeah, the list goes on. And if you
astronauts, Russian astronaut, Polish astronaut, that say the Earth is flat.
Yeah, multiple
Excuse
Russian.
me, did you say that the gyro doesn't flip on the other side of the world?
Yeah, I'll post the interview with the lady talking about that. I'll just find it now.
But let's also, I want to point out that this isn't exclusive. Like people presenting alternative views, and in receiving backlash and resistance from the mainstream is not exclusive to Flat Earth. There's people who have put their careers on the line to present to the world alternative views against evolution and other things that are commonly accepted as being true within, within academia. And, they've been ridiculed and lost tenure and jobs and reputation for standing up for going against the mainstream.
The mainstream.
Yeah, you know what that means?
Mainstream views, commonly held beliefs, much of which is presented to the world without any actual evidence.
Without evidence. Just beliefs without evidence.
Correct. Like the globe, for example, right? Where's the evidence that the Earth is curving? Throughout all of history, show us one example of anyone that's gone out and empirically validated that the Earth is actually curving over distance. What you're going to find is that that's not how the globe became a thing in the first place. And no one's done that. And when you go out and try to do that, right, that's when you are able to see magnitudes further than you should be able to see if the Earth's a globe. You're just going to find flatness.
Do other methods of testing if the world is round not apply here, or is this just curvature?
Okay, name one. Yeah, curvature of the Earth, right? Obviously, that is the number one requirement to have curvature of the Earth. Okay, if you're going to have a curved Earth, curvature of the Earth is the thing that you're going to need to have curvature of the Earth, right? To have a globe. Yeah, so who validated that?
The other day I was in this channel and I brought up rockets and guidance and how rockets have, pitch, angle, and yaw. And that the rockets, if you follow and track them on computers, still fly downwards, pointing downwards and still going through the horizon downwards.
You're going to have Cezu on your case in a minute using that term.
Excuse me?
Yeah, show us the data and we'll critically analyze it in good faith.
The data.
What you're probably going to look at is data that's been implanted into a spherical coordinate system. Right, like a WGS
and raw data. And raw data.
Yeah, show us the raw data and show us how you validated the raw data to be correct.
Wait, you seriously have raw data? Please present that.
Also, the everything that goes with the raw data, so we can decipher it.
Excuse me. And if somebody provided this raw data and the raw data proved, that this rocket flew in a certain direction at a certain angle, and without a shadow of a doubt proved that it went through the horizon and continued flying downwards, then what are you going to say? Just asking, We're
going to analyze it. We're just going to analyze it. We're going to look for repetition. And we're gonna go out and we're gonna test the surface to make sure that claim matches up with reality in a way that anyone can test it. Okay, so we're gonna go and check if there's actually curvature. What is the horizon? What do you think the horizon is? What's the definition of horizon? The apparent location where the sky and the ground meet, or a geometric location that's a byproduct of Earth curvature? Which one is it?
If you prove to yourself that the data is all in order and it just proves that the world is indeed round, what are you going to say then?
Then it's round.
Or it's flat. Still going to say it's flat.
We can shut this shit down. Yeah,
I'll definitely be leading. If you bring that, I'll be leading. I'll just say it. So that would be awesome if you could go and get it.
Yeah, Drace AI makes a pretty good point in the side chat. Downward is in reference to a horizontal, so downward would still be a flat Earth.
No, downward is a reference to the degrees of angle.
Yeah, but if you describe downward, that is in reference to horizontal. Up and down are in reference to a horizontal. You cannot have downward on a sphere. There's only in and out, right?
Sure, but it still goes down.
Okay. Well, so that's a flat Earth. Like, dude.
Well, I mean, the other day somebody said, well, the object is just disappearing in the distance because of its, flying away.
How do you have an angle to it? So how do you have a visual angle to something you can't see anymore?
Sure, but rockets certainly don't fly parallel to the surface, do they?
Well, you'd have to prove that.
Hey, Kage. Even if
Do
we
you
had
have any
rockets,
proof yourselves for your flat Earth?
listen, bro,
Yeah,
even
measured.
even if you had a rocket making McDonald's arches over the Earth, that doesn't change the shape of the ground, right? You understand what I'm saying?
Do you have a
if I had a
map?
toy
The world's,
airplane,
flat Earth map that I could
If
just?
Why would we need a map?
I want to see what this flat Earth looks like.
Oh, well, then just go outside. It looks like that.
Outside. Exactly.
But can I not see a map, a 2D representation on a piece of paper? How it looks?
That's not what flat. That's not flat Earth. That's not flat Earth, bro.
There's 200 projection maps of the Earth. Excuse me, friend. Projection maps of the Earth. Which one of them is correct?
Yeah, you
I
can
don't
use
know.
a map, dude. You can use maps. Maps are flat, dude. You can use those. That's depth.
Oh, hold up. No, wait. Hold up. Wait. I don't know what I'm looking at, so I'm asking you guys who have obviously the more knowledge and the right knowledge here, and the
None of that.
information and
We
evidence.
didn't claim to have that knowledge. We didn't claim to have that knowledge, bro. I just told you that's not flat Earth. That's not what we're talking about.
Okay, I want to finish what I have to say and relax, right? So, I'm just asking if you have any map that I can look at of the flat Earth.
No, I don't. Personally, I don't.
I use Google
Why
Maps
not?
myself.
How would we have a map? How would we have obtained that map?
We do,
I don't know.
Sonny.
You tell
I
me
use
how.
Google Maps.
You don't know? Yeah.
Well,
how are maps
I don't know.
obtained?
You tell me. You tell me how.
How are maps obtained?
That's why you'll never have one.
I don't know. You tell me.
Yeah, to have them, I'll tell you. So,
Yeah. Teach me.
Hold on. So to have a map of the entire Earth, you would need to know the entire extent of the Earth. Nobody has that information.
Really? No one has this information.
No one has that information. No one has actually
So
surveyed the entire Earth in its entirety, all the extremities. No one has ever done that. If you can
How
tell
are
me,
planes flying around then, and
planes are flying around in the air.
Wait a minute, man. Calm down. Just trying to fucking talk, right? I'm just trying to have a few words I want to say, right?
Go ahead.
How are planes flying from point A to point B with almost near perfect precision when we don't even have a flat Earth map? How is that possible?
Because the Earth is
The
flat.
planes are flying in the air. They fly from point to point, just like you said. And
Oh, what? Visually? They just, fly visually?
I didn't say visually. They fly from point to point using a map.
They use flight charts.
Using a map?
They use navigation.
Flight charts.
They use navigational
they do
charts.
and they do use landmarks. Yes, visually. Yes.
Are those maps that they use based off of a spherical Earth model or flat?
No, they're flat maps. They're just like maritime navigational maps, but they're in the air. They're referencing the ground.
Oh, so when a plane,
it's a combination of stuff. I mean,
So,
they've
on a
got
flight-
systems in their aircraft. They use visual cues.
I don't know
They
how
have a
this
coordinate
works.
system. They have navigational charts. They have ground to air control guidance. There's a bunch of different stuff that goes into getting a plane from one point to another, not just a fucking map.
Well, he said
Is
he
that all
doesn't know
based
how
off of?
anything works. He doesn't know how
Is that
anything
based
works
off of
anymore.
spherical models or flat models?
They're all flat.
Maps are flat. They use tools when they're navigating. They use tools such as parallel rulers, compasses. These are all tools that are used on flat navigational charts, not curved ones.
What about ships? How do ships navigate? Do they also
Ships
use
navigate
flat,
the same way with parallel rules, compasses.
What else
and-
do you want to know about? Yeah, we don't even have to go into the weeds with him. What else do you want to know about? So you got planes and ships. What else? Air balloons?
Why are you getting aggressive, sir?
How do
I'm
trains?
just trying to hurry it up because you want to know about how airplanes work, and then I heard
All
you
right,
say,
I'm sorry, I'll be quiet.
You don't understand anything anymore. Everything's confusing to you. So we're trying to straighten it all out for you.
How did Japan attack the United States? Like, is the Pacific like?
Yeah, they flew. They went with an aircraft carrier to a certain point and then attacked.
You retards, like it is like. Are you like
Retards.
Aircraft carrier.
Hilarious.
Yeah, hold on a second. Who's this talking right now? Who's this arrogant douchebag that wants to call us retards?
That was Trev.
Is he gone? Did he run away?
I have a
Trev.
question. And so I
Jench,
guess you
ask your
live
question.
somewhere. Do you guys?
Yeah, everyone lives somewhere. Yeah.
Do you guys trust? So Google has this website, Google Earth.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm guessing you don't trust that model. But like, where? At what point does it not? Is it not accurate?
Google Earth uses GPS, and that's based on a flat Earth elevation angles.
Yeah, Google Earth uses a Web Mercator projection, by the way. Like, so do you know anything about Google Earth? Or are you just baseless? Like, is it a baseless claim?
But there's like, you can prove mathematically that you cannot map sphere ice. You cannot. There's no isomorphism that's like continuous to a flat surface. So that means that you can have a map. Like, obviously, Google Maps, that's a map. But there's some points on the map in where they are not continuous. So like on now you would have to trust my model, but on Google Maps,
it's not your model.
On the edge,
so what you're talking about is a Web Mercator projection. It's a big rectangular map.
Yes, exactly.
It's like a cylinder that's flattened out, right, based off the spherical coordinate system that originated from the way that we take elevation angles.
Why is it cylinder if it's a flat Earth, though?
That's the Web Mercator projection. Okay, there's hundreds of different map projections. Hold on a second, bro. I'm answering the other guy's question. Okay, so there's tons of different map projections based off a spherical coordinate system which originated from the way we take elevation angles to Polaris, right? It's a sky-based coordinate system, which is a spherical coordinate system, which is flattened out into different projections, which have different purposes.
So in order for the world to be flat, you would have to point. You would have to be able to point on a point on the Earth. Google
if someone
Earth,
asks me a question and then I answer that question,
something that's not continuous.
Can you hear me saying Jench? If I'm talking to the other guy real quick, right? He asked me a question and then I answered his question. Obviously, he should have a chance to reply to what I said.
Yeah, I mean, if the world is flat, right? I mean, why is the projection cylindrical or any other shape? Why isn't it a flat projection?
Yeah,
we got 200 projections. What you want? We have heart shapes. We have club shapes. They have circle shapes, squares, rectangles.
I'm sorry, I thought he was responding to me, sir. Why are you? I thought he was responding.
I'm just asking you what kind of map you want. We got one.
Yeah, but I thought he was responding, sir.
Different shapes on it.
Yeah, the all projections based off the originating from the celestial sphere model. Okay, a sky coordinate.
Wait, what did you say?
Conceptual.
Wait, hold up. Can you repeat that again? Celestial.
Yeah,
what?
you know what the celestial sphere? You know what that is, right? It was used by ancient cultures far before. Yeah, what do you know about the celestial sphere? It was used by cultures far beyond anyone even suggests. Let me finish talking. Let me finish talking.
There is no projection. It's mathematically impossible.
Wow.
No. Oh my
Sorry,
God.
why isn't it the celestial flat sky? Why is it the celestial sphere?
Yeah, because it's an imaginary way of conceptualizing the way that we view the sky, right? It's based off perspective. And that we see in a hemispheric dome of perspective with the way that we view the sky. So you can look at it, you go look up celestial sphere. What you're going to see in all of the videos is that it's an imaginary way of
I just Googled
conceptualizing the way that we view the heavens, like the sky. So all of the cultures, before anyone even suggested that the Earth's a globe, right? They had the celestial sphere, and then some crazy cultists came along, like Pythagoras and whatnot. Okay, who worship. No, Pythagoras was the first person to allegedly suggest the Earth was a globe. Right? He was a crazy cultist, a cult leader. Yeah, who thought that the universe was a musical instrument and thought that he was all of these. He thought he was a bird in a past life. Right? All sorts of crazy stuff. Okay, and he thought that the planets gave out musical notes and all sorts of crazy shit, right? Anyway, these people, right, and people that followed him, they took this celestial sphere and they inverted it into a terrestrial sphere, a terrestrial coordinate system based off the celestial coordinate system based off philosophical grounds, right? Not because anyone went out and actually validated that that's real, right? Just based off like the fact that Pythagoras thought that a sphere was like a divine shape. It was like the perfect shape, and the creator must have, created the earth as this perfect shape, the sphere. And eventually, right, they modeled this celestial sphere, right, into a coordinate system. And then they inverted that into a terrestrial sphere.
Well, why is it called the celestial sphere? Why not the celestial?
Because
plane?
of the things in the sky. The things in the sky, celestial bodies.
Oh, they're stars.
So
In every direction.
You only see so far in all directions. So once you look up and you keep looking up, it makes a sphere shape from your
It's
eyes.
half a sphere.
Whatever you want.
No, not like that. Right. Let me give you an example. Right. Let's say you go out into the ocean. Just let me give you an example so it makes sense. Right. Say you go out into the ocean on a canoe, and all you can see is water all around you. Okay. If you plot out the maximum distance you can see, 360 degrees around you, you can see the same distance in all directions. So if you plot that out, that's going to form a spherical horizon. It's going to be flat, but it's going to be a circle. Right?
Spherical horizon.
Yeah, spherical. It's you see in a circle. Okay, because if you look at 1 degree, you see 3 miles. Just hypothetically. Okay, just I don't know whatever distance it is. You see the same distance. You turn to the right a little bit. You see the same distance. You turn to the right a little bit. Go all the way around. Right, you can see 3 miles or whatever distance it is based off your observer height. That you can. Okay, so you plot that out. It's going to make a circle of vision. Okay, so that's the baseline, right? That's the circular horizon that's still flat. And then let's just say we have a plane at 1 degree, okay? And it flies straight over the top of your head, and it goes over your head, and then it keeps going straight, and it disappears into the distance. You're going to watch it because of perspective, right? It's going to look like it comes up from the horizon, it goes up in a big giant arc over the top of your head, and then as you turn around and watch it fly away, it's going to look like it goes down in the distance due to perspective. Okay, and now plot out that path, right? Say it's got a big giant contrail coming out the back of the plane and it stays there. Okay, and now each degree, you have another plane flying over the top of you, right? Plot that whole thing out. Say contrails are behind the plane and they stay there in the sky. It's going to make a big giant dome over the top of you, right? Even though those planes were all at the same altitude from point A to point B. Right, due to perspective, we see in a big giant half sphere kind of thing, right? Just due to the way that we see. The same thing applies to the clouds, okay, the stars, the sun, the moon, or everything, right? That's how we see, right? We see in perspective, linear perspective. Okay, and that's how the celestial sphere became a thing, because that's how we see the sky.
Okay.
Yeah. And then people like Pythagoras, they started people kind of worshipped the celestial sphere. If you look at the old statues of Atlas, in the modern depictions of that, they changed him holding the celestial sphere and they changed it to a globe. But if you look at the old actual sculptures, he's actually holding up a celestial sphere. People kind of worshipped the celestial sphere in a way. It was kind of weird. But even these cultures, they were like flat Earth cultures. And then when people like Pythagoras and the people after him came along, they were kind of culty. They were kind of weird. If you look into it, that's a different rabbit hole. But they inverted that celestial sphere into a terrestrial sphere, right? So it was turned into a coordinate system. Okay, and we still have that same coordinate system now. It's called the WGS-84 geoid. And it's based off flat Earth angle measurements to Polaris. Right, so if it's does that make sense or not?
Sure, I find it very interesting that it's called the celestial sphere.
Yeah,
that's all you took from that. Come on, man.
But DJ literally laid that out beautifully.
Don't forget the use of fictitious observer in the center of the Earth, right, and then transpose that to the surface of the Earth, right? And they say, oh, that's the celestial sphere. And then the terrestrial sphere is basically the surface of the Earth. So the terrestrial sphere and the celestial sphere, they're both concentric spheres, right? And they picture the Earth at the center of the celestial sphere, assuming a fictitious observer at the center of the Earth, and then using that to get their angles. Right, when they get their flat baseline, they're not using a flat.
No, they don't. They stand on a ball when they get their angles. When you go outside, you don't pretend you're in the center of Earth. When you're on the ocean, you pretend you're on the ocean. You don't pretend you're in the center of Earth.
No, he's talking about the celestial sphere. Like then it transposes the
Exactly. I'm saying
it assumes.
No, that's right. Yeah. Look, I'll read this out really quick, right? Long before the Earth was mathematically defined as a globe, ancient astronomers visualized the heavens as a perfect rotating sphere with fixed stars attached to its inner surface. This was purely a geometric observational construct. It was a model of appearance, not of substance. The Greeks, Egyptians, Babylonians, and early Indian astronomers all described the sky as a dome or a sphere revolving around a stationary Earth. And if you actually have a look at the ancient depictions of what these ancient cultures that were flat earthers depicted this place as, you'll see that, right? You'll see that's what they're all depicting.
Okay, why are all these guys posting in side chat this spherical Earth?
I'm reading something, so I wasn't looking in the side chat.
Yeah. Why do I constantly see spherical?
You're not paying attention to anybody. You're worried about the word sphere, and you're worried about what other people.
Take it easy. Take it easy, bro. I'm just asking you a random question. Why are you getting aggressive?
Somebody is talking, dude. You're worried about other people instead of the guy talking.
No, I listened to what he had to say, and that's very interesting.
Yeah, have a look at what Drace the first thing.
Why? Can we just clarify that you understand why it's called a celestial sphere now? Do you understand that? Does that make sense?
Sure. But you see, my next question is, how is this related to let's say, air travel? Since everything
he doesn't know. He's not listening.
Well, this is how longitude and latitude were created. Okay, so it's like you're using like a WGS84 geoid, which is a spherical coordinate system based off the sky.
Are longitude and latitude like infinite on the flat Earth map, or?
No, it's a coordinate system based off the way that we view the sky. Okay, so look, let's just say that we're standing under Polaris, right? So just say we're standing under Polaris, okay, and that would be zero degrees, okay, and then we move further away, and we measure the elevation angle to Polaris as we keep moving further away, and we turn that into a coordinate system.
Right. But my question is this longitude and latitude, right? The distance of that, is it on the flat Earth plane? Do those imaginary lines go to infinity, or?
Well, it's in the sky. Longitude and latitude they're in the sky. So if you can't see let's just say you were on a boat and you were lost out in the ocean and you can't see the sky. Right, you can't use the longitude-latitude system to navigate. Right, you need to be able to see the sky.
Sure, but my question is what's the distance of that on the flat Earth model of these lines? Are they infinite, or?
Yeah, I don't think anyone's actually validated. It's meant to be a certain amount of 60 nautical miles per degree, or something like that. I don't think anyone's actually empirically validated that, right? I don't think anyone's even empirically validated that 0 degrees is directly underneath Polaris. I'd like to see someone actually validate that.
Are those lines perfect, like a perfect grid, like on the flat Earth? Are they like completely perfectly flat, or do they like go around the half a sphere of the world?
They're in the sky. It's irrelevant to the ground.
Yeah, but again, I just want to see like a flat Earth map. Do you have one? Maybe I could see one.
No. There's no accurate map in existence for the globe Earth or the flat Earth, right? But when we measure the surface of the Earth, there's no curvature.
Oh man!
So do you think that you have a map? Do you think that you have a map?
Yeah, we have.
Well, I mean, the globe Earthers.
That's a spherical coordinate system based off the sky measurements, right? That's based off the angle.
Dude, Google Earth, flat map. If you take an elevation view in Google Earth, you'll see it's some flat map.
DJ, so I presume you don't believe the Google Earth map to be true.
No, I didn't say that. Right? That's not a globe. That's not necessarily a physical globe Earth, right?
Yeah,
that's a Mercator project. So, do you know what a web Mercator projection is? Do you know what the Mercator projection is?
Okay, now you're sidetracking.
No, that's what you're talking about. I'm not sidetracking. So when you say Google Earth, what map projection are they using on Google Earth?
I have no idea, but I'm just asking.
Why are you making claims about something that you don't know anything about?
Okay, do you or do you not?
You should do research. If you want to come in here and really debate against people that have been researching this topic for many years,
Earth,
you should know what you're talking about. What's inaccurate? What's inaccurate?
Open up Google Earth, and you go to your place, I think you will probably be able to sort of look. You will be able to find your own house and the store you go to and whatever.
So when I zoom in, I can see my house. I can drag the little yellow man, and I can see my house from a street view that came from a car that drove past my house and filmed my house. And then they put that data into a computer program, and then I have my house. I can see my house. And then I have a higher altitude view of my house, which was a similar situation, right? A higher altitude camera flew over my house and filmed it, right? And then they put all of that data, right? They plotted it all into a web Mercator projection. Okay, and that's the spherical coordinate system that they're using for that particular software program, which is based off of flat Earth angle measurements.
It cannot be continuously mapped. If you have a flat surface, you cannot map that continuously to a sphere. That means that there has to be some point on this Google Earth.
No, you're not. You got it the opposite way around, right? They're using the sky coordinate system. Okay, so they're like, okay, if we're standing at this place on the Earth, then Polaris is at this certain elevation. Okay, so you'll take an elevation angle to Polaris if you're standing at this particular point on the Earth. Okay, so it's not you've got it the opposite way that it should be. Okay, it came from the sky, the spherical coordinate system, right? It's an imaginary, right, or a conceptual way of viewing the sky. The reason that we see in the sky like a big half sphere is because of the way our perspective works. Okay, just say you're standing under a streetlight. Okay, it's directly above your head. Okay, that's called your zenith, right? So it's directly above you. As you start to move away from it.
Can you please answer my
Yeah, it is
question?
Fantastic. Yeah, I did answer your question. I keep answering your questions, but it's like it doesn't sink into your brain.
Might have to dumb it down a bit.
Can we both agree on the fact that you cannot map a flat plane to a sphere continuously? Can we agree on that?
What sphere?
It's not a sphere, so we don't have to worry about it. We do agree with you. We agree with you. We agree with you. We agree with you.
We try to map that continuously to a sphere.
We agree with you already. Yes, we agree. It's not going to be accurate.
We cannot do that. Okay, fine.
Yeah, so if I have a ball, if I have a basketball, hold on a second. No, I get to respond to your claim. No, you don't get to ask.
Okay, I thought you both agreed. Okay, I'm sorry.
You have to stop talking now and let me reply. Okay, so just say you have a basketball. Okay, and you map out the basketball has all of these little like lines on it, right? And then you want to map that out onto a flat surface, right? You need to make a particular type of projection, and you're going to have distortions on that projection. Okay, so you could make a Mercator projection, or you could make an AE projection, all sorts of different projections. You could have any type of projection that you want to, where you're plotting out that coordinate system from the basketball onto a flat surface. Okay, and then you could use that flat coordinate system that you've projected out to navigate.
Oh yeah, I completely agree. Do you agree that you cannot map, there is no isomorphism from a plane to a sphere?
There is no sphere Earth. If you had a sphere Earth, right, over 20 miles, you would have a certain amount of curvature. And when we go, we're not forget that's the topic of the room.
Bro,
we're not forgetting the Earth.
I'm trying to understand where you and I disagree, but you're just you keep.
No, I can tell you that, right? You think the Earth's a globe, right? It's you have a belief system that you've never checked. Okay, it's just a belief system that the Earth's a globe. Okay, and then we went out and we also had that belief system, and we went and checked it, and it doesn't fit reality.
You're just repeating what you have said for the last 10 hours.
10 hours.
We both agree that we
Seems like it needs to be repeated.
To a sphere.
Yeah, exactly, bro.
Yes. Because
you're coping. This is cogdis in play right now.
Stop.
Okay, go ahead.
So my question to you is, if that is the case, you look on Google Earth, there has to be a point on Google Earth which is discontinuous, which is not continuous. I'm asking you what point on Google Earth would then not be continuous? And then can we go there and check it? That's what I'm curious about.
What do you mean
Google
not
Earth.
continuous?
Yeah, Google Earth is not. Okay, hold on and let me reply to what you just asked me a question. You just asked a question.
Yeah, I just want to clarify for the other guy. So when I say not continuous, I mean when we have a world map, and you have when you go to the right side of the map,
oh my goodness,
there's a leap to the other side. So mathematically, you cannot approach that point from. You basically have to jump. That's basically it.
Yeah, exactly. Because it's like you've turned the latitude-longitude system into a cylinder and then flattened it out. It's a different type of projection. And then all the countries are the wrong size, right? You've got all sorts of issues. That's not the flat Earth. That's not the flat Earth. You don't take a spherical coordinate system projection and then say, oh, how can you get... If you go to the edge of this spherical coordinate system projection, how do you keep going? What happens when you get to the edge of this hypothetical spherical coordinate system projection? No, that's not the flat Earth. That's not what we're claiming is the map of the Earth. We don't think that the flat Earth is a Mercator projection like Google uses.
That's the Mercator projection, gents. When you see the world continents laid out in a rectangle, right? That's a Mercator projection. That's what he means by Mercator
and it's
projection.
Not an accurate mapping.
No,
but
it's just a representation of the spherical coordinate system called latitude, right?
Okay,
latitude and longitude.
I agree with you. Why are you yapping?
So why do you keep saying on the flat Earth?
Yeah, he's not yapping. He was making great points.
Oh, yeah, I completely agree with you.
There's no need to be rude, Jench.
It's okay. No,
we've had a civil conversation. But let him talk. He sounds like he knows what he's talking about. So maybe you should listen to him. He sounds... Hold on a second, bro. He sounds like he knows what he's talking about. You don't sound like you know what you're talking about. So you should listen to him. This is Earth School that you're in right now. Pay attention.
I don't understand why you're avoiding my question over and over again.
You keep asking the same question, and you're making an assumption.
Inaccurate?
Okay. Listen. Number one, right? You're making an entirety claim, right? You're claiming to know the entirety of something without actually measuring or demonstrating that you know the entirety of something, right? Just because you can measure out a small portion doesn't mean you can extrapolate that to the entirety of Earth. So what they did, right? They basically made a conceptual model based off of the stars, right? So, Jench, if me and you... we're going to create a new map right now, right? Not using any references on the land, right? Or just how would you make a map? There's only one way we can actually make a map that's verifiable, the same thing like over and over again if we use the stars, essentially. Sorry, I'm losing my words. I'm just trying to see where you're at, Jench.
So where I'm at is this. So I have this Google Earth model that I believe to be true. But let's say we don't know whether that is true or not. All I'm saying is this. Let's say that the Earth is flat, like a plane. And then we have a proposition which is Google Earth. Now,
which is a flat map.
We all agree.
It's a flat map.
We all agree.
It's a flat map.
Okay, please, dude, stop. We all agree.
No. But you just hold on a second. You contradicted yourself.
That is continuous
I had to stop
from
you.
A plane to a sphere, right?
Yeah. So it's not a sphere. that they use, right? They use a Web Mercator projection, which is a flat surface, right? Which what flat surface are they using? Right? They're using
If you go on
spherical.
Google Earth, you will see.
No, it's only when you zoom out to a certain distance, it will switch into an obvious CGI version of a globe. Okay,
Yeah,
they're not
exactly.
they're not
That's fair.
plotting it out on an actual globe like that, right? They're using a Web Mercator projection, which is a flat rectangular map.
Go on the
Look
website.
it up. Look it
Google
up.
Earth.
Look it up right now. Go look up. Look it up right now.
Google
What
Earth
is
is
it?
not.
How
not
are we
reality,
even debating this? If you go on
not
the website,
reality.
you zoom out. I'm not even saying whether Google Earth is true or not. I'm just saying
You
if you go on Google Earth, their model is a sphere. That's all I'm saying. Whether
Zoom
that's
out
true
on
or not,
that, and then I want to
I'm
see you
not claiming.
navigate using the zoomed out version. Zoom way out, and then navigate to Africa from Los Angeles.
Okay.
Yeah, look, this is how we debunk. Okay, we debunked Google Earth. Right, let me grant you. I'm answering it. Okay, I'm telling you, we debunked it. Okay, because when you zoom out, you see a sphere. Okay, and that sphere has a claimed size. Okay, and then we calculated how much curvature there should be over a certain distance, and we went and tested it hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of times, and proved beyond the shadow of a doubt that there's any curvature over these distances, therefore debunking Google Earth as you present Google Earth. BYOOGLE Earth. BYO.
Yes.
It's-
Okay.
Bring your own
also
Google
making
Earth
a
because you don't
pragmatic
understand Google
fallacy.
Earth.
But what point on Google Earth do you think is not accurate?
The
Say
globe.
the same question, dude. Bro,
The
you're making
CGI
a
globe.
pragmatic
Wait a minute.
fallacy.
You said the globe. Do you
Just
mean the
because it
entire
works
thing
for
is
certain
inaccurate?
navigation doesn't make it so. Like, it doesn't make
Okay,
it true.
then I go back to my example from the beginning. You can look at your house on Google Earth, and you can see that that is
Cool.
accurate. Now,
Cool. It's
at
a
what
computer
point
program,
on-
dude.
He seriously laid this out like
Computer
5
program.
times now, gent.
At what point on Google Earth can you give me a coordinate or like a screenshot of Google Earth where you think that that point is inaccurate?
No, it's based off this. It's based off a spherical coordinate system. You don't even know what that is. Why are you way out of your element, bro? You need to like do research
It's a yes or no
before
question.
you.
Can you give me a screenshot or any
You don't
point on Google
no, it's a
Earth
malformed question.
that you think
It's a
is
malformed. I'm pointing out your question is retarded. Sorry to put it that way.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
It's not even the question that's retarded.
that
It's
it's
fucking
bad.
gent. Your comprehension of what they're telling you. It's not sinking in, and you just
try-
keep fucking
I'm gonna try
bleating and bleating. So yeah. So what you need to
I'm
do,
gonna
gent,
try again.
is
It's
just
very
shut the fuck up
I
and
have a
listen
model
and actually take it in.
of the
For
Earth,
fuck's sake.
and I'm asking you
Exactly, Chubbs. Jench,
you can point
look
to
at
a
what
point
Helioskeptic
that is
posted.
inaccurate.
Jench, look at what Helioskeptic posted at 54 minutes after the hour. Is that what you're talking about? Is that the map you're talking about?
Again, I'm asking the question. Go on
Jench,
Google Earth.
this is not going to work out well for
a
you.
Screenshot or
Jench,
anything.
Jench,
of a
I could
point
mute you right now. I'm
where you
choosing
don't
not to. I'm being
think
nice.
that
I'm
is
being nice. I'm being tolerant with you. Okay, you're in cogdis. You're spiraling now. You're in cogdis mode. I asked you a simple question. Helioskeptic posted something at 54 minutes after the hour. Is that the map that you're talking about right now? Yes or no? Read what he wrote as well.
No,
tagged you.
That is absolutely not what I'm talking about.
Okay, so now go to Google. Okay, so you're quoting Google Earth, right? So you say, what map does Google Earth use? It took me 2 seconds to do it, right? And it says the Web Mercator projection. I don't know what took you longer, but it said the Web Mercator
I think
projection.
they try to look for something that says something different, and they just keep because they won't ever answer.
Well, this is the funny thing. This is the funny thing because you're quoting, you're saying that Google does this and that, right? I'm asking you to ask Google what map they use, right? And when I typed it into google.com, which is Google, it says Web Mercator projection, right? I said, what map does Google Earth use? Web Mercator projection came from Google.
And so, gents, why is that important to know?
So you're against Google, right? Now you're going against Google. You're saying Google's lying about because you said I said no, this is the thing. This is where we're at. Helioskeptic posted a Web Mercator projection. I asked you, is that the map that Google Earth uses? And you said, no, it is not. And then I went to Google and they confirmed that, yes, it is. Now you're saying that Google's lying, right? Or are you conceding that this is the Web Mercator projection that Google uses? Uh-oh. This is a moment of truth to see whether you're intellectually honest or full of shit.
I'm not quite understanding what you're saying. Okay,
yeah,
so
I wouldn't if I were you and trying to avoid.
On Google Earth, if you zoom out, you can see that it's a sphere. Like, I'm not saying that that model is accurate or inaccurate, but I'm not really following because there's Google Maps and Google Earth. We might be talking about different things. Google Maps, when you zoom out, it looks like something that Helioskeptic posted. Google Earth, when you zoom out, it's not like that. It's a sphere. So I'm not really sure what.
I want you to navigate on that sphere.
You know what? That's funny because, okay, so on my phone, right? On my phone,
really my.
I'll click on the measure function. Yeah, bro, shut up for a second. Shut up for a second, bro. So on my phone, I'll go to Google Earth, right? I'll choose the measure function, and I'll click at any point. Could be Australia, could be Paris, could be anywhere, right? And then I'll try and do a full 24,900 mile, loop, and it stops. Well, or what it is in kilometers. It prevents me from going any further past 20,000 kilometers. I can't actually get it to go back to the spot that I started. It won't do it. It won't let me.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Are you talking, DJ? Are you talking about Google Maps or Google Earth? Because I think we might be talking about different things.
Yeah, I'm on Google Earth.
Yeah, so I typed in this exact thing. What map does Google Earth use? Right, and it says Web Mercator projection.
Yes. Okay, maybe now. Okay, now I think.
There you go.
I see what you're saying. So you're saying that we have this 2D image that Helioskeptic posted, and they mapped that
Mercator projection. Yes.
The sphere.
That's what Google Earth.
Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
I'm asking DJ, not you.
Yeah, what did you ask? Sorry, my wife was talking to me.
So what did you ask? I understood you correct, you're saying that we have this picture that Helioskeptic posted, and we take that and map to a sphere. And that is Google Earth. Is that what you're saying?
No, the map that's in the side chat is one out of countless projections, which is based off the WGS84 geoid.
Yeah, but
and then they're projecting out that spherical coordinate system into different projection systems that are used for different purposes. We have hundreds of different map projections. I don't know if anyone's got a picture of all the different map projections, right? But they all have different issues.
Got it.
Okay, and if you go to Google right now, you can type in "Why are all maps wrong?"
Bro, you're avoiding my question again.
Oh my god!
Post that the map that Helioskeptic posted. Is this the map? Are you saying?
Yeah. Go to Google. Go to Google. Go to Google and type in Web Mercator projection, and then hit images, and then you'll see the map that Helioskeptic posted. Yeah, you'll see the map that Helioskeptic posted is called the Web Mercator projection. Okay, yes, and then go back to Google.
I understood.
No, I'm not stopping until I finish. Okay, then go to Google search and type in what map do they use in Google Earth, and then it's going to say Web Mercator projection. And then go back to your images and look at the Web Mercator projection, and then you can go back and forth until you can finally concede that this is the map that they use. And then you should learn in what is the Web Mercator projection, and learn about map projections and learn about coordinate systems, and then come back when you actually know what you're talking about.
Skeptic posted is the map that is being used to map onto Google Earth.
To plot on, it's like, yes. So if you go on a plane, right, and you look at the little screen on the back of your seat, that's you can switch views, right? You could see
doing this thing where you're just talking for 10 minutes and we cannot have a discussion.
Yeah, well, these are questions you don't seem to I'm just trying to answer your questions, bro.
Yeah, but okay, we both agree that
he answered your question 15 times now.
Posted is the one used to map onto Google Earth. Now my question is this: if we look at this picture and we look at the far right, we see that there's a jump from the far right to the far left. So we would not be able to move.
Yeah, that's not a flat Earth map.
Sure.
It's a flat map. It's not.
I know.
It's
this
a flat map of the Earth. It's not a flat Earth map.
That's right.
I understand you don't believe in this map. I'm just saying in general.
Do you believe in it?
That's besides the point.
Well, do you think Russia is that size?
It's definitely the whole point of this conversation.
I'm trying to figure out stuff. I don't want to go in with
oh shit! Look out! Taps in the house. It's all over for you, Ginge.
But I don't want to go in with something a priori. I want to approach this together with you.
Yeah. So look, the map that you're presenting right here is a particular projection of a spherical coordinate system. Okay, it has all sorts of distortions. Okay, like Russia isn't that big. Okay, Greenland isn't that big. Africa isn't that small. There's all sorts of problems with the map because it's a projection of a spherical coordinate system. It's not a literal map of the Earth. Okay, you're mistaking the map for the territory, and that's a fallacy. So you need to learn about map projections, coordinate systems, how they were derived, how they originated, and how they, eventually you'll get to the point where you'll realize that to actually get to that coordinate system in the first place, we need to assume a flat Earth, right? To take the elevation angles to create the coordinate system. So you need to do research before you dive deep into maps with us.
Okay, looking at this,
you're lucky that you're talking to someone that doesn't actually know that much about these maps, right? There's other people in here that will just absolutely destroy you on this topic.
Okay, looking at this map, we can both agree, right, that
you say the same thing again, dude.
He won't look at anything else. He's just focused on that map now.
Yeah, he's literally just waiting to speak. You fucking just don't understand anything.
Okay.
Just shut the fuck up and go do what DJ said.
Can we both agree that these two maps, if we look at the 2D map, on the far right, if we want to go to the far left on Google Earth, we can do that by just taking a simple step. But on the 2D map,
what's your point here?
That can you please be quiet. On the 2D map,
I'm handing the microphone over
right
to Snee.
To the left
Snai.
by a simple step.
Snai is
Google
now
Earth map
speaking.
We can do that, right?
Sweet. Okay, so Jen, you're saying that in this model, you have the map and you have eastmost Asia / Russia on the right, and then you're saying that we can go to the left. Is that like your primary claim? Are you saying that we wouldn't be able to do this on the flat Earth? Is that what you're saying?
That we cannot do what exactly? Go from the far east.
Travel from the right to the left.
On the 2D map, we would not be able to do that, obviously.
Okay, do we live in a two-dimensional existence? Do we live in a two-dimensional state? Is everything that we experience, are we two-dimensional?
That's what
we don't know.
This is where I'm trying to approach the subject. I don't know.
Okay.
Or I'm gonna act.
Well, let's dissect this together. Okay, that's fine. Let's dissect this together. Do you experience three-dimensional objects?
Okay, I'm not.
Do you experience objects with three dimensions?
Doing some semantics stuff.
It's not a semantic. It's not a semantic. You said that you were unaware on whether we experience three dimensions, right? Because you're saying you're relating to this two-dimensional map.
I'm talking about the map.
You're relating to this two-dimensional. Okay, hang on. You're talking about this two-dimensional map. Okay, and you're saying, you're using this as if we were on this two-dimensional plane. Right, so let's figure it out, right? Are we in two dimensions? Can we experience things in three dimensions? Well, we can, right? I can hold a pen and I can see that it has three dimensions. Therefore, it is not strictly two-dimensional. Does that answer your question? Do you know now?
That wasn't my question at all, actually. If you want to know my question is this. Well, we can both see that on this 2D map, we cannot go with a simple step from right to left. On Google Earth, according to their model, I'm not saying that it is true or not, but according to their model, we can make that step. Now, that means that one of our models has to be wrong. They're contradicting each other. Now, if I take the stance that we believe in flat Earth, that means that we would be able to find a point on Google Earth.
No one takes that
and say,
map, bro.
Here is a jump that we in Google Earth can make, but we cannot do in reality. And I'm simply asking, what point on Google Earth is that?
You're just strawmanning whoever you're speaking to's position. How do you know that they take that map as their own? You just assume that.
There's an assumption. There are so many different assumptions.
I don't know this about
I know there's so many. I know.
But I do know that about DJ. DJ said that he can find his own house on the map or on Google Earth. And so what I'm curious about is, at what point does this map stop working? Because we know that it works, or DJ knows.
Bro, that's a pragmatic
that it works in one point. Yeah, I know it's anecdotal, but DJ knows that it works in one position for him. I cannot say that for all of you, but he knows that it works in one position for him. So I am asking.
I'll assume DJ's position, so I'll agree.
Does the
sometimes
Google Earth map stop working?
I'll answer your question. Okay, so I'll assume DJ's position. I assume what DJ said was honest and legitimate, right? Therefore, I'm assuming his position. I can verify that. Yeah, sometimes I use Google Maps too when I don't know where I'm going. Right, and I'm able to, find my way to the location using Google Maps. Now, Google Earth, however, completely different thing, right? A map, you're able to you're able to view point A to point B, right? And we're able to verify its authenticity with ground positioning system with GPS, right? GPS does work on a flat model. Right, and we can observe how it works. It actually makes more sense for ground positioning system to work on a flat model than your globe model. Right, there are no satellites, but we're not gonna dive super duper.
Okay, I call this one the beam step.
We're not gonna dive into that. Thank you. But I mean, okay. So your question is, at what point does this map stop working?
Yes, exactly.
Okay. I mean, see, I'm struggling to let's take a look. Yeah, let's look at the map. Right.
Basically, when it stops contorting to reality, up close it's a real map. It's flat. It makes sense. Everything lines up. When you zoom out, it turns into a cartoon. That's the only thing you need to know. Oh my.
Yeah, and at what point does it turn into a cartoon? At what point is it not realistic anymore?
When you add 93 million miles away from you and your light source, when you invoke movement that's unmeasurable, when you invoke an assumed radius and assumed circumference without calculation.
Yeah,
sort of everything about the globe Earth model. I don't know why we're looking at maps when we're trying to prove like the shape of what we're standing on. We're not standing on maps, therefore we shouldn't be looking at them. We should be looking at the shape of the Earth. How do we determine curvature in your globe model?
No, but I'm really curious, because if we have Google Earth and we say this small, very, very small part of Google Earth is accurate. Now, here's the thing, they could be right about that small part, but lie about everything else on Google Earth. But my question is then, if we zoom out a little bit, okay, here is the local store, zoom out a little bit more, there's another store or whatever. At what point of zooming out do we have something that is inaccurate? And if we go to that point in real life, what will we experience?
So I think what the answer was when the answer was presented was, you know, zoomed in, everything that's plotted out is fine and it's in place and it checks out. But once you zoom out and add curvature and add any sphericity to the Earth, right, it's, you know, well, we can see that it's invalid, right? I mean, the second you invoke a curve or anything that invokes sphericity, you have to prove it, right? So the Earth simply is a flat plane and it exists how we observe it, right? If we can follow it with a map, that's good, right? That's great. But, you know, invoking sphericity into the topic, I mean, you're going to have to prove it, right? Jench?
Yeah.
So is there any way you can prove sphericity on what we live on?
No. I'm not. How do I say this? I'm not trying to prove that Google Earth is true. I'm more so curious about what makes you think that Google Earth is not true, because
Earth is measured flat. We told you 500 times in the past 2 hours. Earth is measured flat. That's why.
So that would be the most appropriate answer.
Earth, I can justify that my house is accurate, and then presumably, the more I zoom out, at some point it's not real. At some point it has to be fiction or cartoon. And my question is, at what point is it not realistic anymore? And what point on this fake model Google Earth is it not realistic?
As soon as you start seeing curvature as you zoom out, the ground starts curving into a sphere. That's when it's not realistic. It's just an image.
Okay.
It's not reality.
Yep. Mm-hmm. But could you show me a screenshot of Google Earth, or like some coordinates that like this part of this fake model is just bullshit, or something like that? Would that be possible?
It won't matter what we give you.
I'm really curious. I mean, you could take that stance if you want to, but I'm genuinely curious. And if we see that it is fake, what will happen if we go to that place?
Why would you think there's a fake place?
No. That well, there has to be.
How come? Okay, tell me how come Google Earth didn't have the 7,000 missing Japanese islands?
Okay, something has to be fake on Google Earth, right?
I just gave it to you. Yeah.
Why don't we
A couple of people did, bro. A couple of people told you.
Why don't we go there and check it? And
we did. Japan went and found the 7,000 islands that Google Earth had hidden. There's your lie. I gave you a place you can go and you can check it out.
Okay. Yeah, but we have Google Earth. something.
But you didn't like that one? I knew you wouldn't like that one. Motherfuck, I knew it was going to happen. You wouldn't like that one either.
Who said Google
But can you
Earth?
please see that it's not
who said Google
disproving the shape of
Jench is invoking Google Earth.
Google Earth, and we're saying there's something missing here, like a house or an island. I'm talking about the entire shape. Somewhere, the entire shape of Google
Earth doesn't
would be
necessarily
fucked
have a
up.
form,
Not
dude.
like, oh, there's an island missing. No. The entire shape of it all would be fucked up. Where is that? Not an island. The entire shape of it.
Are you done talking, dude? We heard you. Let's stop this time, dude. Listen, Google Earth is a cylinder. Did you know that?
It's not a
Google
cylinder.
Earth uses something called the WebGL Mercator, which is a cylinder. That's its coordinate system. Just shut up. Shut up, dude. Let me finish my sentence. So just because they wrap it around the sphere and show you a graphic doesn't make it a sphere. They're just portraying it that way. If you played video games, you should know that you can map any texture to any 3D model, no matter what its shape.
I completely agree.
I work 3D and no, you're wrong.
Oh, so I can't?
No,
you work 3D. You know I'm wrong. You want to bet like 1,000
you ask me,
Bitcoin.
let me answer.
Now, so I'll bet you 1,000 Bitcoins that you can wrap any texture to any triangle-based 3D model.
You can wrap a texture, let's say a square texture, you can wrap it on a sphere, but you're going to have one problem.
What's that?
The points, the edge that connects, the two edges that connect on the side, you can wrap around easily.
Continuous.
But the tip part, the top north and south, whatever of the sphere, right? You're gonna have a hard time wrapping it properly, so you have to wrap it in a certain way so that the texture doesn't, you need to squeeze it in a certain way so that the texture looks right.
KGB,
But you can do it, right?
Unfortunately,
What do you mean looks right? What does that mean? Looks right. What is that? How do you know what it
That
looks
means
like?
it's not. That means it's almost near impossible to get a proper, good unwrap of a square.
What do you mean by looks right? Compared to what?
Yeah, you have to squeeze the top and you have to fix it so it fits.
The word you're looking for is continuous.
What is your? Hold on, dude. What's your referent to fix it to?
My referent?
Yeah,
I don't need no
how do you
referent.
know it's wrong when you wrap it right?
The square.
When you wrap
I
it,
just
when you
wrap. Do you want me to do? Do you want me to stream it in live in front of you right now?
So, do you are you aware?
Do you want me to stream it? I can prove what I'm saying. You're just fucking yapping at this point. And by the way, you guys are muting me earlier. That's clownish.
You guys and you this and you that. No one cares about what you think about it.
I can open live stream right now and do it in front of you.
You were posting objectively CGI images of a globe. Sorry.
I'm going to start muting people. Okay.
Well, do you have actual images of a flat Earth? I'd like to see, please.
From where?
Provided. Do you have it?
Where? Taken from where?
Here's my position. All right. With respect to you guys,
you're going on mute, dude, because you're not answering questions. So you have a choice. Taken from where? You ask for something. You have to take a photograph from a place. Okay?
In order to take a photo. Yeah.
Taken from where?
Wherever you want. Just provide a photo for flat Earth.
At the beach. I'll post the one I took at the beach. I took a photo of a flat Earth at the beach.
Okay, do you have a photo of a flat Earth from really high up in the air so I can see the entire flat Earth?
Well, no, you couldn't capture it. You couldn't capture the entire flat Earth in an image.
Why not? Why not?
Because you can't go far enough away from the Earth to take that image.
Why not?
Because rockets don't push off air. Rockets push off air. They don't push off vacuum.
What?
Rockets don't thrust in vacuum.
You require air.
Did you do it? Did you build a rocket yourself, and did you do it yourself? Do you have a source for that?
You're deflecting, dude. Yeah.
No. This is a legit question. Did you do this yourself to come to that conclusion?
Did he do this himself? What kind of fucking answer is that?
Yeah, where are you getting this claim from? Where are you getting this claim from?
Because look, people have all these rockets. There's YouTube videos, right, of people putting a rocket in a pressurized vacuum. Shut up, dude. In an evacuated vacuum chamber where they ignite the rocket and the rocket doesn't move until the container pressurizes due to the exhaust of the rocket. That's where I'm getting it from. Experiments.
I posted your information. I posted it for you. I posted it for you. You can see it goes all the way to the back of the wall and actually comes back, and it's actually pushing off the pressure wave that's reflecting off the wall.
What does this have to do with my request for a picture of your flat Earth?
Because you can't take possible point. Because there's no outer space. Because you want a picture from space, but you won't say it because you're a pussy. So you want a picture from space, and you can't take a picture from there because outer space vacuum doesn't exist.
Did you build a rocket yourself and do that experiment?
Yeah. He just showed it.
Can you please show me a video of it so I can see it myself?
It's in the side chat. See, you're not listening, dude. So when you decide to listen, you can come off mute. So let's get back to the actual person that thinks Google Earth is a something.
It's Gench29.
Yeah, dude. So why are you referring to Google Earth? Like, how would you even know if that's what the Earth actually is or looks like or anything like that? What are you comparing it to?
I'm not sure I want to debate with you. I would love to debate.
This isn't a debate, dude. You guys don't have any evidence. This isn't a debate. This hasn't been a debate in 5 years.
Kind of hostile, honestly.
Well, this hasn't been a debate because you guys, hold on. Okay, I'll stop being agitated. Dude was being a douchebag. So I'll stop being agitated. But you guys say stuff which is objectively untrue because you're ignorant of something. Okay? Google Maps is not Google Earth is not a sphere. It displays it as one, just like Grand Theft Auto displays hookers. Those aren't actually hookers. Okay?
Great game.
They look like hookers. They say, hey, big boy, you want a good time? They act like hookers, but they're not hookers. Okay? So Google Earth shows you a ball, but
you have a lot of experience with that
programmatically, programmatically inside how it's not a ball. Is what I'm trying to tell you. So here's something you can do, right? Go on Google Earth, North Pole or South Pole, use the line tool, and try to use the line tool to make a circle around the North Pole or South Pole. And what you'll end up seeing is it'll end up snapping back and giving you a half moon shape. Because it's a cylinder. Now, did you know any of this? Of course not. So I'm irritated because you guys say things out of ignorance and then try to tell us what's what. We've been looking into this for nearly a decade. You just got here. So the fact remains is you really don't know what you're talking about. And neither does the other guy.
I feel like you're kind of repeating yourself.
I would
love to talk with.
Why don't you actually address what I said of substance?
I would love to talk with Sny.
No, tell me.
It doesn't matter who you talk to, Gench, right? You can answer Indio's questions the same as mine, right?
What do you have to say about?
You just need to answer genuinely.
What do you have to say about your idea that Google Earth demonstrated somehow that the Earth is a globe, but now you've been shown, and you can just Google this, what projection does Google Earth use? And that map is a cylinder. Why did you think that it supported the globe? Why did you think that? Did somebody tell you that? Or did you just make it up in your mind?
Sly, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, that's right. You made it up in your mind. Nobody said
I believe Indio asked you a question.
What?
I said I believe Indio asked you a question.
He muted me. He's getting banned, so...
No,
you mute me, though?
Muted it.
Okay, dude.
I haven't muted anyone. I just don't. I feel like you're a bit hostile, actually.
I don't care how you feel.
That's true, just because of your ignorance. Now, I'm just going to post Mercator projection as a cylinder in the side chat. Just for you. You need to learn. You're in Earth School right now. Like I told you earlier, you were lucky to be having a conversation with me earlier. Now the big dogs are in here. You need to listen to Indio and what he has to say. He's been researching this for a long-ass time, right?
Dude, literally, there's people in this topic who know more people than surveyors, right? Professional surveyors. I asked them questions about geodetic surveying. They don't even know. They don't know how any of this stuff was created, where it comes from, what coordinate systems are, how these maps are made. Did you know that there's 3 different sets of cardinal directions, for instance? You know, north, south, east, west. Did you know that there's 3 different sets of that? John, Jench, whatever your name is.
3 sets of
coordinate systems.
No,
cardinal directions.
I mean, in math, we usually have r, theta, and phi, if that's what you're referring to.
No, I'm talking about north, south, east, and west. There's 3 sets of north, south, east, and west. There's north, south, east, and west of the compass. And then there's north, south, east, and west as defined by where the sun rises on the equinox. And then there's north, south, east, and west in the latitude, longitude coordinate system. Okay? Those are actually 3 different directions, and they only correspond to each other in certain places. Now, typically, people think that the compass points north and south at the poles. They don't. They actually just align to the magnetic field local to wherever you are. That could be 90 degrees from north that the compass will point. A lot of people don't know this. It's called magnetic declination. And then there's east is defined as which direction the sun rises on the equinox. So if you go on Google Earth and try to, you can take the compass tool and try to go 90 degrees from the north, and you'll see that it intersects at the equator every time you do it. It just goes toward the equator. It doesn't follow the latitude line, which it should, because the latitude line and the latitude longitude coordinate system is actually a circle. It's not a line. So these are just like little things that when people appeal to maps or they appeal to Google Earth or any one of these things are abstractions. They only represent the Earth for one particular purpose.
They are, sure, they're some kind of abstraction, but they have to be wrong at some point.
They are wrong. And they're right.
With what? They're wrong and right?
Yeah,
right,
that's
so
right.
They're right, in a small region, right? Is that what you're saying?
No. It depends on the purpose you're using it for.
Yeah, so if I'm gonna find the closest store, then I would be able to use Google Earth.
Well, I mean, you wouldn't even need Google Earth. They freaking track your phones everywhere they go.
Okay.
So they could literally delete the map underneath your little GPS thing, and they would know based upon what all the other Android phones where they went.
Yes. But like, if I want to find a store and I don't know where the store is, I would be able to use Google Earth. And I think we both agree on that.
Yeah,
because the car drove down the street, dude. The car drove around.
Yeah, but Google Earth has to be flawed somewhere.
It is flawed. I just told you how it's flawed. Try to draw a circle around Antarctica, the North Pole or the South Pole.
Yeah, I also think we're getting definitions confused as well. Google Earth and Google Maps aren't the same thing, and they don't work the same way.
They didn't see explain why they didn't see 7,000 islands.
I'm talking about the fundamental.
So, Jench, if Google Earth is so good, do you think that you could black out your windows, right, and drive just using your GPS and Google Earth, right? Take all the turns, negotiate the curves just by looking at the graphic instead of out your window?
I mean, there's some kind of delay.
Of course. Okay, no delay. We have zero latency.
Zero latency? Yeah. Well, you have people like walking.
I'm just trying to figure out the accuracy of Google Maps, dude. Like, if it's accurate, then you should be able to drive looking at your fucking screen and not out the window.
Yeah. If you don't have any people, no traffic, no nothing, then
no traffic.
Yeah.
You think you can do that?
Yes, but I mean,
why do you think that? Let me ask you why you think that. Can I ask you why you think that?
Yeah, absolutely. Because if you go onto, well, I sometimes use Google Maps when I need to navigate and I'm driving, and it seems to work fine. But
landmarks is different than a representation of the Earth that is accurate enough to drive on, right?
What, could you say that again?
It's just landmarks. You're just noting landmarks. It tells you like, hey, there's going to be a gas station up here. That's a landmark.
No, it actually tells you, like, it draws out the exact route.
Exact.
Yeah.
I'm talking about, dude, you're conflating two different ideas, okay? The idea that hey, this road is after that road if you're going in this direction on that road, this road. You know, we had like paper maps, and you could do that with a paper map. Nobody would say the paper map is the territory. So what I'm asking you is why you think that you could drive just looking at, if you had zero latency GPS, just in no traffic, looking at the screen, and that Google Maps is accurate enough to actually drive the road?
I believe I answered that question.
I asked you why, and you just said, hey, because there's landmarks, or whatever you said. But you know what? This has actually been, I'm just beating around the bush because this has actually been tested. Yeah, Flat Earthers have actually tested this by putting a camera on the freaking dashboard, showing Google Maps, and then driving and see if the road matches the map. And they don't match.
Okay, they don't match.
They do not match, as in the road, as in like the turns, and like, say I'm on a road and it turns, I'm on a slow curve and eventually it does like a 30-degree turn. On Google Maps, it won't show anything. It'll just go like a straightaway.
Okay, this is kind of what I have been fishing for the entire time. An example of where Google Earth does not match reality.
Okay, hold on.
Would you be able to send me like
I got you
or something? Yeah,
I got you, bro. And I gave you an example already. The drawing a circle around the poles. Did you not hear that part?
Yeah, but that's kind of not what I'm getting at, because that's like a programming feature that they have. Sure, that could be fucked up.
But it's an inaccuracy. Jench, what you're failing to grasp here is this is how your application... Jench, let me finish. Come on, let's be nice.
I'm not really bothered by their...
Jench, this is how your application
features of drawing lines.
You're not bothered by the features of the application that you're using in this conversation? Why are you bringing it up then? Why are we on this topic? Right, we know it's inaccurate. Google Earth and Google Maps aren't the same thing. They work differently, right? Do you know how Google Earth works?
No, I don't know the entire code base. No.
No, okay, so it takes a bunch of photos, right, of something, right, and then it adds them together, right, in their own way until they think it looks right, and then they upload it, right? That's sort of how it works in very simple terms, right? This starts it's called LOD rendering, right? Level of detail rendering, and this starts when you're zooming out. The terrain becomes progressively smoother, buildings become simplified and they disappear, and coastlines become less precise, right? So if you were to zoom out, you would have a hard time driving around, let's say, a coastal area, or driving around relying solely on your Google Earth, right? At 0 to 2 kilometers, you'll see 50 centimeters to 2 meters, right? And at 2 to 20 kilometers, you'll see 50 centimeters to every 2 meters per pixel, right? This means it's like throwing a bunch of pictures together, right? And then arranging them until it looks right, and then uploading it. Okay? So if you're curious on how they managed to get that curve right for the sphere, it's just them throwing things together, just like KGB was, just like the conversation that we had earlier on with KGB, talking about 3D wrapping layers around shapes, right, in video game design, right? It works exactly the same. You can design something and then upload it. It doesn't have to be true. It doesn't have to be accurate. Why are we talking about this? We should be talking about something that we can physically test, rather than a faulty piece of software, evidently. Right? It's an inaccurate piece of software.
The fault in the software can be tested.
It's not a fault. They designed it that way. It's not a fault. Stop characterizing it as a fault. It's because they use a cylindrical coordinate system and wrapped it on a sphere. It's not a fault. You want to see a ball, and they made the cylinder look like a ball.
No, but like
I know it's hard to comprehend.
Would you like to talk about something that you can test, Jench? Would you like to talk about
we are
something to do with the physicality?
Which is Google Earth.
You can't use an application to test reality.
You're reifying a piece of software as if the software is real, bro.
reality, I'm looking at the software saying, can this be real?
Okay, so I just
But the
posted
software
it in
isn't
the chat.
real, so
Hold on, dude. He asked for something. It's in the chat. It's a 1-hour video of him testing the accuracy of Google Maps while driving. He drives 100 kilometers.
Yeah, I'm gonna look at this.
Okay, so until then, shelve it, dude, because you don't know what you're talking about. You're completely in conjecture land. You're just you're telling us what you believe to be true. You don't have any evidence it's actually true.
Okay, yeah, so this looks like, I haven't obviously watched the entire video, but it looks like he's basically driving, as you said, and then he says, oh shit, there's a deviation between Google Maps or Google Earth, whatever he uses, and reality.
Yeah.
And what I'm saying is that there will be a problem, but not like, oh, it deviates some couple of degrees. No. There will be like a massive fucking problem. Like,
what are you basing that on?
Exactly what we established.
What are you basing
earlier.
that there will be a massive problem on? That is a prediction.
Exactly what we.
Okay. You're just saying stuff. When you say there would be a massive problem, stop interrupting me. I'm trying to clarify what you're saying, dude. No, you didn't let me finish the first time. Listen, when you're saying there would be a big fucking problem, what is the basis of that prediction?
Can I answer?
Yes.
Exactly what we established earlier. You cannot have a continuous mapping from something that's flat to something that's spheric. I'm feeling like I'm repeating myself. We established this earlier and we both agreed upon it.
Okay,
Jench,
yes,
you're
you
not
can.
listening to what I'm saying.
Yes,
bro.
you can. Yes, you can. Want to bet on it? See, you're confusing a projection with a... Hold on. You're confusing a projection of straight rays with a mapping. So, for instance, I want me to tell you how it's done? So they have something called the geoid, and what they do is they actually curve the verticals. So the verticals, like from the center of the Earth, right? So you have the surface of the Earth, right? And if you have a line, right, on a sphere, you're assuming that, hey, they're drawing straight lines through the sphere, and they're projecting those lines onto some flat surface. Yes, there will be a distortion if that's the case, okay? But that's not what they're doing. They're curving the lines. So they're doing a mapping function and not a projection. It's called a projection, but it's a second order projection, meaning you have the celestial sphere, which is the latitude, longitude coordinate system, right? That's what the actual coordinate system is, because you can't find them without the stars. You have no coordinate system. So that coordinate system is what the oblate spheroid is referencing, okay? So they make measurements on the surface of the Earth. But those measurements don't match the celestial sphere. So what they do is they say, hey, we have lumpy gravity, we have deflection of the vertical, and when I hang a plumb line, it's actually not pointing down, it's actually a curve. That's right. They say that a plumb line, meaning if you take a weight on a string and hang it, that line is actually curved and not straight, which is retarded, okay? Okay, but that's what they say when they map actual measurements of the surface of the Earth to what's called a reference ellipsoid, okay? But that reference ellipsoid is distorted by something called a geoid, which is the amount of deflection of the celestial sphere versus their reference ellipsoid, as in the actual measurements versus their idealized what they think is going on. And what they do is because you could possibly have distance errors, but because you have topology, you can interpolate the errors between the measurement locations, and you smooth out the error across the whole surface of the Earth. This is how it's done. Okay? How you think it's done isn't how it's actually done. And there are errors. Lots of errors all over the place. In fact, they use over 100 datums, right? So, for instance, Australia has their own datum. If you use the WGS84 reference ellipsoid datum, if you took Google Earth and went to fucking Australia, it would be way the fuck off, because they're on their completely own datum that has nothing to do with the WGS84.
I'm gonna go.
You're in what's called a reification fallacy. You think the map is the territory. You're in a reification fallacy. You think the map is the territory.
Would you like to just? I understand you have your strong beliefs.
This really, is your beliefs, dumb fuck.
Okay, please.
This is your beliefs. This is all mainstream geodetic surveying, mapping, cartography. Bro, this is your beliefs.
What are you on about? Why are you so
Exactly. You don't even know your own beliefs. How Google Earth was constructed is, I'm telling you how it was done.
Bro, I'm trying to give you a compliment and you're just going bananas. I respect that you have.
I don't need a compliment. It isn't my idea here.
Okay, dude. I don't understand how anyone can talk to you. Like, I don't. How do you manage to find people to talk with?
Yeah, that's what happened in the last 5 years. Like 5 years ago, they made everybody super timid, and now they're afraid of everything and sensitive. And if you raise your voice to them, they feel. If you raise your voice to them, they think you're yelling at them.
Yeah,
it's really weird.
Weird, dude.
No, it's not just you're interrupting me. That's
because look, listen. If you start a sentence with a false premise, why should I let you continue? Why would we keep going? And we'd let you talk for 30 seconds so I can go back.
You wouldn't be able to say a word without me interrupting you. That wouldn't be nice for you either.
Did you listen to me? If you start your conversation with a false premise, right? You answer me, and then you start with this false premise or a straw man. Why would I let you continue and listen to you talk for a minute and a half just to go back to the very first sentence and go, well, this thing was a false premise, or it's a straw man, it's not what I actually said? Why waste time? Why just, like, do you just want to talk? Or do you want to get to the bottom of this?
If I apply that logic, I would be talking continuously while you are talking.
Name one false premise that I made. Or straw man. Go for it.
Oh, looks like this conversation's over. So, Jench, just to go over Theorema Egregium.
Yes. Yeah. Yes.
Right, that you posted in the side chat.
Yes.
First and foremost, do you know what one of the primary assumptions are for this? In this sort of link that you're posting, do you know what one of the assumptions are?
I don't know what assumption you're talking about specifically.
Okay, one of the assumptions that were made when this was composed was that we are on a perfectly spherical surface. Okay?
Yes.
So we are not on a perfectly spherical surface. Your globe Earth model does not claim a perfectly spherical surface. Why are we discussing this?
Okay, first of all, I want to say thank you for actually reading some of the stuff I've sent. Second of all,
you're welcome.
This is not. I'm not saying that the Earth is perfectly shaped like a sphere. The only thing I am trying to demonstrate with this theorem is that it is impossible to create an isomorphism from a plane to a sphere without having a point or several points that is not continuous. I have also sent the definition of a continuous mapping, and what this implies in reality, or like the physical interpretation, would be that, okay, I'm walking and oh shit, now I take one step and I'm on the other side of the Earth, or whatever shape you want to assume. That is the implication of not having something that is continuous.
Okay, and this is the problem of reification, because you don't have a continuous surface. You have a bunch of discrete points separated by some distance.
Right. That is actually... Have you taken quantum mechanics? Because it sounds almost like it.
Yeah, years ago.
Okay, yeah, so we do actually have...
That has nothing to do with quantum mechanics. What I'm saying is you have data points,
absolutely
right?
does. It absolutely does.
I'm not talking about
you had it right the first time. In space, we have Planck lengths. They are like super tiny, but
That's
we
right,
have
but
them.
that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about in real life, we've measured points. In the United States, we call them geodetic control points, and we stamp a coordinate on those geodetic coordinate and control points. And all that means is that when I look at the look, we stamp a coordinate on we have geodetic control points in the United States. So we have points that are measured, but we don't have a continuous point. And we imagine what's in between those points. Right? And we can't use the theorem of Greggium for this purpose. Right? As far as a perfect sphere. And all Gauss was really trying to show
it's not a perfect sphere. I'm really just trying to communicate the idea that
so when it comes to communicating an idea like that
in Google Earth.
Okay, when it comes to communicating,
I told you, like 5 fucking times, dude. Ask, repeat, ignore. Is that what you're on? Ask, repeat, ignore.
Gent, you can't use a perfectly spherical concept to determine anything on something that's not perfectly spherical, right? If the claim is that it's perfectly spherical and the the story is that it's an oblate spheroid, but our natural observation is stationary and flat, like what is what is, right? We need to figure out what we're actually on, Jench.
That's a good point. This theorem, you can extend this to any topological shape of a sphere. So do you know the common joke that a topologist, he wakes up and he has 2 cups of coffee for breakfast? The joke being that one is donut and another is cup of coffee, because you can you can morph them into each other. Now you can extend that theorem to be any
That's
3D
great.
object.
None of that matters in the natural world, dude. None of it.
What does matter is that Donald Trump is a gay rapist pedophile.
Yeah, well, he's your boyfriend.
I don't know about all that.
You're the one that's fucking him. Like, how are you going to call a guy out for being gay and then you're the one that's taking?
Anyway, moving on. None of that matters because in the real world we have to take measurements of actual. So where are you getting the variables for quantities that you're inserting into your abstract mathematical models? See, that's the point. You can have some theory or hypothesis, right? Some mathematical construct, but eventually, if you're going to apply it to the real world, you need real world data to insert into the variables. Correct?
No.
It seems like you're lost in abstraction.
No, we don't. I'm simply trying to figure out, is a model reasonable or not? Right?
Depends on what you're trying to do with it.
What?
Depends on what you're trying to do.
Yeah, sure.
If you're trying to make yourself feel better, I guess you can just be a globe earther, make yourself feel better. Sleep better at night. Thinking you're just whizzing through the vacuum of space.
Yeah, so
you're just nothing. Yeah, it makes me feel better. Being sarcastic, by the way.
If we look at, I think most of us use Google Earth. And it has to be flawed somewhere. Somewhere there has to be something.
Dude, ask,
massive.
Ignore, repeat. Why are you doing this?
Because I feel like you're not attacking my point.
I did. I gave you an example. It has to be flawed somewhere. I gave you an example. If you take Google Earth and you try to draw a line around the poles, it makes a moon. And it's only being displayed as a sphere for entertainment purposes. Now, as far as driving, we know the relative locations. Google has been collecting data from its Android platform for, 2 decades now, where they track the positions of their freaking little Android devices using their location services. Okay? You don't need a map at all to know the relative locations. And in their software, here's Texaco gas station, here's the Museum of Science, here's freaking 210 freaking Martin Luther King Drive. That has nothing to do with anything. It's just being displayed as a globe.
Yeah, and it has to be really, really, really fucked up.
Okay, how do we determine what is inaccuracy? What would we do? How can we test its accuracy?
That's what I'm curious about. I'm guessing
this would be a you problem, not a me problem.
Yeah.
You think that somehow this is going to be dispositive about how we're going to figure out whether the Earth is a globe. So tell us how we can use Google Earth to test and prove whether the Earth is a globe or not.
Dude,
I'll do it.
Are you interrupting me to then just ask the same question? Please stop it.
I want to be very specific about what the question is.
Look at Google Earth, say, here is something that would be a huge flaw. And sure, the gas station might be off by a meter or 2 meters or 10 meters. I'm not talking about that kind of flaw. I'm talking about a discontinuity. You will not have a continuous mapping. I'm talking about like something massive, like, oh shit, this map says that if I take a step over here, this will be something here, but it is actually like completely off, like on the other side of the.
Okay, now actually,
I don't want to say globe.
Now actually be specific. Instead of these nonsense generalizations.
Specific? Okay,
yeah,
so
a
you had
specific
this
example
map that someone sent earlier in the chat. I'd forgotten the name. If I stand on the rightmost side of that map, I will see, oh shit, there's empty space on my right side, and there's water on the left side.
Are you being fucking retarded?
Please.
No. No. Shut the fuck up. Don't. You're just taking the piss, bro.
Yep.
I don't understand.
The map is a fucking goddamn rectangle on a piece of paper. Oh,
yes.
Oh my God, you could go off the map onto the table. Are you a fucking retard?
I really don't understand why you're using that.
Because you're talking about Google Earth. It's a fucking piece of software.
I think you need help. You need help.
Yeah, no one cares what you think, dude. So you are talking. I asked how to test Google Earth to see if it matches, if we can prove the globe using Google Earth, and you started talking about fucking maps. Google Earth, dude, which is supposed to be a 3D ball that you can't step off of.
Okay, yeah. I don't understand what your problem.
There's a lot of shit you don't understand, obviously.
Okay, so your question is, how can we use Google Earth to determine that it is false?
Right? Yeah, there's a big error that you said must exist. How do we test for it?
You look at Google Earth.
You look at it,
and yeah, you look at
it.
Earth,
that's what we're going to use as analytics. We're going to look at it.
Okay, dude, can you stop it, please?
No, what you remember I said about false premise? That's idiotic.
You look at Google Earth.
Is that how we do anything?
You look for something that is a jump in continuity. When you find that, you go to.
What would that look like?
What would that look like?
What would that look like?
That is exactly what I said that earlier, and KGB. If you take a piece of paper and you try
No. Fuck your piece of paper. What would it look like on Google Earth? If I'm on Google Earth and I'm using it, and I go, hey, here's the discontinuity. What would that look like on Google Earth when I'm using the software? How do I know it's there by using the software?
Yeah, so this is the point.
Would I draw a line around one of the poles and then it would turn into a half moon? Would that be it?
Yes,
would that be a discontinuity?
Okay, dude. You're just doing it for fun. This is the problem.
You're not listening.
Okay, dude.
You're stuck in your fucking gotcha. It failed. Get over it.
Dude, I can look at Google Earth and I can say, I cannot find that problem.
Argument from ignorance is not an actual argument.
It's flat. That means that you should be able to.
All you're doing is making an argument from ignorance.
No, you're saying where's
I can't find it, therefore it don't exist.
I'm saying there is no flaw, but you should be able.
How do you know that? Have you looked?
You should be able to find the flaw.
I told you the flaw. Now you're just lying.
I'm not talking about. Yeah, you showed me a guy who had driven a couple of miles.
No. The flaw of drawing a line around one of the poles and it turning into a half moon. That's a flaw.
Dude, that is a fucking feature in their website. It's not a part of their.
Okay, why do they
feature? I don't want that feature.
So they have a line tool where you draw a path. And it'll tell you the distance on the path. And when you draw that line tool and make a hexagon and try to make a hexagon around because you want to circumnavigate Antarctica. Hold on, let me finish.
And you say that the tool is fucked, so the map has to be fucked. You are just completely out of
the tool is basing its distances on the coordinate reference system that the globe in Google Earth is using.
Dude, forget about the fucking tool. You have a tool and you say the tool is broken.
Where does the tool get its distances from?
The thing the tool is used on needs to be broken. The tool might be broken. I don't give a shit about the fucking tool. Do you understand that?
The tool's not broken. The map is broken.
Shut the fuck up about
the map is broken.
Yes.
You asked for the discontinuity. I just gave you one. And there's plenty of places you can zoom in on Google Earth where you'll see fucking lines. Where you'll see lines where the textures don't align. There's plenty of them.
Fantastic. Give me a screenshot. Give me something.
A screenshot of the half moon? Is that what you want? Hold on.
What do you think?
I'm just waiting for your evidence that Google Earth is actually accurate.
No, but this is my evidence. Is that
your evidence is a claim? Your evidence is your claim.
My evidence is that you don't have any evidence.
Your evidence is that I can't fucking. That's a burden of proof reversal.
No, but it would be so easy for you if the Earth really was flat. It would be super easy for you to just say, Google Earth, here's a point where it's fucked up. It would be super easy for you.
I did. I want you to do it. I want you to fire up Google Earth and take the line tool, which measures distance on the surface of the Earth.
Again with the fucking tool. Stop.
Linear distance tool. You don't. Do you understand? Listen. How does the line tool measure distance in Google Earth?
I don't give a shit.
It uses the Haversine formula. Listen. It uses the Haversine formula, which is a calculation based upon the 2 points, right? The Great Circle route of latitude and longitude. That's right, Great Circle route. So if I draw a line and a line and a line and a line and a line, I should be able to get a full distance, right? Because it's a bunch of intersecting great circles. And I can get the arc segment at each one of those great circles and come up with a total distance. When you do this on Google Earth, if it was a fucking ball, you'd be able to do this and get a distance. But you can't, and it'll make a half moon because Google Earth's a fucking cylinder. So if you're trying to prove a cylinder, go right ahead.
Dude, I don't. The tool might be broken. I don't give a shit.
It's not the fucking tool. It's the map projection, you dumb fuck. Dude, you're dense, dude. You're fucking dense.
Why so much anger if you're correct? It sounds really defensive.
Shut up, twat. Was that Athena again? Now our army of Simpsons are going to come in here. Why'd you talk to Athena like that? It's a fucking little game she plays. It's really simple. Google Earth is a cylinder. You ask for a flaw at discontinuity. I gave you one at least 15 fucking times.
Okay.
If you're wondering why I'm screaming at you, it's because you won't acknowledge the fact that what you asked for, I provided. What you asked for, I provided, and you can deny all you want. Anybody in this chat, listen on YouTube, Twitter,
show me a screenshot
and fucking do it yourself, dude.
Okay, now you're...
do it yourself. You can do it right at... You just appeal to Google Earth. Fire up fucking Google Earth and do it yourself.
I'm really convinced now.
I'm not trying to convince you. Where did you get that idea? I'm giving you information you didn't previously have. You, previous to this conversation, thought Google Earth was a ball when it's a fucking cylinder. So you just have information now that you didn't previously have. And you made a whole bunch of assumptions based upon your wrong assumption about how Google Earth works, et cetera, et cetera. But now you know you are all wrong. You made all that shit up in your head. And you don't want to cope with that.
Man,
I'm sorry, dude. You filled in the blanks.
Send me something. Send me something that... just something.
Do it yourself. I want you to do it yourself, dude, so you can't say I doctored it or I did something special. Go do it yourself.
You refuse to send me any evidence.
I want you to do it yourself. Are you on a cell phone? Or on a PC? Are you on a cell phone or a PC?
It's almost like he doesn't want to hear you.
He doesn't want to do it. He doesn't want to bust his own fucking bubble.
Literally.
I could look at Google Earth for ages and I wouldn't find any flaw.
That is bullshit, dude.
Then show me where it's bullshit. We're circling back to the
First of all, that's an argument from incredulity, okay, which I already pointed out is a logical fallacy. Your ignorance doesn't prove non-existence. Okay? This is the same problem of the black swan, white swan. All swans are white as a theory. You don't look for white swans, you look for black swans, right? No matter how many black swans or white swans you find, it only takes one black swan to falsify the theory. Yes. And the reason you haven't found any flaws because you didn't try. Good. I'm gonna listen. I'm gonna literally type in Google and I'm gonna type in mismatched textures on Google Earth, and I'm gonna get thousands of fucking. I'm gonna get thousands of hits. Thousands.
Well, I can point out an obvious flaw with Google Earth.
Yeah, it shows
it's not. Yeah, it shows it's a ball, and it's also a cylinder, a Mercator projection.
I've told him that 72 times already. It's not getting into his P brain. So there we go. That took all 15 seconds right there.
I think it's time you get some rest, Jench.
Do you know? Yeah. Okay, I'm trying to
just go.
Okay, there's another.
You're in Sweden, and it's 2 a.m. right now, right? 2:04.
Yeah. So the reason that those kind of deformities look like that is simply because you have a satellite picture, and the satellites keep circling around, and they're not updating all of the places at the same time. So some places will be sort of lagging behind, but there should be a way bigger flaw than that.
Shouldn't it be because it's a bunch of rectangles being pasted onto a sphere? Shouldn't that be the reason?
Yeah, I already answered this.
Full of shit, dude.
Jench, you got wrecked today, bro. It's okay. Lick your wounds, take a nap, come back.
Look, I didn't mean to yell at you, bro, but you're being dense. Like, you guys come in here with a gotcha, and you have no plan B, so you just dig in.
Gotcha.
You're digging to be...
Gotcha.
Dude.
Not anymore.
Globe busted.
Look, you're like, hey, man, Gauss's theorem of Grudgium says, hey, dude, you can't project a sphere without distortion onto a flat surface. Yeah, we know that.
Yes.
Yeah, you're not informing us. We know that, but that's not how it's being done. That is a second order processing. Okay, it's a second order reduction. They're going celestial sphere, ground measurements, projected onto oblate ellipsoid. Then that referent oblate ellipsoid is then being projected onto a flat surface. Yes. With rays, right? So they're going curved lines. They're going curved line mapping function filtered to the oblate. No, it's not, dude. You have perfect sphere.
You didn't even hear me finish. You didn't even hear me finish.
You said it's the same. It's not the same.
Isomorphism. You can represent that as a one isomorphism.
Oh my God, dude! You're not getting it. There's the celestial sphere, which is a perfect sphere. Then you have the oblate ellipse. You have the geoid, which is filtering the projection onto the reference ellipsoid, which is not a sphere, which is I don't even know what you call it, oblated spheroid, right? So then they're taking that and they're making a projection from that. It's a series of steps. It's not globe to projection. You understand?
Do you realize that a series of steps can be represented as one step? Isomorphisms that go into each other when you map F to G to H can be represented as one isomorphism from F to H.
Dude, no. Listen.
Yes,
the geoid. Look. Your normals are changing because the geoid is hold on, dude. Let me finish. The normals of the surface are changing because the geoid is an undulating surface. It's not continuous.
I feel like you said
is an undulating surface a continuous curve?
Mechanics.
Is an undulating surface a continuous curve? That's why I said lumpy gravity. It's an undulating surface. And I'm not talking about the topography. I'm talking about the direction of the normal. So doesn't the direction of the normal determine whether the surface is continuous or not?
The direction of the normal? No, not at all.
Oh, so you can have converging normals and then the fucking it's converging and then diverging normals in two different two adjacent segments, and then it's still
actually mathematically terms, but sometimes you're just completely off. I really want to know, have you taken
so now you're talking about me instead of actually refuting what I said. That's crazy.
He wants to know if he's taking classes now, India. Now we're down to what kind of classes. Dude, you really want to get into classes? Dude, you really want to talk about classes?
Yeah, can you tell me about the coastline problem?
Yeah, the coastline problem. What do you want to know about it?
Does that apply? Does the coastline problem apply to undulating surfaces?
I don't know what an undulating surface is.
Meaning it's like a coastline. It's going back and forth.
Well, actually, it's impossible because we have in quantum mechanics we have something that's called h, little h.
Shut up, dude. Just shut up. Go to bed.
Oh, got little h, so that means now Earth is a globe. Dude, you are tired.
He just really wants to talk about quantum mechanics, I think. He don't even want to talk about this topic.
Yeah, well, good luck, because he's not going to be able to get away with it.
Dude, he was saying
and the other one is...
He was like that chick one day at band camp, after fucking every goddamn line. So I'm going to unmute Kasari here. Yeah, because he wants to step up to Mark. Bro, go to bed. We're not talking about quantum mechanics. We're done with that shit. Go find out. An undulating surface is a surface that goes back and forth. The geoid, which is supposed to see the equipotential surface of gravity, that filters all the rays and curves them after the fact. So the coordinate system ends up being displaced in all sorts of different directions, but you can actually measure the difference between an undulating surface because the distance increases depending as the unit of measure gets smaller, which you should know. So it isn't working the way you think it's working, is which I said way back when, almost fucking 45 minutes ago. You come in here with your mind thinking the globe Earth works like X, but that's not how it works. That's why if you look up the first books printed on geodesy, there's 1,600 fucking pages of mathematics. So anybody want to talk to Kajir here? Who had a bunch of social commentary?
You mean KGB?
Oh, yeah. Is that his name?
Yeah, KAGEBE. KGB. Kagebe. That's his name, Kagebe.
Russian Bear, KGB. He's being a douche.
Oh, and where's these mathematicians that you were talking about, Sheepdog?
Yeah, where
they
are
were
they?
Supposed to show up tonight.
Live streaming and all.
I know.
That's the only reason I even came in here.
I'm
that's
so
false
sorry,
advertising,
bro.
man. I want my money back.
Hey, that was on, what was his name? Hold on. Who was it? That's on T-Dub.
This dude had me crashing out, man. Fucking Europeans, man. They fucking drive me crazy.
It's okay.
Dude, he was doing it to me. I spoke to him for hours before you, and yeah, he started off with the same thing. Crazy.
What am I getting blamed for?
Yeah, it's like he won't take yes for an answer. It's like, what the fuck, bro?
Yeah, he started off by asking what would happen if you kept walking in a straight line. I said, no one's ever done that. All right, I said you'd hit the ocean. He's like, kept saying, oh, you're just avoiding my question. You're just avoiding my question. And then I answered his question, and I gave him the answer, and he just kept saying you're avoiding my question. And
glad it was
one thing.
Me.
Yeah,
well, he was like,
felt bad.
He's doing it for everything. He was doing the same thing.
He was like, well, hypothetically, what would happen if you walked in a straight line? It's like, I have no idea, man.
Yeah. You can walk on water, bro.
But he conceded to the John D observation measurement.
Oh, yeah, he did. Well, what can you
questions John D, didn't he? Or did I leave?
Then he questioned the credibility of the person and their ability to make measurements.
Yeah, he was saying that he has, pictures. NASA has pictures, right? So he can counter that by looking at the NASA pictures. And then I explained to him that we can't go and validate the NASA pictures, but you can go and validate the long distance observations. And yeah, he conceded. He did concede to that, but he quickly took it to a different place, right? And didn't want to talk about observations anymore.
T-Dub, where's the mathematicians, T-Dub?
Oh, they told me 5 hours, and that was probably
6 hours ago.
3 hours ago. Was it? No, it wasn't that long.
It's 2 o'clock on my time. It's 8 o'clock now.
Hang on, I've got the.
What do you want to talk to
screenshot?
Yeah, unmute him. Let's see what it's got.
Mathematician. He's just a troll, but I'll fuck with him for a minute. So KGB, you're unmuted.
I'm sorry. Were you expecting?
Yeah, you said mathematician.
Yeah, KGB. What you said about me. Yeah, I claim the sun floats above the earth and moves. Listen, I go outside, the sun is above me, and it moves. It's my claim. Yeah, I see it above me, and it moves. Debunk me.
Fair enough. I guess you can't see bacteria and viruses. Do they exist?
I don't know. We're not talking about that.
What does that got to do with the sun?
Okay. There's no reason.
What does him seeing something have to do with not seeing something? How do you make that connection? Are you mentally ill?
Well, if you base all your observations on observations alone with just your eyes, then therefore, bacteria and viruses shouldn't exist.
What should we base them on then? What should we? Hold on. I want to get to the bottom of this. What should we base them on then? If we're not basing it upon observation, what should we use?
Here's a suggestion. Maybe, I don't know, for the last 500 years of all science and
so sociology.
I'm just still talking.
Sociology is what we should use. We should run around and so we should use sociology. That's what we should use to determine truth. We'll just run around and ask everybody else.
Well,
hey, what's everybody saying?
Maybe if you let me finish what I was going to say.
Well, because your answers are canned and they're really easy to figure out.
I was talking about sociology, but actually,
it is sociology.
500 years of evidential empirical evidence proving that the world is actually a spheroid, obloid, actually.
Okay. You just said observation is not to be used. What are you talking about? That's what empirical evidence is.
That's not what I said.
You said you think you just relying on observation. What do you? And then you said we shouldn't be doing that.
You're right.
I said what should we use? And then you said thousands of years of observation. That's empirical evidence, which is observation.
Maybe you have an issue with hearing or something.
No, I don't have an issue with hearing. You have an issue with double speaking.
Here, I'll be specific. I said that you can't just base your claims on observation using your eyes alone. Because if that were true, here I'll explain. Because if that were true, and if you just based all your observations on just your eyes, then therefore things like bacteria and viruses wouldn't exist in your worldview, correct?
No.
How
you
so?
can see bacteria under a microscope.
Why? I tell people that all the time.
You can see bacteria under a microscope. What are you talking about?
Yes.
Wonderful.
That's how they knew it was there.
What do they do astronomy with?
Okay. All right. Awesome. So
those pictures from space, those pictures you think are from space, what are you using to look at those globes? Your eyes?
So you use the tool microscope to prove that the bacteria and viruses exist, right? Awesome. So
I can see
what's the problem with all these people using telescopes to prove the celestial objects, and the fact that the moon is not just a circle in the sky and it's actually a sphere? So if the moon is a sphere, why isn't Earth a sphere?
Hold on. How did a telescope prove the Earth is a sphere? Can you tell us how?
Is the moon a sphere or not?
No. Answer my question. How did a telescope prove the moon was a sphere?
When you observe the moon, it's a sphere, right?
When you observe the moon, it's a sphere. Did they use their eyes?
When you use a telescope and observe through the telescope and look at the moon, it is a sphere, is it not?
How do you know that? How do you know you just don't have pareidolia?
Is it not a sphere, yes or no?
You can't tell.
Yes, you can. You can see the shadow around the moon. You can see the surface of the moon.
That's an inference, though. That's not seeing it as a sphere.
You can obviously see that the object is a spheroid.
No, it's not obvious. You're just saying it's obvious.
All right, then. Okay, fine. It's a circle.
There's some things that are not obvious. Here's the things that are not obvious about why it's not a sphere, right? It's evenly lit. It does not have a specular reflection. You always see the same side of it, so it's not rotating. So there's some things that indicate it's not a sphere. So what about those?
Okay, well, it's certainly not flat, is it?
Okay, so no, it could be.
It could be?
Well, you see the same side all the time, right?
All right, so if it could be, then why do eclipses happen?
Why are you asking me a fucking question?
Because it doesn't follow what you're saying.
No, you said, hey, here's some examples of why we think it's a sphere. I gave you counter examples, and you ignore them.
But there are eclipses.
Here's the counter. So what? And?
So eclipse absolutely proves that it's a spheroid.
How?
What do you mean how? The way the moon moves, when the moon aligns with the sun, you can obviously see that parts of the moon get shadowed out.
When the moon aligns with the sun, like a solar eclipse?
Yes, an eclipse. Yes,
a solar eclipse. I said an eclipse. Did you see the moon during the solar eclipse? So yes, a solar eclipse. I'm just trying to make sure you're talking about solar eclipse.
Yeah,
why are you talking to me all the time? Okay, so really simple. You fuck yourself up because you can't see the moon during a solar eclipse.
Dummy. Yes, you can. You can
no human has ever seen the moon during a solar eclipse ever in the history of man.
Well, you failed, KGB.
What caused the eclipse then?
Who cares? But no one's seen the moon.
What do you mean, who cares? That's not good enough.
Look, you said that you can tell the moon is a sphere because of a solar eclipse. Well, no one's ever seen the moon during the solar eclipse. You can't see the moon because solar eclipses only happen during a new moon.
Sorry, lunar eclipse to be specific.
Oh, that's why. Oh, now it's lunar eclipse. So how do you tell the moon? The lunar eclipse falsifies the moon being a sphere.
We're talking about the moon. We're talking about the moon, right?
Yeah, so the lunar eclipse falsifies. Yeah, that's great. Lunar eclipse falsifies the moon being a sphere.
And no, it proves that the moon is a sphere.
No, it actually falsifies it because if the moon was a curved surface and the Earth was a fucking sphere and it would project, right? It's a circle onto a flat surface, not a curved surface. Because curved surfaces, it would distort with the curve the same way that like the railing of next to stairs, when the sun casts its shadow, that shadow looks zigzagged, right? Because it conforms to the surface. So if the shadow of the Earth being a circle conformed to the surface of the moon, which would be curved, it wouldn't form a circle. It would form some other shape.
Does the light and the shadow or the shadow gradient around the moon?
Notice how you're not actually addressing what's being said to you?
Well, I'm addressing you're completely denying that the moon is a sphere, so therefore I have to provide.
No, we're going over the evidence. That's what we're doing.
Yeah, the evidence, right? And the evidence proves otherwise, that the moon is a sphere.
Proves.
Because the
Then
shadow
how
of
do
the
you
sun...
explain? Then how do you explain the things I said that are not sphere-like?
What the fuck, dude? What are you...
No specular reflection like all spheres have, and you always see the same side.
That is incorrect. You can see the lighting and the shadowing on one side of the moon and the other side of the moon.
Do you always see the same face of the moon, dude?
And you can obviously tell that it's a...
Do you always see the same face of the moon?
Based off of how the light works around the...
No, that is an inference based upon how the light works. You're confusing the description with the explanation as usual.
Oh, it's an inference. Okay. So what shape is the moon?
You said prove, though. You said prove.
Hey, what shape is the moon according to you?
Who cares? I don't care.
No, that's not acceptable.
No, you said it's proven that the moon is a sphere, and that you could tell the moon was a sphere from a telescope.
Absolutely, without
that
a shadow
fucking
of a doubt,
exploded in your motherfucking face.
You're so very aggressive.
Yeah, that exploded in your face, okay? You can't tell the moon is a sphere from a telescope. You know why? Because there's no parallax. And without parallax, that's the only way to determine whether an object is actually 3D or not. But because they say it's so far away, there's no lunar parallax, and you can't tell it's 3D.
Yeah, but we're not doing 3D now, and the term parallax does not fit.
Well, a sphere is a 3D object, right?
No, you're talking absolute nonsense. Parallax is
what did I say that was
nonsense?
nonsense?
A 3D term. We're not talking in 3D terms now. We're talking about in telescope. When you look through the telescope, you can see the shadow and the light on one side of the moon and shadow on the other
how
side.
Do you know it's how do you know it's a shadow?
That's a stupid question.
No,
it's not.
How do you know it's a shadow?
You're claiming it's a shadow. How do you know it's a shadow?
Earth,
what do you mean? How do I know it's a shadow? What does that mean? How do I know it's a shadow?
Yeah, how do you know
one side? There's light on one side because the sun is there, and the other side is darker because there's a shadow.
Brother. So this is where the ignorance comes out again. So when you go to the movie theater and you look at the movie screen and you see black on the movie screen, are they projecting black light?
No, we're going to go back to the moon.
No, this is irrelevant, dude. This is relevant. It shows in how you look, bro. The term is relevant because it shows you how we see darkness. Okay? Does a projector project black light?
No, there's no light there. That's why it's dark.
No, there is light there. There's just less light.
What does this have to do with the moon? How does this follow?
Because just because you see less light doesn't mean it's a shadow.
So what's the dark area on the moon then? What is that?
I don't know, and neither do you.
Oh, so it's unicorn magic pixie dust.
No, it doesn't. That's not the other choice, right? The choice is I don't know and can actually never know.
Okay, well I know that's a shadow because there's not enough light there.
Yes, I do. You know, but I asked you how. Here's the funny thing: you're saying now that you know it's a. Shut the fuck up, dude. You just said you know. I asked you how you know. You couldn't tell me, but you're just repeating that you do know again. How do you know it's a shadow?
Because the sun is on...
What was the evaluation?
Hypothetically speaking, the sun's on the right side. There's going to be light on the right side.
That's wrong too. That's wrong too.
And on the left side of the moon,
that is incorrect.
Shadowy.
That's incorrect, dude.
Why is that
well known that the sun is not always perpendicular to the fucking Terminator line. It's well known.
Right.
You want me to post from the? Do you want me to post from Oxford?
Do you have a ball in your room? Do you have a ball in your room?
Dude. Okay.
Do you have a ball in your room?
Yeah, we're talking about the moon. We're not talking about a ball.
Okay. How about you take this ball in your hand, you put it next to a light bulb, okay?
It wouldn't work either, dude. Yeah. The only way to simulate moon phases with a light is with an array. You don't know what you're talking about.
One side is lit and the other side is darker because there's no light on the other side.
Yeah, but it won't look like the moon looks.
Says who? You?
Says people try to make little simulated fucking models of moon phases to sell to people, and they can't do it with a single light.
What?
To sell to people like you, morons.
Me, morons.
You know how people like little models, like scale models of the solar system? Well, people want to sell little moon phase models to sell to people. And they can't use a single light source to make it look like the moon. They can only do it with an array of lights. Do you want me to show it to you?
All right, Professor. I know it all, so please tell me what shape's the moon.
A circle.
Okay, then is our Earth also a circle?
No, the moon and the Earth are not the same thing. They're not similar, and there's no similarities.
Why? Why?
Because we don't observe any. That's why.
Why would they be the same thing?
Why not? Do you have evidence that?
Because there's no similarities, dude.
Says who? What? How? Why?
It says observation of reality.
Grab your telescope, look at your moon again.
Did you observe?
Hold up.
Wait. Aren't you the same person earlier that said that you cannot fly up really high up Earth and you can't observe Earth because space doesn't exist? So how the fuck do you know that the observation of Earth?
You can't get far enough away.
How are you stating this so confidently?
KHB, just listen for 5 seconds. Telescope.
Thank you. You don't have to go, you don't have to dogpile and talking to the gentleman here. You know.
Okay, it's fine. What's that got to do with anything?
Well, because I asked you.
It's flying. Here, so you think that I can go to a magic place? That's where I'll find the similarities. That I can't, like on Earth. Even though I don't see any similarities between the moon and the Earth, I can't use those. I have to imagine I can go to a place where there would be similarities.
All right, so it's all an implication.
Notice how you don't address what was said. That's great. So I have to go to a place and imagine I can go to a place where I'll observe a similarity.
All right, let's take a step back for a second.
Yeah, let's take a step back. We're not going in imagination land. We're going with what we can actually do right now.
Right.
What we can do right now is observe the Earth and look at the moon and go, nothing. Why are you over-talking me constantly, dude? We can observe the Earth and we can observe the moon, and there's not a single fucking thing you can say that looks similar. Not a single thing. There's no reason to think they're similar.
Okay, so since you claim that the moon is a circle? All right.
That's what I see.
You confidently...
I'm not claiming it. That's what it looks like. Does it look like a circle?
You confidently claim that our Earth is... Assuming you claim that the Earth is a circle.
Why does this...
No, the Earth has nothing to do with the fucking moon, retard.
All right, so what shape is the Earth then?
Doesn't have a form like that. It's not bounded, dude. No, it's not inside of something.
So what? It's just...
What's the universe inside of?
It's in the Matrix or what?
What's the universe inside of?
No, you tell me. You're the professor.
You tell me because you think that somehow the Earth has to be bounded inside of something where it has edges.
I never claimed the universe.
You asked me where's the edge, dude?
I asked regarding longitude and latitude. How far?
Latitude and longitude are the stars.
How far they go? Yes, correct. I did ask.
Latitude and longitude are stars. It has nothing to do with the Earth.
Okay, so the moon is a circle, right?
Let me ask you this: find your latitude and longitude using nothing but the Earth.
Let me ask you this: so the moon is a circle, right?
Yeah, we just don't want to answer any stuff.
Yeah, you're never going to address it. You want to bring up latitude and longitude, you don't know anything about it.
Is the moon flat?
I don't know.
Does the moon
same questions over and over.
Why would it matter if the moon's flat?
It's a circle.
Well, because the other flat earther, the other guy, excuse me, I have to be respectful, right? The other gentleman claimed that the sun was floating above Earth.
No, he didn't.
Across Earth. Yes, he did.
Earth, and it moved.
Yes, he did.
It's me and my
going by some buoyancy thing. You're being a disingenuous, dude.
No, sir, I'm being honest. Professor, whatever his name is,
I told you.
No, he's not being honest. He's doing a storm.
But the sun moved across the flat Earth.
Let's move across.
And that it floated above the Earth. So then, therefore, how does the moon work? How does the moon work in that
same way?
Look, what do you see the sun do?
So a circular moon, I'm assuming flat moon, is also floating above Earth.
Oh my!
It's not floating, dude.
It's not rolling on the ground, is it? Do you see it rolling on the ground?
Look, if you're not going to be serious, you just go on mute, okay? Keep being a douche nozzle and strawmanning what we're saying. You just stay on mute. So the reason you're strawmanning is because you actually have no arguments or counter-arguments. You're still at fucking... I looked through the telescope and I can tell the moon was a sphere. That fucking bricked you.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, you're laughing at yourself because you created that straw man yourself.
Dude, you tried this laughing shit before. Remember when I called you on it? You tried this laughing stuff before?
Oh, Cope. This is Cope.
Yeah, this is really bad.
I'm gonna be real. You kind of sound stupid.
He was hyperventilating.
But the thing is, one guy tells me that the moon is.
What do you see the sun doing?
This is just narrative painting bullshit, bro. This is like, now you'll talk about us and how dumb we are, and et cetera, because you actually have no arguments.
Okay.
Yeah, you don't, and you're laughing at the straw. You're laughing at yourself. You created a straw man, tried to say we said that, and now you're laughing at it. That's hilarious.
But I look, man, look. Okay.
Yeah, thank you very much.
None of these gimmicks work in here. Go in one of the other chats for your bullshit, dude. Like, seriously, none of these immature little gimmicks work here.
Serious question. Does the moon float?
Do you see the moon go across the sky?
Does the moon float above Earth?
Do you see the moon above Earth?
Define float. Define float.
Yes,
What is float? Define float for us, will you?
So what I think the gentleman
define float.
Applied. Float? Well, like he posted a GIF and the sun appeared to be moving.
No, define float as what you're laughing at. What's so funny? How are you defining float? What does float mean?
Like float, bro. It floats above Earth.
Yeah, define it. Define it.
Yeah, define it. Don't describe it.
Suspended in midair.
Suspended?
Above Earth.
That's what float means?
Well, I guess that's what the GIF
showed. We can see him moving. It can't be suspended.
So if I threw a turd like you in water and you floated, you'd be suspended?
Like in orbit, I think. He thinks it's in orbit. Floating.
Well, I mean, he used the word float, so ask him to define. I don't know. He said float.
You said it.
But he said that the sun floats above Earth.
And what do you think that means?
I don't know. You tell me. You're the professor.
No, you're the one laughing. You must think it means something for it to be Canadian.
It means that it's not rolling on the ground. It's above us.
Yeah. It's floating, like suspended in air.
So what is
that's not what float means.
Do during the day? What does the sun do during the day? Does the sun move or no?
Sure.
Wow, you were cackling like an asshole, and you know the sun moves, and now you're laughing because you figured out the sun moves. Congratulations!
But you said that the sun moves and floats above Earth, like it moves on the Earth.
What do you think it does? How would you describe it?
You see it moving.
Like
how
for
would you
example,
describe the motion of the sun descriptively?
Right. Like in the GIF, it appeared to like.
How would you
Wait, I'm trying to fucking answer your question. So it's like the bowling ball. You know when you throw a bowling ball and it starts rolling, right?
What the fuck? No, you're not answering the question. That's not an answer. How would you describe observing the sun move across the sky?
How would I describe it? Well, you wouldn't like how I would describe it because it's just on a circle model.
No, I didn't ask for an explanation. I asked for a description. See, Professor Triangle gave you a description. When you asked what's the moon look like, I said a circle. That's a description. You're confusing descriptions with explanations. As in the difference between what is and how and why. Those are two different questions, right? So
Trump is a gay rapist pedophile. Trump is a gay rapist pedophile. Trump is a gay rapist pedophile.
Dude, leave your girlfriend alone, dude. Stop. Dude.
Hold on. Wait a minute. Let's relax.
If you were just going to describe to someone that's never seen the sun, what it looks like. You're just going to describe exactly what it looks like to your eyes. And you're going to.
Okay.
How would you describe it to? How would you describe it to them?
If the sun is moving across the sky, floats across the floor.
That is not a fucking description, dude. Are you deaf?
Relax. That's what the other guy said.
I want to know what you say. How would you describe it?
Outside. You're looking at the sun. What does it look like it's doing?
Well, the sun obviously rises from the east, from the horizon, and it moves across the sky in a well, to our perspective, it looks like it goes across the sky in a spherical motion. Well, to some degree,
spherical motion.
And then it sets down to the east.
Wow. Oh, so the sun moves. Wow. Now,
can you draw? Hold on, I want him to draw a spherical motion. Can you draw a spherical motion in the fucking chat, dude?
Sure. It's when you take your arm, and you move your arm across. And you
cackle like an asshole. Please,
I'm answering the question. I was asked a question, right? So
ask you to draw it.
East, from the right side, you extend your arm fully, where you imagine the horizon is, and then you rise your arm across, and then all the way
imagine the horizon
to the other side, which is the west.
Thinks making an arc is a sphere.
That's a sphere?
Yeah, that's a sphere. Making an arc motion with your hand.
But
you pointed. Right? Let's say you're at the equator. You pointed at east on the sunrise on the equinox, and then you raised your hand over your head, and then brought it back down the horizontal, and that's a sphere.
Sure. But I have a different question. Wait, I have a different
question. Everything.
So this is the problem. You can't even honestly and accurately describe reality.
Okay, yeah, I'm a retard and all that, but
well,
just
I mean,
finally,
right? No, you're not. You're stubborn.
Hold up. Wait, if the moon is
describe what you see, dude, and you're defensive.
Hold up. If
he said the sun sets in the east as well. You just can't let that go.
Shit! Yeah, he probably doesn't know anything, man.
East to west. Yeah, I don't know what you heard, but sure. So if the moon is a circle, right? How does it move across the Earth? Do you get to
is this
see
a flat Earth server?
Oh my god!
The same way the sun moves, except for it doesn't do it as fast.
Right.
So the moon just faces you at all times. It just decides to face you, or.
Well, it's so far away.
Dude,
so you is there like a magic force?
This is your problem. You said it was a sphere. Why don't we see it on the sphere?
Does the moon magic? There's a magic force.
Why don't we see the sides of the sphere? Why?
Is this
exactly. That's you problem. You don't understand that you're fucking literally debunking the shit you said earlier.
Really?
Why don't we see this? If the moon's a sphere, why don't we see its sides?
I don't know, because you claimed it's a circle, so I'm assuming.
No, if the moon is a sphere, why don't we see its sides?
Yeah, right. So if it moves across the flat surface of the Earth, and it's a disc, so therefore we should be able to see the other side.
No one said it's a disc.
Right?
Who said no one said it's a disc?
Well, it's a circle, right? So it's a 2D plane, so therefore it should be a disc.
Like, bro, you're dense, dude. Looks like a circle. So really simple. Things can look like something and be something else. For instance, railroad tracks are parallel, but they look like shut up. But they look like they converge.
So you have to burp too.
So they look like they converge. They're not actually converging. They look like that. If you draw a parabola that went all the way to the horizon when you were at the arc of the curve, that would look like an ellipse. Okay, so things look different because we see in a projective world, right? The 3D world is projected onto our little retinas. And that makes a 2D image. I said it looks like a circle. I didn't say is a circle.
So moon looks like a circle. But what
looks like?
What is it? Though?
Purely descriptive.
What is it though?
How would I tell by looking at it? You think you can get the composition of fucking objects by looking at them?
Wait, you are the professor. You should know.
No,
you're the professor.
How would I know? Nobody knows. You can't get the composition of objects by simply looking at them.
So you have nothing. Do you have any empirical evidence for flat Earth?
In psychology, you should.
I have empirical evidence for flat Earth. Yes, go to the ocean. There you go.
If you're
so what's the moon then? What shape's
you should
the moon?
know how the moon
What
works.
does the moon got to do with a flat Earth?
Well, because I want to know what shape is this object in the sky that I keep seeing?
I already told you. It looks like a fucking circle.
So it looks like a circle.
Ignore, repeat,
but what
dude.
shape is it?
Ask, ignore, repeat. Why are you doing it?
It's a
Ask,
circle.
ignore.
So it's a circle. So it's a disc.
Let's get this out now.
No,
not a
Logically
disc.
linked for us. What you witnessed, the moon, whatever you believe it is, logically link that now. Shape of the ground. Circle.
Matrix, you're breaking up.
Not again.
Yeah, it's skipping.
It sounds like you're in the garage and your computer's in somebody else's house.
I know why he keeps asking. He wants to equate the things in the sky to the ground because the things in the sky look like a circle or a sphere.
It's terrible logic.
Well, I mean, explain to me why is it things in the sky look like spherical?
I don't know. Why would our chandelier not look like my floor, dumbass?
That's what happens when things are in the sky. That's what they look like after a while. How's that for an explanation?
How are you in the military and you're a flat earther? That just doesn't add up. How does that work?
How?
He just outed
military
himself
grid maps are flat, dummy.
Yeah,
do you work with rockets and missiles? Do you work with rockets?
Flat Earth.
And
They
artillery?
require flat Earth. They require a flat Earth.
Hold on, dude. Do you think that to fire artillery accurately, you need to account for the curvature of the Earth or Coriolis?
No, because artillery just goes no more than 30 kilometers, which isn't enough to make this, assumption.
You better tell me to press Titan because he thinks the field goal is far enough.
Still talking here.
Yeah, because you're contradicting your own belief system.
30 kilometers is not merely enough to make any kind of assumption.
Well, that's not what the physicists say.
He's just wrong.
Not what the physicists say, brother. Yeah, Ranger, you talk to him. Maybe you can talk sense into him. I doubt it.
No, I'm gonna be in a bad mood.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Oh, why is that? Why is that?
Because you're full of shit, dude. And we all see it.
Military service for education.
How does Tomahawk missiles work?
They fly through the air. They fly through the air.
Well, there's chemical.
Do they get trapped
in there with oxidized?
They need air pressure.
Direction.
Yeah.
I'll go at him for a minute. KGB.
Do they go over the horizon, these Tomahawks?
KGB.
They require air pressure, dude. That's how they work.
KGB.
Right.
I posted an image up at 41 minutes past the hour. Can you tell me which one of those are spheres?
Why are you giving me this? Why are you giving me this?
You got him in a corner. He can't answer the question.
You can figure out so we can see if you know what spheres are by looking at them.
So this doesn't follow anything we've been talking about.
Which one's a sphere?
It just answers the
can't
question.
tell because I can't tell.
Yeah, just how you can't tell that the moon is a sphere. So
I
thank
can't
you.
tell because this is a still image.
So what about this one? Now I'm going to post a picture of a circle, and then you tell me if it's a sphere or not. Look at the one I posted. Is that a sphere?
That looks like a sphere, correct.
How? What makes it look like a sphere?
The way the shadow.
Why do you say shadow? Why do you keep saying shadow? You haven't proved shadow yet.
Because the light and the shadow curves around the object.
When it's in complete darkness, it should turn red. If that's a shadow. Oh, it's all black, then it turns red. You guys don't make any sense these days.
That's great. I'm really glad that you had to go grab your fake illusion gifs to.
Have you ever seen it? Have you ever witnessed an eclipse, KGB?
It's an eclipse. What's your problem?
Have you witnessed an eclipse, KGB?
Apparently not.
He hasn't witnessed the end of his nose.
Okay.
No, I'm too dumb for that. Sorry.
Okay, well, check out the next one whenever that is.
Sure. I will.
Yeah, and the moon's a still object as well. When you're looking at it.
I'm sure it is. It's a still 2D object.
So why can't you? Yeah.
Yeah,
it's the same
had
as
it all
his
wrong.
four, it's
all
the
along,
same as
bro.
his 4 circles. And, okay, good. You're wrong. Thank you.
Yes, I had it all. It's all wrong. Orbits don't really work the way they work. Rockets don't work the way they work.
And the Earth's flat.
Projectiles don't fall the way they fall. Gravity doesn't exist. Satellites are a conspiracy. The edge of the Earth is all an iceberg, and
He's
so on.
having a meltdown.
And you're coping. Yeah, all of these are facts.
Yes, these are facts.
Yeah.
Notice how you have nothing still and just rambling right now? The whole time you came in here and you still have nothing, and your other friend quit.
I was asked to talk, okay? So don't attack me, bro.
So just
I only came here. I only came in here to ask questions.
If you could just hold on, if you could just present one long distance observation throughout all of history done by anyone that validates the Earth.
You know what? I think it will be cool if you guys provided a flat Earth representation of what our Earth looks like.
We're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth, though.
Well, that's because
Is
you
that a
don't have
straw
one,
man?
and you don't have any body of evidence to make a reference.
No, we
based on
don't
any
claim-
measurements.
Yeah, we don't claim to know the shape
You
of the
have
Earth.
no
but
clue.
you
What
do.
you have is denialism, and nihilism is
Would you require measurements for a model? Yo, would you require
Nihilism isn't
measurements?
science.
Yo, dude, calm the fuck down. Would you require measurements for your adaptation or depiction of the Earth?
I really don't care what your 10-centimeter ruler says, bro. It doesn't prove it.
Dude, if we're going to measure and represent and model something, we're going to have to measure it, right? We're going to model it, we're going to measure it first, aren't we?
He can't even say yes to that.
Oh, wow. You want a model,
I think
you
I'd
must
rather stick to
understand that
my-
if we're going to provide you with a model, then we're going to have to measure the Earth, right?
I think I'll stick to my government conspiracies and my brainwash, and I'll be happy
Okay,
with
so he
that.
doesn't want to walk down the logical path. He'd rather be brainwashed by his government. That's fine, Aussie
Says the
Trot.
guy,
There's no
says the,
point
says
you
the guy
being
that believes
here,
that
is
the moon
there?
is a circle, bro, and
There's
that
just
the
no
sun
point you
floats
being
above
here.
Earth.
I can't even engage with you with a logical conversation without you splurging out like some fucking idiot. God,
Is
that
it
was a waste of
logical
my
to
time.
claim? Is it
What a waste of
logical
my
to claim
time.
that is it logical to claim that the sun floats above Earth?
What do we observe, dude? What do we observe?
I asked you a question. Answer my question.
Yeah, and to help get to the answer, we're going to have to talk about what we observe. So, what do we observe about the sun?
What was my question?
Is it reasonable to assume that the sun floats above the Earth?
Yeah, that's one of your claims.
Okay,
yes.
so let's look at the sun. It's like I tried to answer your question with the basis simple point of, well, let's go look at the sun then, the very thing that you're talking about, and you start having a hissy fit. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Hold up. Let me provide a GIF of what the other user posted earlier.
I don't give a fuck about GIFs and other users. I thought I was talking to you. Now you want to get a conversation with your ex-girlfriend that I don't care about?
Yeah, but that wasn't my claim. That was what your
You
user,
already admitted
in this room claimed.
Across the sky, and you want to go back into it again? You already admitted it.
Yeah, because your claim is fucking lunacy. It's crazy. So if this is true, that the sun floats above the Earth and moves above the Earth the way that GIF makes it look, then therefore that plane should be able to fly towards the sun, right? And we should be able to touch the sun.
It is flying towards it.
You are.
That's why you see it turning. Click, click, keeps turning to the right. A little bit, yeah, it's going west.
Really?
That's why you see.
So you're saying that we can fly.
That's why you see it making corrections to keep the sun basically in front.
So you're saying that that same plane could technically fly to that sun and basically touch it or get into it.
No, the sun moves. You already told me the sun moves.
Right. So you're telling me this is reasonable and logical, that this user's claim is
It's logical because it's what we observe. Right. So we see the sun move.
You know what I
we
observe?
see the sun move,
You know
don't we?
what I observe? Here's what I observe. I observe a room full of fucking clowns and
Yeah,
trolls
well
and
done. And you're the one who can't hold a decent conversation without attacking anybody. That's clever.
That's rich
You're
coming
the fuck
from
up. You're the one that we should all look up to, right?
Well, this is my observation. You guys are clowns, idiots. Probably.
I've tried to engage you in conversation. You've started whittering on about other shit.
I don't want to engage with you in conversation. I want to engage with
Then
the
you're
other
a
guy.
prick. Then you don't deserve to be here. You don't deserve to be here.
Oh, it's a privilege for you guys, for users, to join your room, not the other way around.
It fucking is, dude.
Yeah. Be happy that there's people joining
So far, me and you haven't even reached the end of one conversation without you fucking acting like an idiot.
Oh, we had conversations before. I don't know if you recognize my voice.
It's all on you.
Before.
It's all on you.
I think if you don't recognize who I am, that's your problem. But
I couldn't give a shit who you fucking are. At the moment, you're acting like an idiot.
Who spoke
Can
about
we reach the end of a conversation, do you think? Oh my God, he's American. He thinks that talking's going to win the conversation. Yep, talk more.
About spherical geometry, which you failed about. You failed at the equator. You failed at the geometry of the Earth. You failed at providing any, flat Earth models. You failed at providing maps. You failed at everything. All you have is just denialism.
Listening. So we're sick of listening to you.
All we've got is measurements of the surface of the Earth. That's all we require.
Oh, you guys are so not you guys. You globers are so angry all the time. I don't understand.
All he wanted to know about was the moon, the moon, the moon, and the moon. Not one thing he questioned was, oh shit, you've measured the shape of the ground. That Indio? Jedi? Sounds very interesting. No, he just wanted to talk about, if you want to know about the moon, Cage, go outside and have a look at it. Because anything outside of looking at it is just hearsay. No one's ever been to it to say, this is exactly what it is. It's just you and your hopes and dreams and stories. I do hope he wasn't one of these mathematician guys that was going to turn up to. It'd be quite sad if it was.
Holy shit, that was painful.
Bye-bye, flat earthers. It was nice talking to you.
Bye. See you later, mate. Take care. Don't let them device. Let's go.
Bye, you got ruined.
Yikes. Before I can describe what the ground looks like, I have to know what every single thing in the sky does, how it works, what it's made of, what shape it is, and everything else in between. Oofta with a side of yikes.
Is no one talking?
Oh no, I mean, kind of, yeah. Do you want to raise a topic? Flat Earth, ask me anything. Anything at all. Go ahead.
What about India?
India goes to the moon.
We have gone to the moon. What have you ever done? You have not done it.
That'd be interesting to get an Indian who is like, America faked it, but we did it for real. God bless Vishnu or whoever, you know. Vishnu picked India to be, you know, spacefaring race, culture.
Hello. Welcome. Oh, he's gone. He ran away. I was going to tell him about India going to the moon.
Maybe you should start with, have you heard the good news? And then tell them about it.
Well, I've been making new music, so I could play you a song while there's silence.
Do it.
This isn't belief. It's a discipline.
I start with the world that exists, full stop. Not dependent on what I think or plot. Reality doesn't bend a belief or frame. It stays what it is when no one names. But access is filtered, sensitive tool. No raw truth pipe straight to the skull. What we know comes mediated, constrained by signal, noise, and what's retained. So I don't confuse the thing with the view or the map with what the map points to. Realist about what exists out there. Critical about how we claim it's there. Real world, yes. Raw access, no. Yeah. Claims earn weight only after they show. I don't worship models. I don't trust appearance. I test the bridge between them. That's critical realism. Yeah. Empiricist means evidence leads, not tradition, not authority. Observation before explanation, constraint before speculation. But evidence isn't vibes, a sight is controlled, repeatable, measure right. You don't cherry pick what seems to fit. You ask what rules out the thing you like. Two stories explain the same display. Neither one gets crowned that day. And a dead man means discipline waste. No leap allowed, just to decorate. Empirical doesn't mean trust your eyes. Ay, ay. It means test the system that informs the eyes. Ay, ay, ay. Data first, stories later, constraint beats explanation. If it doesn't exclude alternative, it's not confirmation. Data first, stories later, constraint beats explanation. If it doesn't exclude alternative, it's not confirmation. The logician part, this is where it bites. I check the steps, not just the size. No affirming consequence, sneak aside, no conclusion. Smuggle by how it feels right. Prediction matching isn't proof. Compatibility and truth. If the premise bakes the end result, the argument eats its own output. I separate what's necessary from what's enough. What must be true versus what could bluff. If the logic breaks, I don't care who said it. A famous error is still an error. Credit denied. If the reasoning fails, no amount of data saves it. If the data fails, no elegance redeems it. So I don't deny reality, and I don't inflate certainty. I don't collapse the word into thought, or crown a model just because it's taught. I demand closure before inference. I demand test before confidence. I let appearances explain themselves before I claim structure underneath the shell. That stance isn't cynical or cold. It's how you stop being confidently wrong. It's how knowledge stay corrigible, and why bad ideas don't become untouchable. World exists independent, knowledge filtered, contingent, evidence constraints, logic cause the chain. No shortcuts, no sacred cows, no trust me bro, no everyone knows. Critical, realist, empiricist, logician, that's the standard, not an opinion. Reality doesn't need belief, claims do.
Yeah, that was the song for my new record that's coming out soon.
Hey, what's going on, you guys? If there's anybody here that's interested in the room topic, yeah, feel free to say hello. Be happy to hear what you think. Yeah, prove it. Welcome. Whoever just joined. There are too many people in this VC for me to count.
Yeah, they're all flat earthers. Except for Pro Soy Chilla.
Pro Chinchilla.
Yeah.
Is it? Well, I don't know what sort of convinces you that we're on a spinning ball. Like nothing we observe in reality leads to that. I don't know where the story came from. I don't know why it's so mainstream, but it feels like the Globe Earth conspiracy is getting out of hand, you guys. We need to revert everyone back. This VC should be 10 times bigger, by tomorrow. Could you imagine that? One Globe Defender at a time. Also, that track was tight, Drace. It's a shame that Discord compresses the heck out of it and makes it sound like all I'm sure the actual mix sounds a lot better.
Actually, if you purchase his records and you get them at a decent rate, yeah, sound pretty tidy. Just saying.
Oh yeah. I'll have to look into that. So Pro Chinchilla
through a voice mod and from Iceland, so.
Fair enough. Let's see, what's this server? What's this voice server?
Hello.
Hey, what's going on?
Not much.
You think the Earth's a globe?
120%.
120%?
Yeah.
Oh, do you know how percentages work? I don't think you can believe 120% in something.
Oh, I don't believe. I just know it.
Okay. Right. So
I know I'm sitting on a chair right now. 120%.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, again, I still think you're using that wrong. The whole 120% thing.
This is going against your script, I guess.
No. I mean, it's not a script. I mean, hey, it's
sounds more like confidence, doesn't
it?
Yeah. I mean, if you want an explanation on how the percentages thing work, right? You can have something, and then you can have half of it, right? Usually we call that 50%, right? So if you have the whole thing, it's 100%. You can't have more of the thing because it doesn't extend more, right? There's no more to have, right? So it's either you're 100% or 0% or 25%. You know what I mean? You can have anything within this 0 to 100, but exceeding that would be nonsensical, right? Because you can't have more of one thing. Do you get that?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm glad we're on the same page. So would you like to say you are 100% sure that the Earth is a globe?
I know for 100% it is a globe.
100% that it's a globe. Yeah.
Yes.
You would say so. Okay. I mean, why? What convinces you 100% of the way that this has to be the globe and there's no... Is this the percent room? I thought it was the flat Earth room. Yeah, dude. I don't know. I mean, let's go to flat Earth and let's see. I mean, Pro Chinchilla thinks it's a globe. Our 80% sarcastic and 0% interesting. Okay, let's go to the flat Earth. I mean, let's see what that has.
Sny.
Mm-hmm.
Don't you want the Wig Snatcher roll?
Look at the side chat. You gotta look in the side chat. Just quickly. Right, there we go. Right, so Pro Chinchilla, I don't believe in anything.
That's true. But I know it is a globe.
Okay, that's good. I mean, this is a very, very good standpoint that you have here. Now, I mean, can you prove it?
Right, how do you know?
The Earth is a globe? Let us know how you know.
I'd like to know how he jumped an extra 10% in the last couple of minutes.
Yeah, it went up, didn't it? Yeah. So that's good that you don't believe, right? You're a knower, right? So now we need to know how you know. How do you know? What did you do to test the Earth?
Use it
is it a ball because it has to be?
Sorry, say that a little bit louder.
I use my eyes.
Okay, so you saw the curvature of the Earth?
Yep.
Well, when and where?
Over the physical horizon.
Oh, really? You don't think that something could appear to disappear bottom up on a flat surface?
I mean, when you zoom out, because when you zoom in, you're not over there. You're where you're supposed to be at.
Okay, so let's just say we're standing at the ocean, and we have a giant ship. Okay, it's right in front of us, and it's going to sail away. Are you saying that you're going to see it disappear bottom up as it sails away?
You said you're in the ocean. I'm on land.
No. If you're standing at the ocean, like at the ocean, not in the ocean, you could be in it a little bit, right? You could be in it. You could be swimming, whatever, right? Just say you're at the shoreline. You're standing there, okay, and there's a big giant ship. It's right in front of you, and it sails away. Okay, would you see that giant ship start to disappear bottom up as it goes past a certain point due to the curvature of the Earth? Because that's what you just claimed, right? I'm just kind of clarifying what you just said.
That's what I see in Lake Michigan.
Okay, so in the GIF that I'm posting in the side chat, we have a giant ship, and we have someone standing at the shoreline of the ocean. Okay, and when they're zoomed out with their camera, they can't see the ship, right? It's not resolvable at all. You can see the horizon, but the ship's gone. Okay, but when he zooms in, we can see the whole ship, right? None of the bottom of the ship was missing. So you're saying if that ship was close to the observer and it sailed away from him out to where it is, it would disappear bottom up?
Yeah, but you're not supposed to zoom in, though. You're supposed to zoom out. Because that's a true...
Yeah, so he's zooming in, right? So start the video from when he's not zoomed in, right? Okay, and you can't see the ship. And then he zooms in, and then you can see the whole ship. Just think about it.
Oh, I already think about it since Facebook.
It's what? It's Facebook. Is that what you said?
I already spoke to the flat earthers on Facebook on this kind of stuff, like the oil rigs from California and all that.
Okay, so when he's zoomed out, you can't see the ship. Why? What's the reason that you can't see the ship when he's zoomed out?
Because there's a physical curvature horizon there. That's why.
Oh, okay. So when he zooms in, why can you see the whole ship?
Because of technology. But
really? So the technology allows you to... Yeah, it allows you to see over the curvature of the Earth, does it? It's like a magical camera that allows you to see over the curvature of the Earth, and it makes the curvature of the Earth disappear just by zooming in.
What is Dre's
your positive claim? Well, no, here, Chinchilla, address the claim at hand. Do you believe that that's what the camera is doing? You think it's going...
I don't believe, I just know.
Curve?
Why you keep
Okay, you know that that's what the camera is doing. Would you say yes, that's what the camera is doing? Is it going over the curve of the Earth? And like, appearing flat?
10%. And it's brown.
Let's just break this down.
Cogdis.
Let's break this down, Sny, really quickly. Okay, so this is what he's saying. It's a quick summary. Okay, when he's zoomed out, we can't see the ship because it's behind the curvature of the Earth. And then when we zoom in, we can see the whole ship because the camera negates the curvature of the Earth.
Right. Yeah, no, I mean, it makes sense, yeah. On a spinning ball, you get a bit dizzy and a bit silly.
Yes, Morris.
I think that's what's happening here. Chinchilla.
Sure.
Oh man.
No, he just fused out. He's not on fire anymore.
Bro, this is Tap's been crushing since he was like 16 or 15. Been crushing Glober's hopes and dreams.
That's crazy.
Crazy. I mean, crazy is a word that you can use about it. Let's prove the globe, bro, Chinchilla. Come on. I mean, what's going on? Why are you conceding to such an easy, you know?
Well, I'm not conceding. I'm working on my sterile.
You are conceding, bro. What are you talking about? That's exactly what's going on, right? We said, does technology allow you to see over the physical curve? And you said yes. Like, of course, that's not. 100%. You know that's not what you know. No, that you're completely okay. Chinchilla, if you want to have a genuine conversation, I'm totally up for a genuine conversation, bro. But until you get the fairy tales out of your head and consider fact, right? We're not going to be able to have a genuine progressive conversation, right? It's not going to be productive.
Only if it disagrees with your worldview, which is understandable why you're like this.
Well, no, okay, it's not disagreeing with my worldview, okay, because I wouldn't say I have a worldview, right? I see things as it is, right? I'm kind of like you. I don't like the word belief, right? I don't like the word believe at all. If someone says, do you believe the earth is flat? I'm like, well, no. I know the earth is flat, right? Because I've tested it, right? And you can too, Chinchilla. You can absolutely test any of these things for yourself. You can buy a camera for $300 $400, right? And that might be a steep price, but the zoom that you're going to get on it is excellent, right? You can go out to a beach, right? Go out to California, go and look at those oil rigs, right? Or maybe get a boat, right? Get a speedboat, hire it out, tell a buddy to swim away, and we'll see what we see, right? Record his position on the map, right? We've got Google Earth that we can use to do that, right? Pinpoint A and point B, see the distance, calculate how much physical obstruction we're supposed to see due to the curvature of the earth, right? And then you'll see that you don't see that. You don't see no physical obstruction because it's a fairy tale. So, Chinchilla, I ask you again.
What's up?
Right, what is the reason that we see a ship way further out than it's supposed to be? Right, according to your globe model, would see physical obstruction. What do we see so far, Chinchilla?
Well, as I said it before, a physical horizon curvature.
Physical horizon curvature. Can you define horizon for me?
It's where it meets the skies and the waters.
What meets the sky? Oh, so the water meets the sky.
It's a physical line. It's a physical line, not a parent line. Not a parent line.
Okay.
Physical.
Right. It's physical, so it doesn't move?
I mean, it's like a treadmill,
What?
It's like a treadmill.
You're going to have to use a different word to describe what you're talking about.
Okay, so you know what a conveyor belt, when you go to shopping, when you finish shopping?
Okay.
That kind of shit. Yeah.
So would you say the Horizon's like a conveyor belt?
Pretty much. That's how I
How so? How does it work like a conveyor belt? I don't see no conveyor belt action.
I mean, go to Costco. You'll see it for yourself when you finish shopping.
Okay. Right, but when I go to the beach, I see something completely different. Why is that? I don't see no conveyor belt.
I mean, if you're not there 24 hours, then that makes sense.
Okay.
He got this. I believe you. I believe you can kick my ass. Go ahead.
Chinchilla, I really don't want to kick your ass, bro. It feels like, like hurting a special needs kid. That's sort of what it's feeling like here. You just don't do it. It's fucked up, bro. Sorry, bro, but like what you're saying isn't making any sense. It's not.
Yeah, because it goes against your script. I mean, if Quantum Rays are here, I'll be gone long time ago.
No, like what you're saying is like confusing me so much. I just don't know how to rebuttal it because it's so stupid, right? And I'm sure like a lot of people in here are thinking the exact same thing without getting angry, because I don't like getting angry. I don't like screaming and telling you that you're an idiot, right? But I do like getting into why you think this way, right? And so if you're here to troll, that's completely fine. We don't need to have a conversation. But if you want to have a productive conversation, and maybe I can learn a bit, maybe you can learn a bit, right? The other folk in here can learn a bit from, your point of view, your perspective, right? I'd love to have a conversation like that. And it sounds super fun, doesn't it?
Hey, here we go.
What? Dang. Okay. Is there anyone else in here that wants to have a conversation?
So, Pro Chinchilla, you were talking about the oil platforms observation, right? There's quite a few of them. What's your thoughts on that?
Oh, I'm fixing my mic. I can barely hear you guys. 1 second.
You should try to work on the headphones or speaker. Yeah. If you can't hear us properly, it's not a mic issue.
I mean, if you want, I can concede for now and come back. See you. And then the guy can get the Wig Snatcher roll. And then everyone wins.
But you don't have to answer the question. It's all good.
Cartoon winner of 2025. It's always the ones that aren't in voice as well. Node. Just like shit posting in the side chat. It's like, come on, man. How you doing, Jedi? You doing alright? I saw you on mute earlier on.
Yeah, man, I'm good. I'm just catching up with the Jake Paul Anthony Joshua fight highlights. I didn't catch it the other day.
Oh yeah, I did that.
No.
Did you watch it already?
Quiet.
No, I didn't catch it on Netflix, dude. I missed it.
No, I didn't watch it either. Just the highlights were good enough for me.
Yeah. I completely forgot it was on.
You finished watching the highlights?
Yeah,
Yeah, he got whooped.
I'm so happy, man. He took his fucking jaw off with that final knockout, man. It was awesome.
Yeah, bro. Yeah.
Beautiful right cross.
and he was like mocking him, like sticking the tongue out after he was getting his ass whooped.
Yeah, I noticed that, man.
Got destroyed.
Yeah,
there's a golden frame where you can see Anthony Joshua smiling, right? Like he's happy to see someone, and then Jake Paul quivering in the corner with his arms up. It's hilarious.
The first time he got knocked down, he was hanging on to Anthony Joshua's leg. He's, oh no, please don't hurt me.
Yeah. He got wrecked.
Yeah, AJ said that in an interview, he was like, it's not about, people are going to judge me for going 6 rounds with him, but it's not about that. It's about the mental sort of torture that he put him through. Because imagine 6 rounds, constantly getting knocked down, getting back up, but 6 rounds against Anthony Joshua in
you could see it in his face, man, the whole fight. Like he was scared. But as you would be, man. Like he had no business being in there.
Oh man, terrible. You look 6 years ago what they were both doing. Anthony Joshua was getting like a 1-punch knockout, right? Start of the round 1-punch knockout 6 years ago. Jake Paul was on Disney Channel, so it's it's completely like there's no competition in that. It's a stupid idea. Done for the money though. That's right. It's just that's all it is. I mean, especially today more than ever. It's all about the money. Money, the control. Speaking of control, does anyone want to maybe free their mind and have a conversation about the shape of the Earth?
Okay, Morpheus, show us the ball.
Matrix, are you purposefully standing about 20 foot away from your microphone?
I'm on my mobile phone. I'm holding it in my hand.
Okay, mate.
He's got like super long arms. It's like 20-foot long arms.
No. What it is, what's going on? Holy shit. What it is because when I'm on my mic at home, I'm so loud, all of you lot have got me turned down. And then when I get on this, it's just ultra quiet and I sound like I'm a mile away.
That's a good point. Let me check that. That's actually true.
Don't turn it back up. Don't turn it back up. Please don't.
Oh, there we go. That's funny.
Well, let's check who else we got in the channel. Well, Node. I guess Node's not going to mic up. But you're unmuted, Node. Hello. All right, maybe not. All right, who else we got? What about Liquid? Has anyone spoken with a Liquid?
I saw Liquid in the VC. No, I haven't. They seem to be the English hub in politics, so hopefully we might be able to achieve a genuine-ish conversation. Liquid, how you doing? Yeah, guess not. Okay.
Not gonna happen.
A shame. I feel like getting ghosted, you know what I mean? Like knocking and nobody's home. It's the worst.
What about this guy at the top, Joe Spades?
It seems to be streaming on their Xbox. They were streaming this game yesterday as well. I think this is like a story game. You gotta play. You can choose your dialogue.
It's called Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. It's pretty good. I highly recommend it.
Kingdom Come, nice.
It takes place in 15th century Bohemia.
Oh wow. This is the life, ba-boo, ba-boo, boo. This is the life, ba-boo, ba-boo, boo. Yeah, no, you've made this claim of a sniper hitting a target at 2 miles where the Earth drops 10 feet out of their line of sight. You're claiming people don't use it because, you've seen a firing table for a long-range weapon system. You're 120% deep in the retard equipment. Trying to argue that luck is why the military's math works. France, would be muskets. Can you prove, like any demonstration involving a sniper hitting a target at 2 miles, and can you show us, the drop-off due to the curvature? Or not drop off due to the curvature, but can you see how the curvature plays into effect any of this? Get in line. You mean get in line? You made a positive claim, bro. You gotta prove it now. That's how these conversations work. I mean, you're gonna type in the chat about it rather than using your perfectly working microphone. It's a shame. You know, everyone's got a microphone. We've got that one guy that was in here earlier on with his microphone that was 20 feet away from him, but hey-ho. It's still a mic, right? Still works. It's, Welcome to Voice, if you're new. If you've read the name on the door and you're interested, unmute yourself and have a conversation. What's the worst that could happen, right?
The worst thing you could happen is you could end up like Jake Paul's face today. Two black eyes, broken jaw.
Yeah, true.
Think yourself lucky, Globers.
Alright, let's host it. Tap versus Anthony Joshua in the ring debate. Let's see what happens, you guys. How many rounds? Y'all better be betting on me. Happy Monday to y'all. Happy Sunday to the rest.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Have you looked into the flat Earth topic before, Joe Spades?
No.
I'm just here to listen to you guys and provide something to people watch.
I'm sleeping.
Yes.
Is your name Nabil?
That's true.
Okay. Sweet. Can I call you Nabil? Is that fine?
Yeah, absolutely.
Excellent. Nabil, what do you think the shape of the Earth is?
Spherical.
You think it's a sphere? And is that because you've been told that? Or have you tested it for yourself?
I don't know. I don't know. I'm not sure about that.
Okay. Well, when we observe the Earth, we observe it to be a flat and stationary plane, right? We observe no curvature over long distance observations and tests using lasers and cameras. We've sent hot air balloons up super duper high, and we have failed to see any curvature. And when I say super duper high, I mean a couple 100,000 feet, right, which is pretty high. There's no curvature, and nothing to prove that the Earth has any sphericity whatsoever. So why do we believe it? What's the point in continuing to subscribe to a lie that people have told us, and not figure it out for ourselves.
I don't know.
I'm sleeping. It's definitely an interesting topic, and you should totally look into it.
Honestly, I don't know. Can't tell anything. Can't tell you further.
Would you like to ask me anything?
I'd like to hear you talking.
You'd like to hear me talk?
Yep.
Okay, is there any specific reason for that, or?
You need something to talk about. Maybe a question would help.
Because
yeah, that would be good. Do you want to ask me any questions, maybe about the life?
Just drop out and come back in real quick.
Yeah, it could be the app.
Stay out.
Alright.
Where's the money at?
What up?
Did he send the money yet?
He's gonna send someone money?
Yeah, he's sending the main server $50.
No kidding.
Like toddlers, guys. Brains like toddlers, not gonna lie.
Yeah, that worked.
What
that
about?
worked.
What about?
Okay.
That worked.
Yep. Awesome.
Whatever.
Continue.
Bucks or what?
That's crazy, guys. I need to explain to you people how Discord works. It's crazy.
Oh, go ahead. Explain to everybody how a computer works.
Yeah, I don't know, bro. I'm literally in the field since 25 years, professional, and I have no idea how a computer works. So whatever you're saying. What?
I said, go ahead and tell everybody. Or something like that, and I said, no, it was like 280, and he got even madder.
Hey, bro, I don't care what you pay for it. A vacuum chamber is one of the most simplistic processes in the world. You know what I mean? It's not hyper-simplistic.
In all the time you spent whining, you could have went and found out what you think the experts would say about this that they were asking you.
We did.
But instead, you've been whining.
We did.
How did they explain it?
Listen, I cannot explain you how, but I can tell you that they have an explanation for it.
What's their explanation?
I don't know, but they have one. That's the point.
So how do you know if you don't know?
So I think Professor, when he came to the observation, he should have read the observations.
How do you know if you don't
Because Professor should know because he makes a claim. Do you understand?
Hang on. I read what you posted, right? And I've got the very basic, rudimentary understanding of it, right? Now I could detail that much. So why don't you give it a shot?
No, you can explain it if you want.
No, you should.
So you don't.
No, I can't. I'm not willing to. I can't. I'm not in the field.
No, that means he hasn't read his own bullshit that he's posted. That's what that means.
Yeah, so you don't.
No, that's not true. That's not true. I have read something of it, but
so you don't know that he's wrong, or that.
No. I'm just saying. If I would make an observation which would give me the idea that gravity is fake, then I would continue researching it after. So I think Professor, if he makes a claim that he can disprove gravity, he should also add his claim with some kind of research he has debunked. Do you understand that? It's very simple. It's a very simple logic.
Did it already.
Very simple logic. Basically, you cannot make a claim without disproving the counter evidence.
To debunk me is put a glass of water in a vacuum chamber, pull the vacuum so I can see it on the vacuum.
We all can see it going to be gas, bro. We agree.
Make the water stay in the cup.
Bro. I don't know.
Bubble, not do anything, just stay in the cup. And then you do
T-Dub. Are you sure you are correct in this group of people here? Do you feel like Professor is giving you the knowledge you're searching for in your life?
Why are you asking T-Dub? Everybody agrees with him.
Yeah,
I mean, I agree with him as well. He
You're
just
really
doesn't understand
emotional.
what my argument is here or what my critique is.
You don't have an argument. You're dumbstruck.
It is crazy since 3 hours. I'm just saying, if you are making an
in all these
observation,
hours,
you
you've literally presented no argument, no rebuttal, no observation, no demonstration. You've just said, I posted this thing that I don't understand, so I can't speak about it. It's crazy, Anon. You're really like, I don't know,
in simple terms, right? There is a lot of research done.
break live on the internet.
In simple terms, right? There is a very. Okay, do you want to speak always when I speak, or should we listen to each other?
You've been just spiraling for like the last hour and a half.
I mean,
verbal diarrhea.
It's not like that you people have given me anything to shut up.
Getting upset because you think Radwin thinks he's smart and that upsets you. He can't be smarter than all the people who did that thing that I don't know about.
Exactly, he can't. That's true.
That's it right there.
If you're a flat earther, you can't be correct. You can't
okay, bro. Can you listen? Can you listen for a second? A researcher. I will give you the terminology researcher now. Okay, Mr. Professor, you're researching stuff. Okay. No, I'm not yelling, bro. I'm calm. A researcher who stops by the observation and not by counter-arguing the mainstream narrative to it.
I countered your mainstream.
You did not.
Space-time holds air around the ball. I debunked that.
You did not. No one talks about space-time or the Earth. You're talking about gas in a vacuum chamber. What are you saying?
Well, what holds water around the ball in a vacuum? It's space-time, right?
What is it, bro? What is it? Air, right? Are we living in an air environment or no? Your own claim is it's air, right? Does the lake around you in your neighborhood have air?
You need a container to have air pressure.
Oh, okay. Yeah, your gas has to be contained. I get it, bro.
There you go.
Well, he's proven it. Yeah, he's proven it. Like, so why are you complaining about it?
Yeah, exactly. Why are you complaining? You know that's true.
Are you crazy, guys?
Is that not true? Anon, is that not true?
No, it's not true, bro.
Okay, so show us gas pressure without a container.
Yeah, would you tell me, you are repeating since 9 years the sentence on the internet.
Oh, you haven't proven it for 9 years.
Gas has to be contained, right? Gas has to be contained. Now, Professor is saying...
Gas pressure, yeah. Gas pressure.
Right.
Gas pressure,
gas pressure has to be contained, okay?
Well, that's what the definition
there is a lot of public narrative about it from research. Do you want to tell me any of it and disprove
No, that's okay. Just post the demonstration.
You don't care about disproving the other research, right? You're just making the claim without any research done, right?
He's done the experiment. He's done the experiment. It's not a
he has a vacuum chamber, guys. He has a vacuum chamber, guys.
And I have air compressors too, and tanks, and all kinds of other shit. Hoses, stainless steel lines. I've got all kinds of shit.
Yo, Crit, my friend. You are, I would even call you a friend, bro. I appreciate you. You are a nice guy, Crit, and whatever, right?
I just think that what you should do here, instead of being confrontational, just talk like how you talk.
I'm just ending the debate, but Crit, can I ask you something?
This ain't a debate, bro.
If your community creates all these bold claims all day, why you are...
Nah, no need, Anon.
We are nihilists, Lebowski. We are nihilists.
Let us know in the chat. Just let us know in the chat, Anon, if you ever find that demonstration. Otherwise, that's all we need. Thank you.
This guy's the biggest baby man I've ever heard.
Yeah, he's so triggered, isn't he? His Radwin did the water in a vacuum chamber, and he just lost his mind for like 2 hours.
I can't believe it, man. Like,
he's not even going to be able to focus for the rest of the day. You know that, right? He's probably going to have to go to sleep now.
Uh-oh. Hey, Professor, all I can say is thank God you didn't mention golf on the moon. That would have flipped his shit right out.
He can't get past the test that Radwin has done. It's like, dude.
All right. Clip it, boys. Like the last 2 hours, we've had like just guys spiraling out.
That needs to be an episode in itself. From the time he unmuted when I said I saw him in the chat and I told him space is fake, and he had a heart attack.
Even before that, since I joined like 3 hours ago with the folk in before him, They've just all been melting down and spiraling.
Look,
Not
he's
they weren't
posting
spiraling,
AI overviews. He's posting AI overviews. Because the AI doesn't know what to do about it.
Because all the links he had were hallucinations.
Yeah, AI doesn't know what to tell you, dude.
Hero, why does clouds work?
His other one was a hot air balloon too.
By Alexander, age 5.
See, now you're just starting your research and on. This is what you should have done 2 hours ago when you were first posed with the question. Actually go and research it instead of just mouthing off for 2 hours. Jesus Christ.
Why did he mention clouds? I didn't say anything about clouds.
Yeah, I mean, granted, he's not researching the correct thing.
And you need to have clouds, you need a container. So, and you need air pressure to have clouds. So you're still lost, dude. No matter how you do it, no matter what you say, you lost.
He just hates the feeling of losing, you know, because academia should be right. He's a elite worshiper. So if you're not debunking one of those guys, like specifically with a paper, like to him, it's nothing. Even if it's something that you can test and verify that goes against mainstream.
He hasn't been able to give anything though himself. There's nothing, not even mainstream. I told him, go find it all. Nothing. He came back with basically what I said.
Because actually everything in the mainstream agrees with us, because we're just parroting the mainstream.
They don't even know that. I just did what I saw another guy on YouTube. I'm like, yeah, you know what? I'm going to do that and I'm going to make this claim, and it's just going to piss people off when I say that because you can't debunk me. And it works.
Love it.
That was too funny, man. That guy is so triggered. Oh, I love it.
What is he, a computer engineer or something? What the hell does he do?
He works
Not
at Staples.
anymore. No, he's going to give up on saying anything now.
He works at
He's
Staples.
jobless.
Imagine he's sitting in an office right now and he's just having that kind of meltdown.
Did he tell everyone he's homeless?
Smash the keyboard into the flat screen and knock it off the desk. That's how angry he is right now.
Yeah.
I remember the one time Giggles smashed his keyboard, and Bellamont said, "Dude, it's okay. I'll pay for one. I'll just send me your information. I'll send you a keyboard." You know.
Why do people get so mad at this? To me, this is the most interesting aspect of this, outside of the content itself.
He's losing his religion, dude, just like REM. That's what's happening right now. He's seeing it slip away every time that Radwin speaks.
So I'll just remember him
his whole life.
Keep remembering him and always dig him I dig at him like I do the other people. When I know something bothers them, that'll make them just squeamish and makes their stomach hurt. I always keep saying it to him.
He was here around the same time last year pretending to be a concave earther, that he had all the answers, and we were getting it wrong. If you recall. He's the guy who also goes on about the Illuminati and reptilians.
Oh, that weirdo. Yep.
Yeah.
He wants me to give a counter argument to it. Do you see that? Unmute him. I want to hear this counter argument I'm supposed to give.
Oh, good.
The real question though is who wore it better, me or Radwin, the cowboy hat?
Radwin's got you up by 2 points, man.
You do both look good in wigs.
Oh no, you didn't.
I do kind of like the hat kind of covering the eyes. That gives it that, you're about to stare somebody in the eyeball. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Well, as soon as I get done with my representation of gravity for these guys, you'll see why my cowboy hat works.
Yeah.
What are you saying, Anosh?
Okay,
I'm saying
what's the counter I'm supposed to give now? You said I didn't give any counters. What am I supposed to do? What do you need me to do?
Would you be willing to now understand what I'm saying, because I'm repeating this the 20th time now? Okay, listen carefully.
Oh God, he's gonna do it again.
It's gonna make it true.
When you make an observation which brings you to the claim that gravity is false, but there is a lot of explanations already in existing which telling you that your observation is a real observation, but it doesn't disprove gravity, then your research in that field,
it disproves gravity.
You cannot not understand it 20 times in a row.
And it's 100% every time.
Yeah, we agree. Can you shut up and listen?
Oh, it's happening again. He's having
No one disagrees. No one disagrees. No one disagrees. Water becomes gas under pressure. Water becomes gas under heat. We agree on that one. No one disagrees. Okay.
You disagree.
We believe in nothing. Nothing.
Shut up. So when you came to the conclusion that your observation,
Radwin is the dude,
I don't know.
And you are.
I don't know why you interrupt me all the time, but you feel like interesting, but no one gives a shit what you have to say, Master.
Sounds like the nihilist dude from Big Lebowski.
No one gives a shit.
Radwin is the dude, and you are the nihilist.
Professor asked me what I want him to do. Okay, I respond now without being interrupted by some kind of a troll with a goblin image, bro. You are a 40-year-old man with a goblin image, bro. What are you saying? Shut the fuck up.
Why are you triggered again, on?
What are you talking about? So, pre-order, exactly. So, Professor.
Yes.
When you come to an observation, which is very well explained in all research, right, and make after a statement which none of the research comes to the same conclusion, then you should take that research in existence and disproving it, and not saying this is a circle loop. My experiment also disproves the counter arguments to the experiment.
I debunked all of them.
Why are you not finishing me a sentence? Oh my god, bro! Please, are you fucking retarded?
No, he debunked it all. Remember?
I already debunked all them guys.
No, you didn't. You didn't show any one of them.
Okay, so then how do they explain the gas pressure without the container then?
Yeah, I'm not, bro. Shut up. Oh my god.
Oh, you're tapping out again. Oh dear. We get it, Anon.
Can someone post that clip from the Big Lebowski?
Man,
I think it'd be really appropriate.
Are you crazy?
Did you think that when you woke up this morning, did you think you were going to have this kind of a freak out today?
I have no freak out, bro. I'm crying nearly.
I know, yeah, we can tell. That's what we're saying.
Yeah, I mean, how can you not cry if you're surrounded by 20 people and 0 IQ together?
Quite a lot. We see strong
0 IQ, guys. 0. You have no IQ at all.
Because, you know, a lot of globe believers really tie their identities to the globe. They really feel like the globe is a part of them that they need to defend.
No, I think you are part of a cult where we keep the same trash over and over.
What you're exhibiting here, you've got this emotional knee-jerk.
Water is always level, gas has to be contained. The Earth was measured flat. Oh my god, guys, listen, water is always level, gas has to be contained. The Earth is measured flat.
You're kind of freaking out.
Guys, can you explain how gas has to be contained?
Man, take a deep breath, man. Relax.
That's all right. That's all right. I was kind of goading him there. All right, Brennan, you've really got to chill out because you are having a strong emotional allergic reaction to truth and reality right now.
No, I am making a claim since 3 hours and no one responds to my claim. That's why I'm there having the reaction.
All the scientists tell us we're wrong. Maybe go and find a scientist. Could you name a single scientist that shows anything about the Earth being a
we have close to 10 papers in the site, bro. There is a name on all of them.
Okay, which scientist proved that the Earth was
Take any one of them, 10, bro.
Okay, name one that proved the Earth was a ball, though.
Are you saying that there's no scientist who proves that the Earth is a ball?
Yeah.
Oh my God, bro! Fuck
Okay,
off.
which one did?
You can make the claim, right, that they are lying.
I'm just going to cut this off. Before you go into this big mental spiral again, just which one did? Which scientist did prove the ball?
Listen. Can I make a sentence here, please?
No. Not if you're going to do a big emotional diatribe.
No. I'm not emotional. I'm calm, bro.
Just a name.
Yeah. So basically, you can make the argument that they are lying, that they are fake, that they are delusional.
The argument
but you cannot honestly make the claim there is no scientist on Earth who says that the Earth is round.
No. Who proved
it?
Who
Proved it, idiot.
Weasel.
Yeah, bro. There's a lot of people who say they have proven it, bro.
Can say anything anyone can say anything, right? We're not saying they just say it. We asked which scientist proved it, because you said a load of scientists proved it. So name one.
I got my pen and paper out.
Yeah, Professor Triangle.
Is this a language barrier?
Then we'll check.
I'm going to write it down so I can see who this guy is.
So who's your scientist, Anon?
I'll write it down and I'll go to our library at work.
Hold on, he's crying.
Ain't on you there, mate? I'm just checking to make sure you're all right.
Bro, you people are making claims which first Google research gives an answer to. That's crazy.
That's
literally retarded, bro.
All you had to do was name one.
I did. There is a name in it. Bro.
He named a philosopher. He didn't name a scientist.
Which philosopher did you name? Eratosthenes. Is that who you named him on?
No, Schopenhauer and Hegel.
Anon, how did this guy prove that the Earth was a ball? What were his moves?
With the sticks.
We've been speaking to him for 3 hours, and we're going to Eratosthenes now.
He's just Eratosthenes.
He's trying to run away from gravity.
I gave you one answer. I want to have a question before. Professor, give me one name of a professor's research you have disproven with your observation.
Oh, I know you.
Give me one name, Professor. Can you give me one name of research paper you have?
Hold up a second.
Can you give me that, Professor?
Hang on.
One name, bro. One name.
Let him ask Professor Triangle.
Okay, ready? All of them. Anyone you can find.
Oh, okay. Shut the fuck up, bro. You are delusional as fuck. It's crazy.
You haven't found anybody yet.
Yeah, can you give me a name? Can you give me a name? One of them names from all of them. Can you give me one of them names?
You were asked to provide us the scientist that proved the globe.
Yeah.
Because you said
you didn't even type into Google the right name.
Me for a name, right? I gave you one name because I said probably Google give me an answer to that question.
What was his name, Anon?
The answer might be fake. The answer might be wrong.
Neil deGrasse
Tyson. But there is an answer. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Neil deGrasse Tyson.
No, it can't be wrong, though, Anon. Because
are you not saying that you have disproven Neil deGrasse Tyson by making a vacuum chamber?
Anon, now you're saying it could be wrong. See, this doesn't make sense because your argument
everyone agrees, bro.
Okay, because your argument was scientists have proven Earth's a globe, and we said which one, and then you said this guy, and now you're saying he could be wrong. So he might not have proven the Earth's a globe then, but your argument was they have proven it, and here's an example of someone who proved it. So you can't say, here's the guy who proved it, and he might not have proven it at the same time, Anon. Do you understand where your cognitive dissonance is breaking your brain?
No, bro, you have to understand. You people are making the claim all the time. There is no one who has... Listen, please, let me finish one sentence. You are all the time making the claim there is no person on Earth who has proven the globe. And I am telling you, I do feel like there is a lot of them who claim that they have proven it. I don't know if they're telling the truth.
I agree with you.
I don't know if they are from NASA.
I agree with you. Let me just stop you there. I agree with you. There may be a lot of people who feel like they might have proven a globe, but there isn't anyone who's actually proven a globe. You know, you appealed to someone's feeling there, or you feel like someone might have. So you imagine that someone maybe did prove the globe, and somehow you think that's a rebuttal to our point that no one proved the globe. No, your emotional feeling about someone maybe having proven a globe is not a rebuttal to the fact that you've provided zero evidence of anyone who's proven Earth the globe, and we're saying no one has. So we're going to need you to actually show someone who has, or concede that no one has. It's that simple.
Okay. So are you now saying, I'm not saying belief, I'm not saying thinking, I'm not saying that's a religion. I am saying there is research paper available on this planet. It might be fake, I don't know that. But there is research paper, not beliefs that people made.
Why did you say you feel like?
People which says people have proven the Earth is round.
If it's not a belief, why did you say you feel
so now,
like
if you want to disprove them, then you...
No, Anon, you said you feel like someone might have proven the globe. That's what you said.
Oh my God. Not might. That's not their statement.
Yeah.
The statement of mainstream researchers is...
So are you saying you feel like they definitely have proven?
Have shown that the Earth is round. The mainstream claim is they have shown the Earth is round.
And have they?
Oh my God. Yeah, probably.
Okay, but you're saying probably.
Why would I know that, bro? Why would I know that? How do you know that? Why would I know that, bro?
Okay,
we believe in nothing, Lebowski.
Okay, so you're saying you don't know that the Earth is proven to be a globe.
Listen. Please.
Just admit it, Anon. Just admit it. Just give it up.
What? Admit?
That you don't know that the Earth is a ball.
I didn't make a claim since 3 hours. I'm not making any claim. Professor is making a claim. Why should I know, bro?
Bullshit. You made claims and you got called out for them.
Now we're
like a fucking monkey, Cyclone. You're a fucking monkey, bro. You don't understand.
You agree. Okay, Anon, so just so we're clear, you agree you don't know if the Earth's a globe.
Yeah, I don't know if the Earth is round. I agree, bro. I have no issues agreeing with that. What the fuck is that, bro?
Fine. Well,
I don't care, bro, okay? This is not a claim. I'm not making a claim.
Why are you arguing
with us? No, we are not talking about the Earth shape. We are talking about...
That's what exactly what we've been talking about for 3 hours, Anon. That's
are you crazy? The debate is...
Anon,
The debate is, can you disprove gravity with water turning into gases in a vacuum chamber? That's the debate, bro.
Oh, now he's going back to that.
Yeah, that because the only reason you're talking about that is because of the globe belief, which you're saying you now understand.
No, we are not talking about that because of the globe belief, bro. Literally,
yes,
we're talking about
globe belief. Gravity only exists with globe belief.
Oh, okay, yeah, bro. Because there is only basically the globe belief.
Bending, warping, space-time fantasy is only a globe thing. Yeah.
Hey, listen, I changed my name to Lebowski. I want you to start calling me that.
I mean, I can call you gay cowboy if you want, bro, or gay accountant or whatever.
Call me Lebowski.
I mean, you look like a gay accountant, bro, not gonna lie, so...
Say his name.
Oh, wow, you got him.
Gay accountant.
You got a lot of gay accountants in your life there, Don?
Yeah, man. At least one today.
They look like. Yeah, he goes to the bathhouse. He knows what they look like.
Bro. I know you like to LARP as a cowboy, bro, but you run the numbers all day.
Come on, just stop, dude. Just stop.
Okay, listen, I have never made a claim. The claim comes from Lebowski, okay?
We get it. You're not a glober. We get it, Anon. You're not a glober. Anon, you're a flat earther now. We get it.
Are you crazy?
Yeah, because you're not a glober.
Do you think you have ever convinced someone to flat Earth? Oh my God!
You don't. Yeah, you just said you don't. You don't claim Earth the globe.
Oh my God, guys!
You're not claiming Earth the globe.
Let's play a role play here, okay? Can we play a role play here?
Hey, listen. Hey, listen. I'm the dude, man.
All right, but Anon, for real though, if you're not,
we have to mute him.
All you've got left is the flat Earth. That's it. Yeah, let's. Is there anyone else in who wants to ask a question or start a discussion? Anyone new? Before we let this guy continue the spiral.
I think we should leave him alone. Stop picking on him. He needs to go home and take a nap and think about his life.
Fine.
I think we need a 1v1 versus Lebowski and the Nihilist.
Yep.
Okay. Nihilist?
Somebody change his name to Nihilist.
Okay, Nihilist, you've got to debate Professor Triangle now on what? What is it you're debating?
Lebowski. He's Lebowski and the Nihilist.
No, I'm not the Nihilist. I'm Anon, by the way.
Oh,
so I just want to respond to Master quick because he just said you have not proven the globe, ergo the Earth is flat. No, ergo I have also not proven the flat Earth. That's the point. No one of you has proven the flat Earth. No one of you has proven the globe.
It's already observed and experienced. You already
Cyclone, you are retarded if you come to that conclusion. Literally retarded.
You've already started there. That's
literally retarded. You have not proven the globe, ergo the Earth is flat. That's literally retarded to say.
Why would you reject what you already experience if you don't have anything?
You have observed it. No one cares, bro. No one cares. We all agree.
Reject reality in favor of what you've now described as
Lebowski.
Why would you do that, Anon?
Yeah. You are saying nothing, bro. It's literally boring to debate.
Yeah, we don't to demonstrate or prove reality. Just it's out there. Yeah. You're trying to
exactly because you have not proven it. Ergo, it's non-existent. I get it.
Well, that's what you've got, right? You don't have the globe you just said. So what are you left?
Yeah.
What are you left with?
NASA is fake. Ergo, the Earth is to be flat. I get it, bro. You are making
the Earth is observed and measured to be flat already. So
yeah. Who measured it flat, bro? Who? Google Maps. Who
measure it?
Anyone. You cannot name anyone. You are saying since 8 years straight on this server that the Earth was measured flat, but cannot name a single name who measured the Earth flat.
Yeah, we could post them in the chat.
You must believe in everything.
Okay.
All right, Anon. We'll post them in the chat for you.
Okay.
Remember, when we asked you to post
it, I Google it up because I can Google it up.
And you spiral and you cry.
Yeah.
But we'll just post it. We'll post one for you.
Yeah. Show us, bro. Show us. Can you also research if you find someone who measured the Earth as curved?
Oh yeah, Matrix just posted. There you go. There's one. Great.
And can you also post someone who measured the Earth curved, maybe? Which you have to
1 miles, no curve. No one's measured the curve. It doesn't exist. So look at this.
No one has measured the curve. You said what you just said.
You see it in the text chat, the one that Matrix just posted.
Would you just? Yeah. I'm happy. Thanks, bro. Thanks.
Okay.
Very generous.
You go and watch that, and then tell us when you've watched it. Okay.
So basically, we are not trusting any research done in the world, but we are trusting a YouTube video.
It sounds like you believe in everything.
Hold on. Keep all those feelings inside right now.
This guy says everything around you is a lie and
Anon, bottle up those feelings and just watch the video, try to understand it, and then come back with some coherent thoughts about it. Can you do that?
Yeah, bro, I have seen all of these videos, not gonna lie.
Well, that's okay. So you've seen the laser going from one side of the 12 position to the other?
Yeah.
Okay, so you already know there's no curvature then.
Oh, okay. I got it.
Okay, yeah, so welcome to
Can you just
there you go.
You said
like
no one
before, the Earth is observed and measured flat. There you go.
Yeah, it took you a long time, dude. It took you like 4 hours or 3 hours or something to finally say you understand. What's going on with you?
Though, if you think I just said that I understand in your terminology that I am agreeing with you, you have to be delusional again, bro. I understand that the videos exist. I understand what the videos show. I understand the theory behind it. Okay, but I'm not agreeing with you, bro.
What does the video show? What does the video
It basically shows that there should be more curvature than, basically, if there would be curvature, then you couldn't laser straight and you wouldn't see it on the other side. Basically, like all fucking these videos.
So are they seeing a laser? Are they seeing the laser on the other side?
I mean, I don't know in that specific video, but in hundreds videos, yeah.
That's what's happening. Okay, so they're not detecting any curvature.
Yeah.
Okay, so there you go. So it's flat.
Okay, but listen, your claim was there is no one who actually proved curvature, right? And I'm saying probably there is people who claim that they have proved curvature. Secondly, your whole argument, your whole.
So there is probably. How about you do probably post up who it is?
Okay, so let me continue
that they've done it. You saying that someone?
Let me continue this fucking sentence.
We just showed you the laser. That's not probably and thinks that's the laser being seen 21 miles away, which you just said shows there's no curve.
Yeah, I'm crying. It's soon, bro. I don't know what's going on here. So the whole debate. Listen, first we were not debating the flat Earth at all, but we can go to the flat Earth if you want. If you, that's in your interest.
What's the name of this channel?
So yeah, we can go. I just said let me answer in a flat Earth way, okay? The most basic principle of the flat Earth community and the flat Earth theory is that everything we know about the shape of the Earth, all research, all satellites, all researchers, all space teams in the world, all governments basically in the world are creating a false narrative and a Hollywood production for you to understand the shape of the Earth in a wrong way than it is. And now you are saying, while I don't believe any one of these tens of thousands of people in every country in the world, I believe a guy on YouTube.
You're just coping again, dude? You're not going to address why the laser is seen 21 miles away?
Yeah, because you cannot prove that this laser actually was there. You cannot prove the distance. You cannot prove that it actually happened, bro. It could be AI. What are you saying, dude?
You just said there's hundreds of examples where the laser's seen, didn't you?
You can also not prove if the Earth is not just way bigger than they tell us, for example.
All right. So now you're saying that the globe Earth model is just wrong.
Oh, so it's wrong. So they're not launching.
I am not saying anything. I'm just saying this laser doesn't disprove anything, bro. Oh my god. I'm not making a claim here. Do you see? You are saying, watch my video. This video is proof. I am saying this video has no characteristics of evidence, bro.
Well, you just said it shows you the laser was seen 21 miles away.
Go get a pillow and start screaming into it, and then come back.
No, that's like
believe in anything.
That's like Flat Earth Batman's video.
I'm sure he screams into pillows many times.
Yeah. I mean, whatever.
Miles, man.
Oh my god!
No, come on, dude.
Yeah, that's it.
Have you ever? I just want to know it because I've googled it up many times, but I don't believe. You know what I mean? Have you ever googled it up? Why is it possible to see further in the distance, which would not be possible to see after the curvature of Earth?
Yes.
Okay. Is there a mainstream explanation for it or no?
No.
Okay, obviously there is, bro. Are you fucking retarded?
Right, what's the explanation?
Oh my god, this guy's so dumb, it's crazy.
What's the explanation?
Yeah, so how about instead of telling him how dumb he is...
Do you understand? It's basically
what's the mainstream explanation for why there's
it's refraction or whatever, like Oasis. Do you understand what I mean?
Oh my god.
Yeah, refraction, exactly.
Refraction. Not a globe. Hold on, what kind of refraction is it on?
No, but we can agree now that there is a mainstream explanation for it. Right? Can we agree on that one?
What kind?
We just want to debunk Lebowski here, who talks crap all day.
No. What's the explanation, though? Because you're not...
Okay, Lebowski, there is an explanation, do you see?
Okay, post the explanation. Let's see it.
Yeah, no, bro. I have literally posted 50 times in the last 9 months.
Okay,
you will find it if you want, bro. You will find it if you want.
Post the explanation, dude.
The dude's waiting. Yeah.
Lebowski, Google it up for us. You have nothing better to do anyway.
The dude is waiting.
What's the explanation for you can see things further than you should be able to see it? Can you Google this up? You will find an answer, I promise you.
Do I need to Google it or you want the real answer?
Yeah, give us the real answer first and then Google it up.
The Earth is flat.
Okay. And the fake answer from the mainstream is what?
You're seeing around the ball, you're seeing shit that's imaginary, it's not really there. So line of sight from gunships don't work anymore. All kinds of shit you said.
Yeah, are you saying they see they're seeing beyond the curve?
Yeah, basically.
Okay, is that just a baseless quote, or is that actually evidence?
I mean, it's basically probably more researched and more evidential than your YouTube
video. Can you show us some of the evidence for that wild claim that
if you Google it up, you will find it, bro. I promise.
Yeah, we looked it up. It doesn't exist. They don't have it.
No, it exists. Literally.
No, it doesn't exist. Okay, well, if it does exist, that's your positive claim. Post it.
Yeah, bro, I'm literally tired of posting trash. You're not going to read anyway.
How do you know you're seeing beyond the curve? And the curve is just being flattened out. Refraction makes the Earth look flat. Post that evidence, please.
Guys like crashing out and then spazzing out and then crashing out, spazzing out.
Just give it up, bro.
3 hours. Pretty amazing.
How many people do you think we put in the psychiatric ward?
All of them. So did you say earlier this guy was a nihilist, or is it now a denihilist?
And you don't have the endurance that 24/7 has, dude. We have people rotating to coming on at every point of the day. So you'll have somebody else that is going to keep continuing this barrage nonstop. So you just need to either face the facts that you don't have the evidence.
Yeah, I just googled it up. It's in the side chat, bro. Stop trolling.
Oh, really?
Literally, the first Google search, okay. So this is the last time I searched something when you ignore it after anyway, okay? I know Lebowski will not answer any scientifically to that. He will not have a counter argument to it.
So what scientifically have you proven?
Researching stuff.
Yeah, we're just going to shut that up. Anon, other than you having an absolute spurg out, what scientifically have you provided other than a YouTube copy of Wikipedia copy-paste? So how about you start providing some scientific anything if you're going to bark at other people for scientific stuff?
It's AI overview. So it doesn't even know, it's just making shit up.
Oh, okay. So this guy basically says first, Matrix. His claim is there is no official narrative.
I don't care. I've listened to you.
He's still going, man.
He is still
shit
going.
for the last 2 hours, and you've posted nothing of substance to back up any of your claims. And I'm wondering why I shouldn't just boot you out, if not for other people's entertainment. But seriously. Is there anyone else who would like to speak? Because this guy has had a good stab at it for the last 2 hours that I know of.
Well, the dude debates, man.
4 hours Matrix.
Yeah, there's nobody in here right now. There's nobody in here, Matrix. It's just him at the moment.
I'm just making sure, mate. That's all, because this guy has been just yammering on with shit for 2 hours. He's not backed up any of his claims. He's
getting so close to proving the globe. I can feel it.
Oh, well, Cyclone, you're on then, man. Yeah, we'll let him go.
We'll let Cyclone deal with him.
I don't know.
So I'm just saying, listen. Stop muting me, by the way, guys. Stop muting me. Lebowski made a prominent claim here. There is no mainstream argument for why you can see further than curvature would make you allow it to see, right? Then I am posting the mainstream argument. I am not making the claim this argument is true or false. I don't know it. I've never tested it in my life. I have no idea. I'm just posting the fact that there is actually a mainstream narrative explaining how it works. Now, you would expect that the flat earthers take this mainstream narrative and debunk it, right? No, you're not debunking it, right? You are just saying it doesn't exist, like Lebowski, which is basically false. It makes no sense.
Steve, what you posted is just a baseless claim, though, and on. You're just
yeah. Obviously, I'm saying
Earth's
yes. Lebowski said there is no positive claim from the mainstream at all. I posted that claim. There was not the ask of Lebowski. He didn't ask if there is evidence for it. He said there is no claim for it. I just showed that there is.
Okay, so you're just saying there's a claim. You're not saying there's evidence for it.
Yeah, I'm probably confident that if I ask a chatbot if there is evidence for it, the answer will be yes, but I'm not asking it again, bro.
There's no evidence for it. That's the problem. So
okay. So you are making now the claim that there is no one who says he has evidence that seeing because of light refraction or whatever.
Yeah, there's no evidence. That's why you can't provide any.
Okay. Should we ask that ChatGPT or whatever?
Go and find out if there's evidence.
AI gonna know, dude? How is an AI gonna know? It doesn't
AI
go
knows
to
all.
sleep.
Your opinion, man.
I'm sorry, bro. If you people would post more on the internet, then AI could also benefit from your superior knowledge, brother. Unfortunately, you are too lazy to collect data, so there is no knowledge from you.
AI on us.
Oh my God!
Intelligent.
Imagine your lack of giving evidence prohibits AI to learn. You should be more. You should be more proactive. Evidence for
just get that evidence. It's okay.
My AI actually gives me the vacuum chamber experiment a lot of times. How do you like that?
I think he thinks that's how AI works, man. Because all you got to do is just feed it information, and it'll change its like base algorithm. Dude, it's not pulling from people that are just saying the Earth is flat. It's pulling from the prevailing idea that the Earth is a globe, and that's the majority right now. So it's going to give you information based on that, not on what we are training it to do. It's not going to tell you facts about flat Earth. It's not going to do that.
I think it's interesting that you mentioned the word training because that's actually the professional term of what AI is doing. We train them with cycles.
Okay, very good, Anon, but what
I can assure you all AI is basically trained on.
Yeah, okay, Anon, we get it. So did the AI, was that able to give you any evidence for the claim that you're seeing beyond a curve and around a curve? What evidence did they give you?
Okay, I'm leaving, bro. It's tiring, not gonna lie.
Okay, now is the time. Now's the time when you're tapping out, when we're asking for the evidence?
No, the time is when I've realized that you are basically a wheelchair driver, bro, with a mouth.
Okay, so
not gonna lie. Oh my
you're
god.
not going to provide the evidence for seeing around
Bro,
the curve?
you are literally a mouth on wheelchairs, dude. That's crazy.
So no evidence for seeing around a curve, though, no?
Do you have diapers or whatever when you go to sleep?
Okay, so I'm going to take that as a no for any evidence that you're seeing around the curve.
Whatever you want, bro. Just Google it up for yourself and find it out, I guess. You are the flat
no. Since that's a no, then all you're left with is flat.
It's so funny, bro. You people just ask me to provide something, and as soon as you provide something, you are going to the next step, right? Which you have again to provide, and as soon as I provide it, you are going to the next step again.
Before you have your little nervous breakdown. Well, no, Anon, it does make sense that we would dismiss your claim that you're not providing evidence for, because that's what you do with claims that have no evidence. You dismiss them, but then we can move on. Yeah, that's what we're doing. So we're back to, well, it's just flat then. Okay? Sound good?
Is that enough, Anon, or are you thirsty for more? We got it all day, brother.
Come on, Anon. You know you want to argue.
I'm gonna take a nap.
Is that it?
Any more for any more? Oh my god.
Thank you guys for humoring my big.
Can we debate of a cult, maybe? You know,
hilarious.
The dude debates.
Yeah, should we debate the terminology
Hey, man,
of a
it's just
cult?
like his opinion, okay, man?
That's all right.
Can we debate why the flat earthers are basically a cult?
No,
It's like your opinion, man.
Like the
I
cult
want a flat Earth cult.
Yeah, you are.
We believe in nothing, Lebowski.
Yeah. So would you debate me about the cult
want you to say,
of the flat earthers?
I'll give you something, but first you have to say, I believe in nothing, Lebowski. Say that.
Okay. I do believe in a lot of things because there's a lot of things true, by the way. You know what I mean? But you have not shown anything which is
Believe in the
true.
space team.
Do you believe
I do believe in a lot of conspiracies, you know. You think I might be a globe-hard or whatever you're thinking, right? But the reality is I have a lot of knowledge about many conspiracy theories around the world. I do believe in a lot of them. I think a lot of them are real. I am not arguing that NASA is true or the moon landing was true. I'm not making these statements, right, for good reasons, because I don't think that they have been true. But the reality is, Lebowski and his experiment in his fucking vacuum chamber doesn't disprove gravity
hell.
at
What
all.
did this
You
vacuum
cannot-
chamber do to this simpleton?
You cannot come to the conclusion from the moon landing was fake.
Right now, I can't even talk.
This is the best.
Okay, I've got to know. On your vacuum chamber, have you got like level 1, level 2, level 3, level 4, level Anon? Like, what the shit, bro? Like, holy fuck. It's just that. You must have heard him proper with this vacuum chamber. Like, did you throw it at him or something? Or what is the deal? What did I miss out on 3 hours ago?
He's mad at the vacuum chamber, dude. He's mad at, not me, he's mad at the vacuum chamber.
Oh, we can see that. Like, holy Toledo, that's crazy, man.
It's because Professor Triangle thinks he's smarter than all the scientists. That's what's really upsetting.
So what's that got to do with the vacuum chamber?
He said, I think I am. So I just went with it.
All right, so the proposal was that gravity, or it's causing that air pressure remains on the Earth. So he debunked it by saying, well, with a vacuum chamber, you could suck out all the air, and what's going to happen to the water that's in that vacuum chamber is going to evaporate. It's going to start, turning into gas, the water in the vacuum chamber. So how can you have water on the Earth with a vacuum next to it if water turns into gas? You wouldn't have water anymore. And Radwin proved it with his vacuum chamber.
So
would it be that there's no water in space or no water within our Earth?
Although we debated it for 3 hours, you didn't understand what's the topic, actually.
No. I don't think it was much of a debate. I think it was more of you spurging out, saying the same shit over and over again, wishing for it to be true.
Yeah, so if he said it was gravity, then he'd have to prove, then why do we have water then? Because if it was in the vacuum chamber that gravity was going to keep that water in that cup, then it would prove it. But then Radwin just proved it by showing that all you got to do is take the air out, and now you don't have the water in that cup is going to turn to gas, then no more water.
Congrats, Avi. You have now explained why basically Mr. Lebowski's argument is like the same argument than when you make hot air balloons disprove gravity. So congrats, you have understood the topic after 4 hours now. Congrats.
Yeah, but see, the problem is people didn't know why you were spiraling, so I'm telling them why. Because in the case of the Earth, being what you think it is, a globe in the vacuum of space, you'd have the water on the surface do the same thing like it did in the vacuum chamber. It would evaporate. There wouldn't be any water. It would be gas.
I don't think that any globe thinks, I don't think anyone on this earth thinks that our lakes and our rivers are surrounded directly connecting to fucking vacuum. It's literally not happening. We all know, everyone knows, we are surrounded by air, right? And then somewhere above us or under us or wherever, right, then vacuum starts. Do you understand what I mean? We don't live in a vacuum chamber. Our environment we live in is surrounded by vacuum.
Dude, I already told you need a container to have that air pressure.
Yeah, we know it, but you cannot further explain it, bro. You're repeating this sentence since 9 years without any further explanation. You don't know what you are saying. You are just repeating the same ball since 9 years.
Let him finish. At least he was telling the audience who's coming in here that don't know. So there's people that don't know.
Tell us.
I told him before to have that air pressure, he needs a container. You can't have air pressure without a container. Do you agree?
Yeah. I mean that you told us before already once. I agree with that one.
Do you agree with that or not?
Oh, no.
All right, then you got to debunk me.
No, I don't have to.
Nuh-uh.
Because that is not your claim, do you see? That's not your claim. Your claim is that floating gas disproves gravity, and that's just not true.
Yeah,
it is because
that's what your claim is. That's what your claim is. And no, it's difficult for this group of people to understand your simple claim. But the claim is floating gas disproves gravity. Ergo, I am saying this is not true.
Yes, because you'd have to have gravity hold that water in that cup if that was true.
No. No one says that gas is contained by gravity on Earth.
Yes,
also, the globers don't say that.
Dude, everybody, hold on, wait. Every glober that comes in here says that's the answer for why all the air is on the Earth because of gravity. That's what everybody says.
Oh, it's connected to it. It is connected to it, I guess.
Okay, then. If it's the answer, and Radwin disproved it by his test, then what happens to the answer? It being gravity goes poof, just like the water in the cup.
Can you tell me the connection of what you are saying to the statement of gas floating, ergo gravity is not real?
Doesn't get it.
Yeah, dude. I don't know, bro. You want to tell him something? I can repeat it, but
no. He's been doing this for 3 hours, bro.
Yeah, it's important because if gravity is the container that's holding the gas to the Earth, that's a globe, then it wouldn't let the air or the water on the surface evaporate like the one in the cup in the chamber. So when Radwin showed you that what happens when you put a water in a vacuum, it evaporates. It's like you don't have it anymore. It turns into gas. So what do you think is going to happen to the waters on the Earth that are in the vacuum of space? You know, like the planet Earth that you think exists? Well, if that's true, then all the water on the surface wouldn't be able to form. If gravity was a thing that would hold that water and wouldn't let it go to the vacuum of space, then it would still, you know what I mean? You wouldn't have the process of it turning into gas because gravity would be containing the Earth. But it doesn't because Radwin just showed you that in a small chamber, you can turn on the vacuum and the water will turn into gas. So so once again, how do you have that process not happen on the globe when it should be happening? Because it's the Earth is adjacent to this vacuum of space. The vacuum that's said to be like a 10 to the -7. It's a low pressure environment.
Water also condenses outside of a vacuum chamber by heat. Okay, we don't need the vacuum at all to make that example.
It won't condense outside. It just turns into gas, dude, and goes into the air.
Exactly. And secondly,
it comes back. It never turns back into water in the vacuum chamber. Nope, never happens. Not even around it.
Because of pressure, brother, not because of the lack of air.
And to have pressure, you got to have a container, unless you debunk me.
This guy's crazy, bro.
Well, this is true. This is true. This is physics he's demonstrating to you. And it's applied too. So if you can't debunk applied physics, then what are you telling him? Just imagination? He's showing you a demonstration that you can do with physics. So dude, you're disagreeing with physics. No, Anon, you're disagreeing with physics, bro. You're not just disagreeing with physics, but he's using a demonstration to show you this is what happens when water was put into a vacuum.
Yeah.
So now
we agree. Everyone agrees since 3 hours. I know it's difficult for you to understand, but we all agree since 3 hours that water under pressure, under heat, or under a connection, whatever you how you call it in English, can transform into gas. We agree on that. But
under lack of pressure, lower pressure.
Okay. Negative pressure. We can agree. Negative pressure is also pressure, by the way. I'm just saying. Whatever you think.
It's just low pressure.
So if that's true, hold on. If that's true, then how is gravity a container? That's the important question. Because gravity was what's in contention, right? That's what you're all got to be in your bonnet about. All right. So if gravity was a factor, then it would affect that gas in that cup of the test that he was doing. It would affect it. Gravity would contain it. Wait a minute. Hold on. Let me tell you something. On the surface of the Earth, gravity is the strongest. Up in the higher levels of the atmosphere, it's the weakest. So I'm sorry, but he's not helping you right now because you're a liar, dude. Radwin is showing.
I'm not.
Listen, you're going to have to come up with a demonstration that debunks the fact that water is evaporating out of a cup on the surface of the Earth because gravity is the strongest on the surface. So gravity should have held that water in that cup away from the vacuum.
Let me make a claim here.
No, wait a minute. The most important step that you're missing here is that the Earth as a globe is uncontained. There is no container away from the vacuum of space. So that means that the pressure we have on the surface would have expanded to fill the available volume, which means all the water on the surface of the Earth would have evaporated and turned into gas, and then it would have expanded to fill the available volume. There wouldn't be any water, and the gas would have left because it would have went to fill the available space. That's what would have happened in the lowest of pressure environments. So you
talking about a container is physical.
You have to
He's basically talking about the wonderings why a vacuum chamber is not leaking.
No. You're going to have to prove that gravity doesn't do anything whenever you put a cup of water in a vacuum chamber. Gravity's not doing.
That's interesting. No, that's interesting.
Gravity's not doing a damn thing.
evaporating water into gas in a vacuum chamber doesn't prove or disprove gravity. Imagine after 4 hours we come to the conclusion which makes a lot
So
of
then,
sense.
okay, so then,
Oh my God!
yeah. Hold on. So the important, hold on.
It took you people
I'm
4
gonna mute
hours
you,
to come to the
Anand. I'm
understanding.
gonna mute you. Be quiet. So the important factor right now is that you had to be in your bonnet about him saying that gravity isn't real. And he's showing you that, okay, hold on. The reason why he said that, hold on. The reason why he said that is because many Globers come in here and they say that gravity is holding all the air that we breathe, the air pressure, 14 pounds per square inch on the surface.
I never made this statement.
Just shut up. So that's the reason why people are saying that. So you are saying that gravity exists for whatever reason outside of what the mainstream narrative of gravity being the container for all the air pressure.
No.
Okay.
I am not saying anything.
Okay, well, hold on. So what is? So I'm going to ask you. Dude, I'm going to stop you. Dude, shut up, dude. I want to ask you a question. What is containing all the gas pressure that we have on the surface, the breathable air that you and I are breathing right now on a globe? What's holding that in from the vacuum of space?
Yes.
What's holding it in?
I mean, you would probably have researched what's the official narrative.
I'm asking you a question. Answer my question. What's holding?
I don't want to answer this
it in?
question.
No, you're going to answer because that's what has been. Oh, not anybody else. Just him, Anand. What is holding the gas to the earth? The air, breathable air.
What do you think it is, bro? What do you think?
I need you to tell me. Tell me. Tell the audience what's holding it in. What's holding the gas pressure, the air that we breathe on the surface of a globe? What's holding it in so that it doesn't escape into the void of the vacuum of space?
If you say you don't know, then you'll be right.
I need you to answer that question. That's what the whole 4 hours have been about. So what is holding the air pressure that we breathe on the surface of Earth?
You said it yourself, it's the vacuum of space.
I want him to answer, not anybody else.
Gravity. I mean, what are you
saying? Thank you. Obviously gravity, thereby which Lebowski just debunked you with his vacuum chamber.
No.
And there you go. That's what.
No.
So because I am saying it's obviously gravity, Lebowski obviously went, you dumb, bro.
Hey.
No, do you want a real answer?
The dude won, man.
Listen.
So now you know.
I repeat again, okay? I repeat again. Everyone on this earth can observe. Everyone on this earth can observe.
We don't need to hear you say it over and again. You've already answered that gravity is the container. That's the only. And you were debunked. So now we're going to let the other guy. Yeah, well, we're going to find out if you are. So we're going to let the other guy who just interrupted go ahead and give an explanation. Sir, it's your turn.
I'm just here to say you're a retard, buddy. Mute me.
Yeah, thanks for that. I don't care. You can say whatever you want. I can debunk you in a heartbeat, but I'm going to let the other guy talk. Go ahead, Mr. Sky of Man. And I'm going to unmute you, Anon. Don't interrupt this other guy, okay?
At a sufficient height, the gases become ionized and they get trapped in the magnetic field. That's why there's only there's only a certain rate of bleed off when it comes to bleeding into the vacuum.
Okay, how do you know this information? Well, excuse me. What is the standard by which you have evaluated that this is true? I want to know by you.
He had to have measured it. So how did you measure it, Dave? I want to know how you measured that rate.
Go on, Sky. I think you bit off more than you can chew, obviously, but you didn't know that when you came in here. So go ahead and tell us what method that you did to test this, sir. We're going to show how people like you that seem to have a lot of bravado don't have the stones to actually back up what they're saying. Go ahead, Sky. Back up what you just said. What's the methodology by which we can evaluate that?
Hold on. He's loading. He's Googling it.
Time's up, bro. You see how we gave you an opportunity, you squandered it? All right. Is there anybody else?
Do you not see what you just did?
Yeah, I did. I've exposed you because you said you had the answer when you didn't even know how. You didn't even know the methodology by which what the answer you gave me is even produced. You don't know what method they did to verify that to be true. You're just saying a lot of words, sir, like everybody else does. They come in here all confident and whatnot. And when given the opportunity to show how they know what they're saying. Okay, I'm doing that. Let me give you back the floor. Go ahead and show me the methodology by which you're saying what you said is true. What evaluation method can we use to verify your information? Go ahead.
Yeah, that's not
Time's
really
up.
saying much, dude.
Time's up.
In reality, there's nothing to verify. He just assumed what he assumed.
You see, Arab, or whatever your name is, I could do the same to you. I don't want to, even though you called me names. I could expose you as well. I could expose everybody that comes in there that's confident enough to say the Earth is a globe, because you guys don't actually know if it's a globe or not. You are so confident thinking that mainstream has the answer. Mainstream doesn't have your back, bro. Yeah?
I never said
have your back. Doesn't
I
taste
agree
good,
with
does it?
Zotto, but regardless, there's certain
bullshit,
actual
dude.
scientific principles for how materials work.
I don't listen, dude. If you're gonna say something, you're gonna have to be able to produce the evidence of that.
Does the aurora borealis
Don't just say some scientist somewhere did it.
You don't even know what that is. So,
borealis
you can't use it. No, you can't use it.
Oh, I'm not. Okay.
I'll let somebody else expose him. I got to get doing something.
Oh, yes, expose me. Yeah.
We already did twice.
Yeah, you're already exposed, dude.
I gave you the floor, honestly. You didn't do anything with it. You didn't show us how you know what you know.
Because you don't understand basic science. It doesn't have to be It doesn't have to be extrapolated out into the larger model to show that you're not understanding how basic material science works.
Either Yoder or Radwin or somebody take this guy. I got to do something.
Hold on, could I just? I've just rejoined again. I wasn't listening.
Does a container have to be physical, or can it be an energetic system?
No, it can't be a magical, imaginary container. It cannot be an invisible imaginary.
I'm not saying it's magical. I'm saying it's magnetic.
Yeah, but what can you? Let me ask you this way: what can you demonstrate in reality that does contain gas? What material would you be looking to use?
Yeah, dude.
Like,
okay. Do you realize that the air pressure that our literal
you're invoking a container now.
Systems, do you understand that
air
the air pressure? Hear me out. The air pressure and the sound coming through our speakers right now is due to magnet oscillation.
Okay, but do you understand that air pressure would be defined as the force exerted by the gas on the walls of its container?
Yes, but then you have to define what a container is.
Well, what is a container? We can look up what a container is.
Does a container have to be a physical thing, or can it be a field?
Well, it would have to be able
invisible. It cannot be an invisible thing that doesn't exist.
It would have to be something that can actually contain air as a gas.
That's what I'm saying. Is the gas can be pressurized?
Okay, so what materials can we demonstrate that will contain air as a gas?
You can. Okay. Have you ever heated something? I don't know if you've ever done these experiments before, but you can actually
level.
You can actually heat up material until it's a plasma, and then trap it within a magnetic field. And then that plasma you can actually use as a physical barrier.
No, plasma is not gas.
What's happening? Is that what's happening?
Plasma is not gas.
Apollo missions flew through plasma?
I said heating up a gas.
Yeah, heating up a gas.
Is that why we have breathable
plasma, something else. Something else that is not gas. So you heat the gas, you transform it to the other state of matter. So we are not talking about solids, we are not talking about liquids, we are not talking about plasma, we are talking about a specific state of matter which is gas. So when you are confining
you just don't know what I'm saying.
When you confine plasma with electromagnetism, yeah, that's plasma. You can't confine gas.
That's the thing I'm saying.
Yeah, but remember,
once you reach a sufficient height, the gases become ionized at a sufficient height.
That's a claim. That's a claim, dude. Not something
You can go up in a plane and you can go up in a plane and get a radiation readout.
No, dude.
You have that ionized gas
energetically charged.
You're talking about the point where they go or don't go into space. You're not going to be testing that in a plane.
You mean to tell me when I fly in an airplane, I'm getting radiation poisoning?
I mean, it's a little bit more than
God,
but yeah.
It's just your opinion, man.
You can come up with all these stories about how you can contain air next to a vacuum, but you can't demonstrate anything other than a physical container containing air pressure. That's it.
And
you say, imagine that we did that.
Yeah, you need a container to do your plasma trick too.
Yeah, it's all going to need a container. So the point is, with this story that you've been told, that we all got told about us floating around in a vacuum with no container and just a pressure system adjacent to a vacuum eventually, can't exist. Doesn't work. You need a container. Well, you contain gas. Well, I don't know. In reality, physical containers contain gas. So that's all you could really logically go with at this point, unless you could demonstrate. Because we're talking about this as it applies to our situation on Earth, having lethal air pressure. You understand? It's not like just some free-form thought experiment for no reason.
Guy of Man, can you explain to us what the Northern Lights are?
Why are you going to send him on that already? Or is this a different person? Did that guy leave?
No, Sky of Man, he's there. Here he is.
Okay, so do you understand our point, Skyman, about a physical container being physically necessary to contain a gas? Or did that not land?
Oh, no. I understand your point, but it literally does not have to be physical. You guys are so caught up on that.
Okay, but then you'd have to be able to show us the non-physical one and how that's actually happening on Earth, which you can't do. Can you? So
do you think
we've got
a weather system? Wait. Do you think a weather system needs a physical container?
He's asking.
Yes. That's how you're going to get air pressure.
It's a pressurized system,
needs air. Yeah.
No. I'm not saying the wider atmosphere.
Yes.
Professor, I'm not talking about the wider atmospherics. I'm talking about the actual system of the weather pattern itself. Does it need a physical container?
You need a container for it.
Because that weather is dependent to the presence of the gas being pressurized first. So that's how you get that weather.
Remember, you agreed when I said the definition of gas pressure being the force exerted by the gas on the walls of its container. So whenever you mention gas pressure, yes, you mention a container.
And that's what I'm saying is the container does not have to be a literal physical thing.
Yeah, by definition.
Well, it does. Because that's what a container is. Hey, Google what a container is and press images or something. Tell me what non-physical ones you're seeing.
I posted a container. If anybody wants to see what a sky container looks like.
See, this is why it's frustrating talking to you below believers, because you'll be so disingenuous. You'll act like every time you've talked about or thought about a container in reality, you haven't understood exactly what that is as a physical container. All of a sudden, we don't know containers are physical.
Yes.
It could be just
Googling it, it falls under 1 second container. An object that can be used to hold or transport something. But go to object.
Right. An object.
It can be a material thing, or it can just be a thing to which a specified action is directed.
Just an object. Yeah, just an object.
No,
So
no,
then,
just an object. If you're going to transport something in an object, it must be material.
Can you look up is too?
So, he just read the definition. So he just read the definition and it mentions.
What is this? You're going to go define every word? That's crazy, dude.
So then
you can try to make it fit?
You have number 3. You have an action, activity, event.
No, an object.
So you don't have anything. None of that holds air. Yeah, no events. None of that holds air, dude.
So I just walked you through the definitions and where these words come from, what they mean, and what they can mean, and you're just completely no.
Yeah, because remember, you said it's an object that can transport something. Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, and I said an object can be a thing by which
transport something.
Because you don't know what the definitions mean. An object can be a thing for which an action is directed, and a thing can be an event.
So
putting rocks in a wheelbarrow. Putting rocks in a wheelbarrow.
So you're saying the gas that we're breathing is contained by an event.
Yeah, I want to know what putting rocks in a wheelbarrow, what event that is.
We are talking in Discord. This is an object.
Yeah, see, now you move away from the basic understanding of English and basic words because you have to, for this globe religion, you have to try and change the meaning of basic words and basic understandings of things.
You guys are just assuming.
You don't have a good
You guys are just assuming. I have a model way crazier anyways, so I don't even care because you guys don't even entertain
It is crazy.
So you're not a glober. All right.
Yeah, I can model tooth fairies.
They always become. No, I'm not a glober when they.
Jen is real. Okay.
As soon as we get done with them, they're not a glober. Their shit's way different. You wouldn't understand. You're a brain in the jar. Everything is a hallucination. But everything seems to be hallucinating a flat Earth.
I can model to you tooth fairies creating gas pressure without a container, but I can't show it in reality. It's not something demonstrable. So you can model whatever you believe in, the thing that you are imagining, but it's not the reality. Necessary the reality. You have to show
that it's
possible to do.
Models. Yeah, we don't care about imaginary
He's saying
models.
his interpretation of what a container is to us. Okay, guys.
No, I don't like it when people try and redefine known words and basic things to suit their.
I'm not redefining it. I'm literally giving you the definition. You know
what a container is, dude. You already know what a container is, dude. The only reason you're trying to act like a container might be something that's not physical is because you don't want to agree to basic gas law. The gas pressure requires containment because it debunks the globe religion, which you say you don't follow. But for some reason, you're trying to redefine what a container is just so that you can cling on to it. It's sick, dude. You're sick in the head.
You could have this magical container and still have your ball.
Magical? So containers are magic now?
No, it's not magical. We told you that. It can't be something other than physical. So magical... Or like you said, emotional. You were thinking, I think, about an emotional container. No, it doesn't exist. It's just an object. It must be physical.
It's just an event, like a children's birthday party. A children's birthday party is containing the gas that we breathe.
Yeah.
Yeah, NASA just opened up the container to let the spaceships out, and then they closed it really, really quick, to not let the gas out. That's how it works.
The container. So depends to what you understand by container. An action, like you said. So talking would be an object. So you can use it as a container. That's what you believe.
I mean, it's interesting how this is a magic container as he's trying to spell it out. Like he's spelling, just changing the definition of words. Dude, you're a wizard. Like Witsit used to call a wizard slayer. You're trying to cast
Slayer.
Yeah, just cast spells. Trying to change, like pay no attention to the man behind the curtain.
I never thought about that.
Ionized gas magically becomes a container.
And for his next trick, he's going to make curves level.
Yeah, tooth fairies can contain gas without a container too. So, like I said, if you just make claims like that and without any demonstration, it's just something that I can throw from the window, because a claim without evidence can be dismissed without evidence.
How do you explain the tooth fairy leaving the vacuum chamber before I turn it on?
So if you claim ionized gas can contain ionized gas, like you said, so plasma, in other words, can contain gas, yeah, just demonstrate that. Gas pressure, and then a layer of ionized gas, and then a vacuum. So we can see that gas pressure can be contained by plasma and prevent it from...
Do you understand, Skyman? Can we just check that he understands before we say it again another 10 times? Skyman, do you get what the point is, or not?
He's still stuck in his emotional container.
Real funny.
What do you think, Skyman? Do you understand our argument? Gas pressure requires a container? I mean, I understand you're saying you can have an invisible imaginary container and that contains gas. Obviously, we don't agree with that. But you understand our position is that a physical container is required to contain gas, like in every example in reality. You understand that?
Yeah, I agree. You can say an invisible container and not be able to prove it and just be a belief system like you're going to church. But yeah, you need a container to have air pressure in reality.
He's not gonna say it because he'd be conceding, but he knows it.
Well, he said he doesn't believe in the globe. He said it's not his thing anyway. So why wouldn't we agree that we've got a point?
Well, he just doesn't want us to attack him. That's why he said that.
I'm not attacking him. I'm just asking. I'm trying to make sure that he understands what we've just said for the last 20 minutes, so it wasn't a total waste of everyone's breath.
We're just trying to crack open his emotional container.
It's just his ego now. He won't concede. He knows that. I think he understands about point of antecedents. So, like, you can't have fire without the triangle of fire. It's just like that. You can't have gas without a container. Physical one.
I'm more just surprised that the only one trying to converse with me in any kind of respectful manner is Cyclone.
Well, don't be surprised at that. Yeah, that's usually the case. I'm usually the only respectful one in here, but that's fine. If that's what does it for you, your English is really good, and you've got some great original ideas. So did you understand what we were saying about the gas pressure requiring containment? I mean, that is what we experience day to day, so it makes sense to us.
Have I not expressed my point?
Well, you said that you think there could be a non-physical container, but obviously we've got no evidence for that, so... But I'm just asking to make sure that you understand what our point is. Could you steal that argument?
Yeah, I'm pretty aware after 20 minutes of having it railed in that I understand the point.
Okay, well, you just tell me what you think the point is. Just steel man the argument. Let me hear your thought on it. What are we saying? No? All right, whatever. Well, I'm going to go and eat some lunch, so you guys carry on. Enjoy.
See, told you.
Guys, man, we're sorry. Okay, we just want to meet in the middle here. Okay, please explain what you think is holding in all this gas.
No, he doesn't want to talk to you, man. You're not respectful. Only Cyclone. So sorry.
I'm apologizing.
It doesn't matter. Sometimes
Their apologies aren't good enough.
Sometimes they're just going to stay hurt, and that's it.
See, that's the problem, is you're assuming so many things without just asking.
Well, I tried to ask you and you didn't respond, so why waste the time?
Yeah. That's exactly where I'm standing at too. So go ahead. Y'all have your conversation.
All right.
Thank you for allowing us to speak on our platform.
Thank you, because I was only talking to somebody else anyway.
That's all right. That kind of means that he gets what we're saying. He just wants to listen. He doesn't want to debate.
Yes, but Professor, you brought up.
He keeps engaging Cyclone, so he does want to.
You were talking about me, okay? So don't try to act like you weren't.
Yeah, but I
saying
wasn't
something.
talking to you. I was just talking like in front of you, like I would behind your back.
Just consider this. We are not taking it personally. So don't take it personally. If we are talking about you,
But
because
you're
we don't
acting like
know
I'm
you,
taking
we are
it
talking.
personal.
Just listen. Try to listen, because we don't know you and who you are, or from where you are, and what is your age. We don't know anything about you. We are talking about your ideas. So the only thing that we had contact with is your ideas. So you spoke your ideas. So if we are critiquing something, it's not you personally, the guy, but your ideas.
Well put.
Really? Even though you were just talking about the tooth fairy idea.
Yeah, exactly. It was an example, an analogy to someone claiming something that he's not trying to validate by demonstrating that it is the case. Like, for example, you claiming that plasma is the container of gas without showing gas pressure and next a layer of plasma and next to it a vacuum. So he didn't show plasma containing gas. I told you that, yeah, someone will claim, like me, I will claim tooth fairies can't create gas pressure without a container. And I will sit in my chair, chill, because I don't have to validate that. I don't have to demonstrate that like you did. It's just an example.
Yeah.
I played your game.
No. You just called what I said a game. That's what I'm getting at. Do you not see what you just did?
Yeah, he was doing. Yes, that's what he said. Your game, the jig is up.
Dude, you can't take offense to the things that you read on the internet and hold them against us.
I'm not taking offense. Y'all are oh my god. Okay, y'all have fun.
Oh, okay.
Like I told you, don't take it personally. No one knows you're here.
Thank you. Come
we
again.
We just planted a seed in his head. Watch, he'll be back.
Another one down. Another one bites the dust. Yeah.
That's a good one. Emotional container. Whoever said that.
Emotional container.
Uh-oh, we got Cosmic in the wings. Good old Oliver crit. He's back to talk to us about pineapple pizza.
Is that Vance? That picture he has? So creepy.
Yes, I'm a little for it. Big cred to Vance for actually embracing the meme on Halloween. I don't like Vance, but I thought that was funny.
Oh, he seems like a stand-up guy.
What don't you like about him?
He's second in command to like the biggest crazed narcissist man-child. Potentially, well, definitely in America, potentially the planet, but that's just my political
Because
views.
we don't have a monthly period word salad.
Somebody's knocked on my door. I'll just be a second.
You know Vance was a never Trumper, right?
Sounds like he's a never Trumper.
Oh, definitely. That's a given.
I guess it really kind of hard to talk to him when he deafens after talking.
Oh, you got a phone call.
He's got a general question. I used to like to come in here and ask, are there any pilots in the house? But now I want to change that. I want to ask if there's any evidence of a known flat earther that has circumnavigated the entire globe and still keeps their flat earth belief.
How are you going to circumnavigate a globe when the Earth is flat?
Well, it's because GPS is based on spherical coordinate system. Your belief of it being flat is hypothetical.
It's measured flat. Airplanes are built to fly over flat stationary Earth.
Can you please explain the GPS system on a flat Earth? Thank you.
Yeah, hold on a minute, man. We got
I'm not going back to that. I just want to ask if there's any... Okay, has any flat earther traveled the entire world map and kept their belief?
No globe earther has either. What are you talking about? You're putting an impossible task here.
Traveling means you live on a globe now?
He circumnavigated north and south.
No, I don't understand the question. You said traveling proves you live on a globe for some reason.
Yeah.
Because my research, I'm coming up with this statement. There is no known, credible flat earth believer who has publicly documented flying completely around the world
We don't
and still
agree with
maintaining
flat
their
earth
belief that the
believers,
earth is
dude.
flat.
Yeah, we don't associate with flat earth believers either. I don't know. So you need to go in one of those rooms where they just believe in weird shit.
Oh, my bad. I thought this was the flat earth room.
Yeah, there's no believers in here.
It's not a belief.
Oh, okay. Hey, you know, this is a better room all of a sudden then.
Yeah, he's used to those other rooms, though, Radwin, where they just talk about esoteric bullshit.
Oh, no, yeah. Flat earth is just a fact. It's just measured that way, and you navigate that way, everything. You can't do it on a ball.
Yes, I have a question.
What's your question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Guys, when I'm going to order my new M4 Mac Mini on Prime Day for $479.
$479, not $479. Sorry.
Oh, he ruined his own joke. The delivery is always wrong, especially they come in, they not really speaking the language, and they try to deliver some kind of joke, and if they fall flat on their face, who's next? The other guy left.
He's taking a break from his call center, so.
Thank you. Come again.
This Jaforia guy sounds like India, right? I'm not the only one hearing that.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah, he does.
A little bit higher pitch, but
yeah.
A what?
Yeah, right there. Right there.
Say Indio 3 times, he'll show up.
Yeah, freaking Indio, man. Where you at, man? Well, you got your doppelganger right in here. I don't know. Well, let's see if he's smart as Indio. Might be.
Yeah, I mean that would be hilarious if he was like the Indio equivalent for the Glovers, but he wouldn't be a Glover, right?
Bizarro world. If they argue against each other, man, it's like the freaking two worlds collide. Time and space would be like distorted and shit.
He must be looking up something new.
Yeah, Jafforia, do you have any questions? I mean, I'd love to hear see how you engage.
Dear chatbot, can you give me any new Glow
No,
Crew?
I just had my one question. That was it.
Yeah.
All right, Indio, number 2.
We're not the Flat Earth Believer room. It's just a fact.
Indio Light.
That ruined his day. He needed a believer.
You're savage, obvious. That's pretty cool.
Indio 006. And we know what happens to 006.
We got a lot of dangerous minds in here, man. I don't know if you want to tread these waters. You're safer with the believers. You can shellac them all day long. Promise you one thing. This is an amateur hour in here, man. And if you don't believe me, just try it.
Step right up, folks.
Right, back.
What is this, amateur hour? A lot of tumbleweeds there.
You can only have tumbleweeds on a flat Earth. Lobers are going down hard today. They're coming in, and they're like smacking themselves in the wall and everything, bouncing off the ground, flopping all over the place. It's terrible.
Yeah, it's the holiday season, man. Radwin's taking no prisoners right now, so
Yeah,
it's up to you.
The holidays, I get even nicer.
How do you explain gyros?
It's spin in a circle.
Yeah, I mean, why?
Because they're like a motor.
Yeah, I understand the motion. I'm saying why do they precess?
Friction.
I don't get what you mean, friction.
Of course you don't.
No, wouldn't it just spin along its axis without precessing? Like friction would slow it down, but there's no.
Yeah, it causes weird shit to happen to it. Yep. Vibrates it, does all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, but that doesn't explain why it precesses.
I told you why. And it does it at different processes at different rates too. And isn't that crazy?
But that supports,
especially if you don't calibrate them.
That supports a globe.
That they at different rates.
Yeah.
No, depending on how high you go, shouldn't matter. Should always be that rate.
You said it supports. It supports. Hold on. You said it supports the globe. You're going to have to produce the evidence of how you made the logical leap from seeing something move around to showing the geometry of the Earth. Go ahead. How did you do that? Show me the magic trick.
Yeah, because the equation for the precession of a spinning gyro relies on a sine function, which comports with a spherical geometry. Because then the rate of angular precession, right? If it doesn't conform to sine, you'd assume it's flat because it would just precess by the same amount at all given radiuses from the center.
Yeah. How'd you get the equation, sir?
Well, it's available in textbooks online.
Yeah, how did I know where you get it from? How did somebody get the method to figure out that equation functions within the concept of the idea of the Earth of a giant sphere? Like, where was the correlation to that?
It's what's observed. So
no, it's not. You don't know. Hold on a second. You don't observe a sphere. Okay, so how did somebody equate that formula to that it's a giant sphere? How did somebody do that? Do you know?
No. So you observe.
Huh? You observe something happen. Yeah, we've already covered that. How do you know it leads you to believe that you're on a giant ball?
That's the conclusion.
No, it's not. It's a presumed cause.
No. So
yeah, you think it's a giant ball. You think it's a giant ball spinning. You didn't see that in the observation of the thing actually doing what it's doing.
Yeah, it's the conclusion of the observation.
Yeah, no, it's not. You're not observing a giant sphere at any time. So
that's
my question. Yeah, you just said it does. You said it concludes that. What do you mean it doesn't conclude that? All right. So if your formula shows in some manner that it points to a globe, I want to know where does it do that? How did you come up with that? Did you just make it up? Did somebody just make it up?
You could just do it from the observed precession at different latitudes.
Yeah, that's great. But how do you know the latitude, which is referencing a spherical coordinate system, is actually showing that the Earth is a globe? Did you forget that? When you say latitude, what are you referring to? Well, a spherical coordinate system, of course. But how did you get that? Everything leads to another. So you're going to have to peel the onion layer of all the claims that you're stacking down to the very root of how you know the Earth is what you think it is, so that your observation of that thing that you're doing, your precession, is what the formula says that it is of a giant sphere spinning around. So you need to go all the way back to what everything references, like latitude, the spherical coordinate system, and try to figure out how you got to a ball in the first place. So that's what we're asking. You can't just assume you see something move and then presume that it's a globe. You can't do that. You're begging the question, sir, and a lot of other logical fallacies.
If it's a circle, it has a chance to be a globe.
Yeah, we're not worried about if it's something. We're saying the observation doesn't determine whether it is the thing. Understand? This is going based upon observation and doing a test. You don't determine that the Earth is a globe based on precession, do you?
No, it provides evidence for.
No, well then no is the answer. You correctly stated no is the answer. So therefore, you're making an assumption that you think it's a big giant sphere spinning around, causing that thing that you're looking at to move the way it does.
You just turned the
best working theory. That's what a best working theory is.
Yeah, a best working theory is not what we're asking for. We're asking for the exact conclusion determination test that gives us the understanding that it is that. And you don't have that with something processing. Sorry, it's not working. You just provided evidence that you can't show that it's an exact giant sphere. So it's a no-go at this point. Non-point, it's moot. Got it?
Well, no, but I guess.
Well, yeah. Well, yeah. Well, yeah. Yeah, you got nothing left but a jaw that's wide open right now.
I mean,
anymore?
Who cares? Who really cares about like whether I'm pulling like a soy face at the moment or not?
You are, dude. You can't even talk.
Yep.
Who?
Yeah, you're stuttering, dude. That's just evidence that you ran out of shit to say. Your little shtick doesn't work in here, bro. None of it. None of you guys that come in here claiming shit and can't prove it. None of it's gonna work.
I don't have to prove that gyroscopes.
Well, then have a seat. Then have a seat. Have a seat and let somebody else try to prove it, huh? How about that? Just have a seat. Listen to somebody else try to prove it. Meanwhile, you eat your Cheerios or whatever it is in the morning you eat.
You have no standard of proof.
Yeah, it's actually
there's no standard of acceptance.
Yeah, well, standard of acceptance. So you're telling me that all I have to do is believe that this gentleman is telling me that something's moving around, therefore I can conclude that it's a sphere?
No, you're like totally shut off to the idea.
Yeah, hold on. No. We're not shutting ideas off. What we're shutting off is people making false conclusions like he was making. Do you think it's...
You haven't explained how it's
I'm not talking to you anymore.
Correct,
Put your stuff on me, Cosmic. Put your stuff on me. Let me talk to Jaforia. So, Jaforia, do you think it's correct for me to just go ahead and conclude that the Earth is a sphere based on precession? Yes or no?
No, you can just totally disregard everybody's information that they...
No, I want you to tell me. I want you to tell me right now that can I conclude that the Earth is a giant sphere based on precession? Yes or no?
You're entitled to your own opinion. That's fine.
No,
you can
answer the question, sir. Answer the question. Can I conclude? Well, I'm asking you. What is your opinion? Do you think I can conclude that the Earth is a giant sphere based on a precession? Yes or no?
If your logic can do that, you can. You could. Yes.
I'm asking you. You. Don't project things onto me.
Okay.
Yeah, you.
Ask it again. I'm sorry. You worded it.
Can you conclude that the Earth is a giant sphere based on precession?
Based on observation for myself, but...
Precession. Based on precession.
Precession of the equinox takes so much time. No, that's... I don't have evidence for that.
Thank you. No is there. No
but
is
I
the
do
answer.
believe in the math of that. I believe it would work over time.
I don't care.
Oh,
I don't care.
You're welcome.
You just proved my point. You proved my point,
buddy.
And so did Cosmic. So thank you.
Hey, but
there you go.
We can finally get the fucking conversation a little bit further than where it normally
is. No, it's further. It's been further. You just haven't caught up. You're the one that does the catching up. We're the ones that are already way ahead of you guys, like by light years. You guys are just now realizing that.
Down to Earth. I'm up in the stars.
Oh yeah, I know that. That's obvious to everybody in here. Anyways, try your best, guys, because it's not going to be good enough. I guarantee it.
Well, I get you don't like me, but why are you so belligerent to new people?
No. So this is his thing.
Your stick isn't going to work, dude. He can take whatever he wants from the conversation, but you saying that doesn't make it true. How about that?
Everyone,
it's incredibly difficult to reason somebody out of a position that they have totally reasoned themselves into.
You have no reason. Listen to this, bro. I'm gonna say it like this: there's no reason for anybody to think that the Earth is a giant sphere based on processing of a pendulum. There's no reason. You didn't give one, neither did Cosmic. So I've debunked both of you guys within a matter of like 5 minutes.
No, there isn't, because it explains the behavior. It explains the behavior of the gyroscopes.
Yeah, so what? Doesn't tell us we live on a giant ball. Huh?
That's what explanatory power literally is.
What telling you how something moves? That's it. You're gonna the pendulum moves this way and that way.
So
Good
what's
for you.
beyond the Great Ice Wall?
Yeah, what's beyond the Great Ice Wall? I'm sorry, but once again, you're not in a room full of esoteric believers. You're not in that room, bro. You can't come at us with that. We're impervious to that. You have to come at us with facts, with demonstrations, with evidence of what your claim is. Now, you need to bring forth the claim if you think the Earth is a globe, and have one of us discuss with you about it. Go ahead and produce your claim that the Earth is a globe, Jeporia, if you're able to.
No, I have a claim that you've reasoned yourself into the world is not a globe so badly that you are unwilling to accept any information that
It's not about that. It's not about unwilling to accept it, but it's about you actually being able to produce information that we can test and validate.
So you're saying I'm right.
Can you do that?
Have information. Hey, dude, telling stories is not information. It's just telling stories.
And we've heard all the stories already. We've already digested them, and we've came to this conclusion. You're just telling us the same thing we've already heard.
Just like a little kitty batting around a ball of yarn, dude. Like it's gonna get boring at some time for you guys.
It's already
like put something on the table that you can put your money where your mouth is, instead of just keep running your mouth about how I'm not accepting whatever you're saying, because that's bullshit. If you produce evidence, if you produce evidence of something that's actually true, if you produce evidence that something's true, then I would agree with it. Let's just put it that way. But since you can't, then I won't. How about that?
I was kind of agreeing with what J.D. Vance was saying about the progression of the equinox.
Yeah.
However, my personal experience in my lifetime is so short that it's very hard for an individual to measure without further information.
The problem is, so what? It's not telling us that the Earth is a globe, which is the premise of this whole discussion. Is that it's going to lead us to the knowledge that the Earth is a giant sphere spinning around. We don't give a shit what people think about it processing.
You're trying to prove that it's flat, aren't you?
No, dude, if you're not following the conversation, this guy is trying to say that the only way that things can process is that we're on a giant sphere. You need to be paying attention. Oh, it should be. You should be listening and then absorbing what someone's saying and then be able to steel man them when they say it. But you're not doing that, which is obvious. Because you're confused.
Well, they just listen for keywords now. They don't. If they listen to what we're saying, then something might happen to them. So they only listen for keywords, trigger words, and then they try to come back with that.
I've not heard you explain why it's not good enough.
Because it doesn't lead us to the conclusion that the Earth is a giant sphere, for God's sakes.
What other conclusion is there?
That it's not a giant sphere?
Yeah, but what then explains the different rates of precession?
Dude, that's a question for people that are trying to investigate what's the cause for the effect. But if you don't know the cause for the effect, you can't assume that it's what you think it is.
No one would ever take a gyroscope and prove that there's a Earth curve. You sound retarded saying gyroscopes prove the curve of the Earth.
I don't care what I sound like. You actually need to come up with a sufficient alternative explanation.
No, we don't, because that's not...
I don't, dude. I already told you what happens. I already told you why they do it.
Yeah, he doesn't need to come up with an alternative because it's not proving that the Earth is a sphere. What are you not getting? There's no determination that it's a sphere based on precession. I just explained that to you. So why would he need to debunk that? The contradiction? There is an affirmative. There isn't an affirmative, sir. You can't say it affirms that the Earth is a sphere. So you can't continue to say, well, he's got to debunk that. He doesn't have to because it doesn't affirm it.
No. So we can say, right, this argument is completely valid. You can say, well, prove it to the highest possible degree of certainty.
No, that's not what we're asking for. We're not. We're not asking for that. Sorry. We're not asking for that. We're asking for a conclusion, a determination, a way to understand if the Earth is doing something like in motion, or in your case, that it's a sphere. And you can't prove either one. Either one, dude. You can't show me that it's in motion or that it's a giant sphere. Either one. You didn't come up with any conclusive information. Not the highest probability. We're not going for highest probability. We're going for a deterministic factor here.
And being in motion doesn't mean it has to be a ball either. So you can't just say, well, it's in motion, so it's a ball. That's retarded.
A flat Earth in motion wouldn't make sense of the precession rates we see.
Stationary.
Well, not according to the gyro.
But it doesn't matter, dude. You didn't.
Gyros are not detecting Earth motion.
Well, listen, dude. You can't tell me what the Earth is based on something that you see, like a gyroscope. You cannot tell me what the Earth is based on that. That's ridiculous.
No,
and I'm exposing your ridiculousness. No, it doesn't. No, it does. No, it don't.
Yeah, it does. It has explanatory power, and it's a real observation.
What is it? Yeah, what is it? Yeah, so what? You're not telling me what the Earth is based on it. You're just seeing something happen and saying, "Oh, something's happening." Good for you. Something's happening. Then what?
Yeah, that's the inference. That's how arguments work.
No, it's not. Science doesn't work that way. If you're saying that you're just inferring that the Earth is a globe based on something moving, then the science didn't determine that with a cause and effect relationship. It's just some guy waxing philosophical about what he thinks the Earth could be based on an idea. So what?
Science is always based on the best working theory. It doesn't make
bullshit, dude. That's bullshit. Yes, it does. What are you talking about?
Okay. What does science make it as an absolute claim?
Dry wood burns based on combustion and other factors that cause the fire to happen. Yep, you can determine that. Dry wood burns, sir.
Do you realize, like, anywhere in science, it's always called the best working theory?
Really?
Nothing's treated with 100% certainty. Because what if we found out something about molecular combustion tomorrow that it wasn't like we thought?
Okay, go ahead. I want you to determine that wasn't the case. Debunk that water doesn't boil at a certain. Hold on. Determine that water doesn't boil at a certain temperature, even though we know that temperature, based on the way that we observe it, has been proven over and over and time and again. It's a method, sir. Science is a method that gives us a way to understand the physical world in such a way that we can actually test it, so we don't have to go based on inferences or assumptions.
There's no such thing as an infallible method.
Who says that we're talking about infallible methods? We're talking about being able to determine the cause of an effect. So we can determine. Hold on, dude. Hold on. We're determining cause and effect relationships here. And what you're not getting is that you're not doing that with what you're talking about. You're not determining the cause for an effect. So that's where you're falling short, where I'm telling you that you need to have, when you just say, no, I don't. And when we're saying, yeah, you do. If you're making the claim that the Earth is a giant sphere spinning around in the vacuum of space, you need to be able to determine that with what you're claiming is able to be determined with. And if it's not able to be determined with that, then you need to abandon that and go somewhere else that you can determine it with.
If a method is fallible, it has to be treated with a degree of uncertainty.
And we're not talking about that, though, dude. We're only talking about people that can determine cause and effect relationships, which you have not. You're avoiding the fact that you can't do it by going to this, little sophist roadmap or whatever.
The cause is the explanation for the effect.
No, it's not. No, it's not. You didn't determine that, sir.
No, because that's...
Yeah, you can laugh, but you didn't determine that. Did you determine that that's the cause for the effects?
Okay. What?
Did you determine? No, don't escape me. Did you determine that was a cause for the effect? That the Earth spinning around is a cause for that pendulum to be precessing?
Yeah, because that's the conclusion.
Okay, so it's a conclusion based on an inference. It's not based on a deterministic factor that you actually know that's the case. How do you know that's the case, that the Earth is what's causing that to precess?
Because that's the best explanation.
Best explanation. Here we go again. Best explanation.
I say friction.
My explanation is better than yours.
Did you isolate that cause and determine that it was that, sir? What if it's something else?
I'd say it's the magnets they use to control it.
Yep. It could be anything else. Somebody can come up with an idea of what it could be other than what you just said and debunk your claim. So it wasn't determined that that's the cause for the effect, was it?
Yeah, but you have to substantiate that idea with how that works.
Yeah, but you didn't do it in your case. You're just using an inference. You didn't substantiate it. You just said that's just what it is.
No, it's easy to substantiate.
Yes. No, it isn't. How did you substantiate the fact that the Earth is spinning around, sir?
Not with the magnetic pendulum, that's for sure.
Probably what's happening. That's why.
Yeah. How did you isolate that that's the cause for the effect? I want to hear this.
Because it's consistent with all our other observations.
No. Don't keep telling me it's consistent. I want to know how you determine that that's the case.
That's how I've determined personally.
How did you determine? How did you determine?
Consistent with all our other observations.
Oh, consistent from what? What other observations? What are you talking about? What other observations?
Yeah, motions in the sky.
Okay, so stop right there. Day and night cycles are giving you the indication that the Earth is spinning on its axis, giving you the reason to believe that it could be the Earth spinning, and that's what's causing the pendulum to precess. Isn't that correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so the stars are moving around in the sky, the sun and the moon, or whatever you want to look up and say that it's going on. How did you determine that the sky isn't moving and the Earth is? How did you do that?
It's not the sky moving around a stationary Earth.
That's what you said. I want to know how you determined that. How did you determine that?
Yeah, because it doesn't line up with any theory that makes sense.
Whoa! It doesn't line up with theory? That's not a deterministic factor, sir. It's just your idea of what doesn't make you feel good.
Theory is by nature deterministic. It's not stochastic.
No. You saying so is not deterministic. It has to be something that's observed. So it's not an observation that no, it's not. You didn't determine the fact that the stars are moving around or the sun is based on something that you say is the Earth moving. You didn't determine that. You said it's the best explanation, according to you.
So you're looking at what the alternative hypothesis was.
No, we're not talking about alternative. We're not talking about alternatives. We're looking for the affirmative of how you came up with the stars and the sun and moon are moving based on the Earth's rotation. That's what we're looking at. How did you determine that? We're not looking for alternate theories.
Yeah, you can look at the relative motions of lots of bodies, and then
so we're going to something else. So first of all, we're trying to determine how the Earth's spinning. You went to stars, sun, and moon. Now you're going to determine that the stars, sun, and moon are actually the Earth spinning by going somewhere else again. We're going down a rabbit hole, sir. We're never getting to the conclusive evidence that the Earth is determined to be spinning around. You're looking at other things instead of looking at the Earth, which is what you should have been with your observation of the Earth actually determining that it is in motion by observing it doing what you think it's doing. You're not doing that right now. You're going to other things. You went from stars, sun, and moon to something else that you're trying to make a conclusive information about, and you can't even do that. You're not doing that right now. I'm just taking you round and round and showing how you're illogical. It's not even logic. At some point, you're going to run out of steam and you're going to give up. You're going to throw your hands up and say, well, you see, I can't prove it to you. Of course you can, because you can't even prove it to yourself.
You haven't given me a standard of proof.
The standard is you have to observe this in nature somewhere. And if you observe the Earth spinning in nature, then yes, you can make that claim at least from the observational standpoint. And then you can possibly test for it to validate if it's the cause for the effect or not. You haven't done that. So I'm showing the audience how you're just using an inference and your best idea in a subjective opinion. That's all you're doing. You're in no way determining that that's the Earth in motion. In no way. That's all you got to say? Have a seat, sir.
You can look at videos from orbit.
Have a seat, Cosmic.
You can't get to orbit until you tell us how you prove the Earth is a ball and spinning.
Yeah. And you can't do it with precession, obviously, because I just took you through the rigmarole of showing how you can't even do that.
Oh, well.
So now abandon ship or else, this barrage will not stop, dude. It will continue. until I pummel you into oblivion of your incoherent nonsense.
Okay.
You can make your bed if you want, but you're going to have to lie in it, sir. Time's up.
So we're batting 1,000 for today. I mean, just one after the other, instant shutdowns.
Yeah, playtime is over. 24/7 means serious business, man. They're going to know when we come out of the scene, on the scene, dude, they're going to step aside.
Except you've entered no serious academic scene whatsoever.
Sure, we will, though. And we'll prove it to the world.
So what do we?
That's what we aim to do.
What do we need?
Couldn't you just do that already if you have all the facts
What
right?
do you want us to do? I'll get on it.
You got this. Well, however many people literally just submit a paper with all the proof.
To who?
Put it online. It's a free. It's
the address. Post the address in here of where I'm sending it.
No, online isn't there's no specific address for on the internet. I'm just saying, if you publish a paper with all your proof.
So you need what kind of proof now? Which one are you looking for?
You're proving that the Earth is flat and stationary, aren't you?
It's measured that way, yeah.
Right. So then
NASA says that. I'm just going to use NASA's documents.
Right. Okay. You don't think NASA will be like, hey, this is why we put this in this paper. Here's the context.
Just
nope. They say it's flat and stationary. That's the only way you're going to build or fly an airplane.
So NASA is going to say, oh, yes, you call
Cosmic, have a seat, dude. You wouldn't know what NASA says. You can't speak for NASA, not even a little, dude. Just sit down. You're an embarrassment. Have a seat, bro.
Were you talking to me or him?
Yeah, but just have a seat, because you're just embarrassing yourself.
You don't even know that what NASA says. You think that I'm wrong, and that's funny shit. You think they don't contradict themselves.
Yeah, and he wants to speak on the behest of NASA. What a joke.
Just have a seat and try to recognize how you're processing in your chair.
Right. Okay.
Can't even get his way out of this argument.
So do you think the guys that keep coming in here and getting beat up by us, do you think that in real life they actually like that too?
Yeah, they're probably misogynistic, for sure. Whipping boys for the narrative. All these guys are.
You have such ridiculously high opinions of yourself.
Well, it's not just that. We have evidence or receipts. Like this conversation we just had, that's evidence that we can do what we do, and we're good at it. We're fucking damn good at it.
Yeah, we're really good at it. We have high opinions of ourselves. Isn't that awesome? And you have a low self-esteem.
I just consider, like, I'm a flawed human like anyone else who just tries to understand the world the best.
Yeah, nobody's talking about fallibility here. We're talking about confidence in what we're saying, and that's what we're saying is we got that on lock. So nothing to be worried about there.
We got rid of a bunch of flaws, so we're a little bit better than you now.
Bro, you should hear yourself.
Yeah, it's good. We are. We have a stream that we can record our voices and then play it back whenever we want. Although we don't need to because we lived it, but you probably need to listen back to it to see how badly you got destroyed. And be like, damn, man, they kicked my ass.
Go back and listen to Anon from this morning for the past 4 hours. You'll laugh your ass off. That might be the clip of the year.
They kicked my ass. Holy smokes. What am I doing going in there?
It's just the behavior of a narcissist, to be honest.
Yeah, but you can keep yapping. Well, we got what it takes. You don't, bro. So there's that, right?
It's self-declaration. Nothing.
Yeah, I told you we have receipts. the evidence of the conversation we just had is a demonstration of what I'm saying is true. I've crushed you and that other clown that was piping in here, Japhoria clown.
Okay, I say back, I crushed you. Well, look.
Yeah, but you didn't. That's the problem.
But
yours
you
is an
didn't.
empty
That's the
claim. Mine is a validated one.
Yours is.
You can't do what I do,
mine
bro.
is a valid one.
You can have a dream that you can do what I do, but you fall short every time you open up your Dorito hole.
Bro, I don't think you're as smart as you think you are.
You don't have to. It's evident. I don't care what you think. The evidence is in how I shut you down, you clown. Damn right.
Do you actually think you guys would survive like 30 seconds in front of like a panel of academics who are like
their mouth would be as gaping wide open? Their mouth would be as gaping wide open as yours.
Yes,
Are you
I absolutely
serious?
can. Yes, I sit with them all day long.
You're gonna have nothing left, dude, when you leave this place except for your shame and maybe a pillow you can cry into.
Yep, total shame. Gonna have to cry into my pillow.
Lay down face down into your pillow. You know what I mean?
Yeah, just gonna be crying all night over this.
You're doing it now. Everybody's listening to you do it now.
This and other things.
But you guys are mean, and you think you're gonna be accepted. No one's gonna accept you. Like, shut up, dude. Let us do what we do while you listen there, eat popcorn and cry in your pillows.
But you've had over 100 years and you've done nothing. Literally. Well over 100 years and nothing.
Yeah, dude, keep cheerleading for the narrative. You like that hunchback guy that comes out on 300 that sides with the Persians. That's like you right now.
Yeah.
I got.
Oh. AJ, you need to find shelter, man, for your cryptos. The falling knife became a falling sword.
Still crashing, huh?
Dude, I got an alert and everything. I got people on the threads talking about it. Silent crash and all kinds of stuff, dude. It's going down, bro.
Exciting.
Literally. Literally.
Hit the floor.
I know, right?
Go to zero. I don't care.
We'll just buy a bigger bag then.
Or just watch them do what they're going to do, like that we've said they were going to do all the way through and turn everybody into a robot, and the black market is gone and everybody's rioting into the streets, and wow, we can't do anything without cryptic money, and they'll issue it in our paychecks, and that's when it gets fun. This is just speculation. Bitcoin, from the beginning, I thought it was all crap. And maybe it's not. That's just my opinion. I'm making a positive statement. But yesterday's show was just phenomenal with AI saying all that stuff. He's right. We're not making any positive claims here. That dude that was just in here was trying to do that. Did he leave? Did he run away?
Japhoria, and there was another guy too. That they sound real proud and confident, but
Oliver.
Yeah. Oh, Oliver, the guy we're speaking to? Yeah.
Yeah, he's done.
He's still sitting in here, but
well, he's in shock. Don't really probably best not to talk to him right now.
Yeah, I was gonna say that too.
He's curled
just leave him alone.
Curled up in a ball with a blanket around him.
He's dealing with his big feelings right now. But you stupid flat earthers are you're meanies. Oh.
Yeah, can be. Like you said, told that guy. You got the receipts.
He's like, you guys think you're smart. Yeah.
Well, if that's being smart, I'm pretty easy to be smart. The opposite of that is what he would be doing then, and that's pretty dumb. Following the narrative. That's easy to do. Just repeat what somebody said. Kind of like, what do they call it? Academic, isn't that what he said? You guys would sit amongst a bunch of academics. Do you think you really could do that? Well, all they're doing is repeating a narrative. Yeah.
Yeah.
I did it my whole life.
That's what Radwin said. What name are you going by, Radwin? Lebowski.
Professor
Oh, shit, he left.
Yeah.
There's rules here, man. Nobody can follow the rules. This isn't Nam. There's rules. Lebowski.
Yo, he's dude. Anon spiraled for like 4 hours this morning, bro. It was crazy. All based on what Professor Triangle said.
We got in the car right as you were giving it to him, and I was like, "Do you know who this is?" She said, "Is that who I think it is?" And I said, "Yeah." She said, "What's he talking about?" I said, "Listen." And then she looked at me like, "Oh yeah."
Tell her I said hi.
Louisiana. Yeah, we just had breakfast, but I said, "Do you know who this is?" And she's like, "I think so. Is that who I think it is?" And I was like, "Yeah." What's he saying? I just let it play. And then she said, "Oh," because she's an academic herself, you know.
Yeah, I know. But we love those academics.
I drew it on a napkin today at breakfast for her. Big old circle. I said, "Here's how big your circle is, and here's how long my straight line is. Figure this one out." And she said, "That's not how it is." I was like, "Yeah, that's easy. It's as easy as that. Really that easy. This line sees this far, where it shouldn't see even this far." She's like, "Really? Like, isn't that what they taught you, Chloe? Come on. Come on." At least it got her thinking.
The closer, yeah. I love her, man. I'm glad you have a wonderful family, bro.
Yeah, she's fun. She's got my little personality, little sarcastic personality. Sarcasm comes out of her mouth. Probably more than it does mine. I was like, "Chloe, you can't say that here." And she's like, "Why? You do." I'm like, "Yeah, but you're Chloe. Supposed to be an astute little girl. You're not supposed to be saying that." It's like, "I learned it from watching you." I'm like, "Sorry."
AJ, you here, bro? But AJ was making hand over fist when what's it called? Was that like 120, something like that? I think he was waiting for a buy-in, and it's like, dude, we're all the way back to 81. What the hell? Anyway, we got some new people joining. Welcome to the room.
It's just me.
Welcome back, Dib. Hey, what was your name before, Dib? Or the other name that I know you by?
It's always been Dib.
You sure?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I think so. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's always been Dib.
Because I was trying to think of a name that started with K. Might be wrong.
No.
All right. D Skilly. What's up, man?
What's good?
Hey, we're just kicking it like Bruce Lee over here, man. What's up with you?
Working. I was hoping to listen to a debate, but
we'd love to give one to you, but I mean, it seems like the debaters are coming in short today.
Yeah, it's a little early, to be fair.
Maybe we need to call some people. We call some people up, Let's get some professors on the line. Let's get some academics in there. How about that? For a change of pace. Science falsely so-called.
I remember when I first came to Flat Earth, think about it quite a bit, but I wasn't as aggressively against it as a lot of these people are. I wonder if that's just a personality trait or if I was meant for this, or I don't know. I didn't kick back as hard. I mean, I had questions. You remember my question. Why don't you fall off the edge? If the earth was flat, cats would push everything off. Stupid stuff. But these guys are aggressive. They don't want to be proved wrong, and they don't want you, of all people, to prove them wrong. Interesting way to go about it. But when I was presented with the absolute truth of it, I had no choice but to roll with it. No choice. I could have kicked against it, I guess, but then I'd just be dumb. It amazes me every single day on how vehement these guys come against the truth. That's why I always say it's like a religion to them.
I was saying earlier, we were in the mode of talking about songs the other day. I was like, it's like REM's Losing My Religion.
Yeah. Yeah. I told you that song was going to be in my head all day yesterday. Tried to send it to you last night right before bed. Sent it to my mom instead. And then I sent that nativity thing to you. I thought that I sent that Losing My Religion right after that. But yeah, I was in my head all day. Still is.
Yeah, I would say for the most part, if you ask that question, Cosmic, that's just like in a room full of a whole bunch of people, there's mostly people going to be religious because that's a dominating force within our lived experience. Most people are religious.
Yeah, so REM's song, right, isn't like an endorsement of religion, is it?
Yeah, what is an endorsement of?
Kind of an overall scope. It's an overall scope of what religion is. Could be anything, whatever you.
Yeah. Unless I read the lyrics.
Really.
Cosmic thinks he's an oracle. He's going to tell us what does it actually mean, bro?
Losing my religion. I think it was about nihilism, but I'm not sure. I'd have to read the lyrics again.
Yeah, look it up.
Oh, life, it's bigger. It's bigger than you, and you are not me. Things that I should go through. Distance in your eyes. That was just a dream. Blah, 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 blah. Losing my religion. It's like losing a belief system, which it doesn't have to be like Hindu, Christian, Buddhist, Hindu. It's not like that.
Yeah, but they are mystical religions with unprovable beliefs.
You mean like the globe? That sums it up pretty perfectly, actually.
I can look at the globe. I can't look at the face of God.
Where do you look at it to see that it's a globe? Yeah. From NASA cameras? Do you see the globe from a NASA camera?
Doesn't have to be NASA.
You can hear NASA going.
Oh, really?
No, anyone can do it.
How?
Amateurs with rockets with a camera attached.
So, yeah, I don't know that stuff, right? So,
Yeah,
like,
let's
in
look at some
reality,
amateur rockets.
Sorry.
I said, can you post a video of like an amateur rocket showing the globe without a fisheye lens?
I've done this so many times now, but I can share the video for like the 20th time.
You're a clown, bro.
Yeah.
I know you don't have the makeup, but
maybe you don't.
Mm-hmm.
yeah, you just made a claim that people want to see what you're talking about. Go show them. There's a lot of people in here that haven't heard what you said for the 20th time. Show them.
I've seen the Go Fast rocket video footage. That's what you're talking about.
I just assume just go ahead and let him post whatever he's going to post.
Yeah.
But the truth is that if nobody ever told us that we're living on a globe, reality, just walking around and waking up, and we experience a flat Earth everywhere, always, until they came along and said, no, it's not really flat, it's a globe. Well, then everybody just believed that, but that's not the way it seems. So that's
somebody didn't just come up and do that. It's been for not a long time.
They did, because they gave us the shape of the known globe, I guess. 3559, 3959 is the radius to the middle of it, miles, right? So we should go out and be able to measure that. And when we do try that, it's not there. So welcome to Flat Earth. They're lying. Or their globe is way bigger. Well, that's not what they told us. That's not what they told us.
I can't tell if it's your connection or mine, but you're coming across very roboty on my end.
He sounds good on my end, so.
Okay, well, it's probably mine.
It's on my end too. It sounds good. Sounds good over here too. So it's just you.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah, because I can't load YouTube, so something's messed up on my end.
No, I think it's more of a case of la 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 la. I can't hear you. La 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 la.
No, he probably just has a bad connection. Stop trying to load the video in 1080p, bro. 720 is good enough.
Wait, got it. There you go.
Awesome.
What do you post?
Nonsense.
Okay, so now he just posted a standard. So at 56 miles up, we should see that right there.
Yeah, well, that's what's shown.
That's literally. That's literally.
Yeah.
How much percentage of the Earth as a globe should we see from that altitude at 56 miles up? So.
I don't know, a few percent, 1%, 2%.
You don't even know? You don't even know?
Why would I just have that figure on hand?
Because you're showing something that shows that it looks like a globe. So then you would have the data to back up the information of the video to actually coincide with it being a sphere of a radius of 3959. Duh.
Yeah, That's the incompleteness fallacy.
What, on your part? Of course. You don't have the complete data that you need to solidify that at 56 miles up, you'd see that right there, what you're showing in your video.
No. It'd be like if I had an apple in front of me and you asked me, well, do you know the exact chemical constituents of that? And I said no.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean I can't say there's not an apple in front of me.
No. That's not what you're saying here. You're saying that you would know the elements of what makes an apple what it is, and then I would ask you that question, and then you wouldn't have the answer. That's exactly what this is. Because if you're saying that the Earth is a globe based on... Yeah, you did. You said the Earth is a globe based on this video. That's what you said.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Yeah.
Okay.
I agree
So now,
with that.
based on the video, if the math checks out, then it would check out that you could see curvature like that at that altitude. So,
yeah,
what is the measurable amount of curvature you would see at that altitude?
Yeah, which is a separate question.
No, it's attached to the video because you're showing curve, and now he's gonna say, okay, you say you see curve, now let's measure it. Yeah. So how does it measure from altitude? Work out the math, sir.
You could look on like advanced.
You need to work out the math. You need to work out the math, and then present the math alongside this observation. Yep.
No, because the video already infers the conclusion.
No, it doesn't. Okay, let's put it this way. How do you know it's not the camera lens?
That's what I was going to say. Are we going off of distortion of a fisheye lens here? Seriously?
Because it's fairly consistent throughout the video.
No. I'm not talking about fairly consistent. No, we're looking for conclusive information as to how you know it's not the camera lens. How do you know it's not the camera lens?
Because you'd easily see it. It will warp all over the place.
No. That's your feelings. I don't care about your feelings. I want to know how you know it's not the camera lens. How do you know that?
I didn't express a feeling. I was stating
your feelings. I don't care about them. I want to know how you determine that the camera is not a factor.
Yeah, one, it's not a fisheye lens. Two, it's a rectilinear lens.
How do you know that? How do you know that?
They show the camera in the video.
They do. What kind of camera is it? Tell me. Give me the model.
It says it. Are you too lazy to watch the video? It says near the
then
start.
tell me. I thought you saw it. I thought you're Mr. Video over here. You have all the information. Dude, Cosmic, you're coming up short again, bro. It's like what you do every time. You start something and you can't finish it. I have to do it for you.
Yeah, but this is just the laziest argument on earth.
Yeah, on your part. Yes, on your part. It's lazy because you need to come with the data, which you didn't do. So where's the data? Where's the data?
It shows the camera in the video.
Where is the data?
Near the start of the video.
You know what? As a matter of fact, you've compounded this to make it a bit more problematic for you. So I need you to go ahead and provide the model of the camera along with the data of what we should see at the altitude that you're at. Go ahead. I don't have that. I just have the video. I just have the video.
You're making noises. I mean,
I just have the video.
You know, there's no camera out there that doesn't have distortion. You know that, right? Like every camera lens is going to have some sort of fisheye effect. So that's still not enough proof.
Yeah, we need the data to support the altitude, how much curvature we should see, and the model of the camera, what type it is, and what lens they're using. Go ahead.
So by that logic, your eye wouldn't even be immune.
I don't know that. Oh, Cosmic.
You're right. You proved your video wrong by saying that our eyes can see distortion too. You're right. That's why we measure things.
Yep.
That's why we use lasers.
Dude, I need you. Cosmic, can you provide the... Listen, dude, can you provide the evidence or no? I just need to know that. Then I'll leave you alone. Can you provide the evidence or not?
Yes. So
okay, go ahead. I need go ahead. I need the camera information, what model it is, and what lens we're using, and also the data to what altitude we can see curvature from at 56 miles. Go ahead, sir. Floor is yours.
So to 4.35 millimeter lens, 16 megapixel GoPro. Yeah, with the rectilinear M12 lens. Right.
Okay, we're gonna write that down. What's the how much curvature should we see at that altitude, please?
Suppose we could just plug the numbers in.
Go ahead.
So do you trust Earth Curve Calculator?
Dude, I don't care what you give us, just give us something. And then we're gonna cross-reference it with we're not just gonna accept it, we're gonna validate it too. So we're not at the validation stage, we're just you presenting what information you have based on what you're saying and the video. Let's go ahead. We're gonna review it, don't worry about that. We're just waiting for you to produce the information.
Not exactly sure what the field of view is of the camera. I'd just go off what's standard. So, I don't know, let's say 45 degrees. Target distance, I'm not really sure how that factors in. Let's just say some 100 miles away. Thing is, field of view could be bigger, but I mean that's what I seem to get.
I don't think that's good enough evidence for you to believe that it's a ball then.
Well, there is a curve right there.
Okay. Did the horizon stay in the center of the camera the whole time, or did that lower down the image as well?
Yeah, it moves off axes of direct, like eye level to the horizon. I mean, it's up in high atmosphere, it's shaking about.
My question is, did the bulge of that ball that you're looking at, did it stay at the same height in the camera the whole time as that rocket was going up?
No, it's
or did
not.
it go down?
It's
it did go down. Okay.
The central axis of the camera is moving about with regards to where the horizon is. It locks on at spots briefly, but it's moving all about the place.
I didn't watch the whole video, but was there any cutscenes in the video?
Just go past the 6-minute mark. It shows from launch to maximum altitude.
With no cutscenes?
No, there's no cuts.
Nice.
Did you watch it? Dip, did you watch the video?
Yeah, we've seen
Yes,
the
I
video.
watched it.
There's no evidence that that's Earth curve because when that rocket was taken off, it's not uncut footage because you didn't get like from ground. The hard part about that one is that you can't get the ground footage from looking horizontal. The camera that should be looking horizontally as it takes off. If you would have that angle, then you would see that it's already distorted from the surface. So it is the camera lens, as we said before.
Where is it distorted?
Well, I took some screenshots. I took screenshots. I don't know. Did you take some? I was going to post mine, but if you have some close to yours.
No, I'm not going to waste my time with that because it just is, okay? The lens is distorted on the edges, and the horizon stays in the. If the rocket was still the whole time and it was level going straight up, you would see the horizon in the middle of your screen the whole entire time. It's hard to see it whenever the rocket's flopping around, but it just so happens that the GoPro overheated whenever it was going to be dangling from the parachute. That would have been the best time to see it, but
yeah.
You know, the GoPro overheated, I thought it was cold up there, so why would it overheat? It's got better atmosphere to be in, cooler weather, but whatever. They could probably try that again, maybe put some kind of cooling element on the camera and keep it from overheating.
The only thing I was having an issue with is the lensing effect that took place as it was lifting off. It was kind of spiraling around, but you could notice that even at the lower altitudes, it was showing that noticeable curve on that video. So it's not evidence that the Earth is curving at that altitude because of the fact that it already had the lensing effect happen at the lower altitudes. So you can't have it both. You can't have it both ways. It needs to be prominent at that altitude and not prominent on the lower altitudes. You can't. It's just not going to work out. Because we can rule it out by saying it's not Earth curve and it is camera distortion, obviously.
Right, but then couldn't you just say if it's curvature created by distortion in the camera, when the central optical axis of the camera pointing above the horizon, shouldn't the horizon curve?
Yeah, I'll put it to you like this: there's too much noise. There's way too much noise to rule out the fact that it is Earth curve. So you have too much noise, and I don't mean actual sound. You know what I mean by when I say noise, right?
Yeah, you're saying what's it? Yeah, noise uncertainty. grows off your measurement.
Yes. So I'll give it to you like this, man. I mean, if you did show something that gives evidence to that, like, we're not above listening to it and actually like putting it on the table. But the thing is, it's got too much noise. Like, you couldn't be able to determine from anything that there's evidence being presented here because of the noise factor.
Well, yeah, but if it's due to distortion should work both ways, above and below the central axis.
Well, that's what I'm trying to tell you, Oliver. I'm trying to tell you that, man. So if
I don't see that happening.
It's not the kind of evidence that of somebody that wanted to prove that the Earth is curving, that I think it wouldn't be the first one anyway. This would probably be somewhere like you're just trying to grasp at straws at this moment, and you probably just look for something quick, and this was the first thing that popped up that you can say that you can really lean on. But there's way too much noise to make any guess. Like, you just can't do it, man. Not even on your case. Like, if somebody was a Glober, I think the closest that I've seen, maybe the Go Fast. There might be another one. Maybe
it's got to be a weather balloon.
Yeah, balloon video. Dwayne Kellum, I would say.
But it doesn't look like a flat Earth, and it's 56 miles up.
Hive life in a nutshell. Food is all.
What?
What the hell?
Let's relax, homie. Were you going to say something special, Kay?
I watched it, and sometimes it did look flat, and sometimes it looked curved. So,
yeah, there's a lot of noise. I was telling him that even from like the lower altitudes, right? Did you see like as it was taking off? Like, I've seen the same thing. I think everybody's seen when you click on that video.
Yeah, I mean, when it was flopping, even at like 2 minutes and 30 seconds, when they were showing like a preview of it or whatever, it was flat, and then it was concave, then it was curved, then it was flat, and then it was concave. It's just, what do you get out of that? You know?
Oliver, I'm trying to tell you, bro, like, you need to at least, if you're going to present something, it needs to be better than this. Whatever it is, it's got to be better than this.
I didn't see it being concave.
No. You're rejecting the fact that I watched it. That he could have said whatever he said, but I watched it too. So I saw it myself. So he could say that, but I've seen it too.
Right, but you'd have to show a timestamp.
Bro, he said 2 minutes in. Like, you could
2 minutes and 30 seconds.
Listen, if you're not willing to actually go back and figure it out, like, there's way too much noise, I can't help you, dude. Like, this is not good globe evidence. I wouldn't.
You've not identified the noise.
The distortion, the man just told you it was looking flat, concave, convex. It was all kinds of shit. So you couldn't tell that there was no steadiness as well to the camera. That came up from Dib. Dib told you that there was no steadiness to the camera. It was like all over the place.
Because you've not said to me yet where it appears concave.
This is you and your feelings, bro. Everybody can see the video for themselves and come up with the same answer that I'm saying. Too much noise and no way to determine whether or not you can kind of parse out whether it's the curve or if it's a camera. You can't do that because it's just moving around so quick, like violently.
But it doesn't look like a flat Earth either.
It doesn't, bro. Listen,
you're right.
Your video doesn't determine anything. This is what I'm trying to tell you.
Exactly. It makes it look like it's round at some points. It makes it look like it's flat. It makes it look like it's concaved. It's not a good way to prove that it's flat or round. No. It's just a really cool video of a rocket. It's cool. Like it's awesome. But it's not proving anything.
It's concave.
You're just gonna have to get out of get out of your feelings. Come with something better than this. No, you're not gonna stay on this. This is. I'm tossing it out. I'm pretty sure everybody else is too. We're tossing this shit out. Come with something else. You can do. If you've been here for a long time, you can do better than this.
Yeah.
Right. It's not that hard either.
But even if you take any version of the flat Earth, this footage doesn't work for any of it.
Bro, it's not proof of anything. What am I saying to you that you're not getting? It's not proof of anything. Did I say it was proving flat Earth?
No, it directly contradicts a flat
Oh my
Earth.
god, dude! No, it doesn't.
Even when they pull up in the desert and they can see the mountains really far away, that proves flat Earth right there alone. I mean, regardless of the rocket went up, the whole thing was flat. You could see they were in wide open spaces. They could have even taken a measurement to the mountain that was over there, way out there in the distance. I bet it was like 20 miles away. It looked like it was. I don't know how far it was, but that kills the globe. That kills it because you guys got actual measurements of a globe.
But
shoot a rocket up.
Refraction.
Yeah, it don't matter. I mean, we can measure it. We can measure that too.
You should be nearing the end of your little like gimmick here for bringing this evidence forward. Because we're tossing it out. It's not evidence.
It doesn't conform to a flat Earth.
Oh my god, dude! What, dude?
There were pieces of the video that did. You know, especially when they were on the ground.
No, what? So because even any flat Earth.
I'm
right,
gonna put you on timeout like a child if I have to, but you need to move away from this video. It's done.
Well, you're just saying I dismiss it.
Yeah, because everybody's seen the video already. We can all see for ourselves that it's not proving the Earth as a globe. Do you understand? Yes or no?
No, obviously. That's
Oh, then yeah, you should, because it's not proving that the Earth has any curvature. Because once again, it looks flat in some cases and concave and then convex. So you can't single out with all the noise that is showing that it's a globe. You can't. So yeah, it's out.
The best thing to do for them is to try to design a rocket that goes even farther away, maybe like to the moon or something, and then turn around and take a picture of the Earth. See if you got curvature.
They've had so many years of having to do this. It's shameful now that they don't have anything right now. He has to scramble online to find some amateur rocket video instead of something that academia should have already put out for everyone to determine that this is the case. That he's got to scramble around grass-fed straws and some rocket that has a lot of noise when you're trying to determine whether it's curved or not. It's pathetic.
You're doing a bait and switch because I've shared stuff by academia and you say you don't trust it. And
This is a pathetic attempt at trying to prove the globe with as much noise as you can possible. It's ridiculous.
You're not citing where this noise is.
Evident. It's evident. The man just told you it was flat Earth. It was concave. It's evident. What more do you need? Your observation of the video? Go ahead.
At 6 seconds in, you can see the curve from the ground. That's evidence of your camera distortion. 6 seconds. Start the thing and just watch it 6 seconds. When the thing is sitting on the launch pad, you can see the curve of the Earth from the launch pad. That's not right.
No.
Yeah. You're not going to get away with this one, dude. This video is just bogus.
Bogus.
Yep. Just a try hard, bro. That's all you are. Just a try hard.
Right, so I'm looking at the still image on the ground.
You are done, sir.
But you're lying.
Something else. Move on to something else.
You're literally lying.
Move on to something else.
Okay.
Thank you.
Carry on deluding yourselves.
Bye. Bye-bye now. Take care.
What up, Roots?
Hey, what's up, bro?
Same old stuff. Different day.
Yeah, back in the politics room. It's a bit different here, right?
Yeah.
It's a bit spicy.
They can't handle the truth.
Nice to be back. 3 crazes to every normal person. What was that guy talking about? Just I missed most of it.
That video he put in the chat is evidence that the Earth is a globe. Do you see it?
Yeah. I'm just watching it now. Did we show him high altitude footage that contradicts this footage, or did we even get that far?
He didn't know the supporting data that goes along with this video that she should have known, as in the altitude at which you can see curvature from, and or the camera that actually took this.
Yeah, it's already looking like a wide angle as I flick through because of the distortion. In fact, this is obviously a wide angle lens. The whole thing's wrapping and warping.
Mm-hmm.
And there's negative curvature, concave curvature. This is bad footage.
We were telling him for like an hour. Or at least it felt like an hour.
Had the same discussion with a guy the other day, and at the beginning of the video, when it launches, there's curvature at ground level. I didn't get past 30 seconds. I just stopped the video there and said, "You're done." I just got a new phone. I'm really distracted. I just bought the S24 Ultra. No, S25 Ultra. Oh shit.
Why are you contaminating Samsung? Why are you contaminating Android? Android doesn't need flat earthers using their software.
Ouch. Somebody's hurt this morning.
Android's a globe thing? Can you prove that?
That guy was so hurt, man. I swear. There you go, Roots. You got to get off of Android because it's not for flat earthers. Filthy flat earther. Was that's the camera, right? Relay? The one you just posted?
Yeah, that's from the video. They show what kind of camera they use. And yeah, that's not high quality.
So we got barrel distortion in that camera?
Well, everything about the camera is not quality. Like, I mean, the lenses are small and cheap. They're made to be cheap. They're not made to be expensive. They want people to buy them, right? Same with the cameras. You think they're using an expensive sensor in that camera?
Yeah, they probably didn't want to waste too much money on an expensive camera and throw it in a rocket and fly it 56 miles up and, risk losing the camera.
Exactly. So they use the cheapest cameras they can find.
What did Oliver say before he left? I had to leave for a little bit.
It went something like, wah, wah.
Oh, okay. I didn't miss anything then.
Uh-uh.
Well, how does it prove that the Earth is flat? It's like, dude, chill.
The craziest thing is that, because I don't kick these glowers out anymore. I just let them. They run out of fuel and they wind up leaving by themselves. So he ran out of things to say. He's just like, I can't convince you guys. You guys are crazy. He logged out. He'll be back tomorrow, bro. Don't worry about it. He'll be back tomorrow for the next day. Today wasn't a good day for him since he logged into here. It's been a pretty good morning so far here in the politics. Radwin's or Professor Triangle's got a Kool-Aid smile.
Is that really a picture of him, or is it that guy that picks his nose?
That's him.
Guy.
That's not that guy. You're gonna get freaking banned for saying that shit, dude. And I can't help. That's fine if he bans you, because fucking I wouldn't have said that shit.
Don't ban me, bro. Don't ban me, bro.
Just based on that, you can give him like a 24-hour. I'm just kidding. Talking shit, bro. You could have put him to somebody famous or something. Like, golly, bro, you went that way.
I mean, he's got the thick frame glasses on, just like that dude, and I don't know. I thought he was actually making fun of that guy.
Dib, you're doubling down, bro. That's not helping your case.
Professor knows me. He knows I'm cool.
Yeah, so he's gonna really smoothly, give you a ban. A good thing
My My wife would like that. Actually, she thinks I spend too much time on this Discord server.
No, but I mean, I think he's away from his computer anyway, so he probably didn't hear that. So you're lucky. You're lucky.
We ban people if their wives send us money.
Don't tell her that.
Oh yeah, dude. Yeah. If she makes all checks payable to AIoverlord.com, yeah, you're pretty much never coming back, dude. And every iteration of you will return anything.
Yeah, I banned somebody once, and then they got married and had kids. They're like, thanks.
You freed me from this.
It's a soggy day outside, my friends, in the Midwest.
You ever notice that rocket motors are their thrust numbers are based on sea level?
No.
Interesting factoid.
Thought they were supposed to be used in space. Why are they rating them at sea level?
It's soggy here in Wyoming.
Wyoming, dude. What's that state like? Is it nice over there?
Dude, this is God's country.
You said that with a lot of authority, dude. I like that.
Yeah, I love it out here. I moved here from Texas.
I'm from Texas too, bro. Damn.
Yeah, Texas sucks, man. It's humid.
I know.
hot.
Yeah.
The flooding, the hurricanes.
What part of
I grew up there.
What part of Texas were you from,
Houston.
man? Oh, big H-town, huh?
H-town. I was on the outskirts of Houston, though. I was like, do you know where like the Woodlands, Spring, that area?
Like
Northwest
Carrizo
of
Springs?
Houston.
Carrizo Springs?
No, like
you're
northwest of Houston. Yeah, like outside the loop.
No. I'm not familiar with that area.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't like from Houston, downtown Houston. I was like, I'm just giving you a general area where I was.
Well, how many miles were you from there?
Probably like 30, 40 miles away from the center of Houston.
That was a stone's throw. Yeah, I was close.
So.
Yeah, Whataburger over there, dude. You guys had to make
Dude, I miss it.
HEB,
I miss HEB. I miss Whataburger. There's only one Chick-fil-A in Wyoming, and it's in Cheyenne. So I have to like drive 3 hours to go to Chick-fil-A.
You know, I don't know if you have heard AI, but he likes him some ice cream. And I was like, dude, if AI would ever try some of the creamy creations, like ice cream variations that we had over there, like namely banana nut, dude, I swear he would flip his lid. He would give up wherever he was living at just to go live in Texas for that.
Yeah.
It's so freaking amazing. It's like, I don't know. Banana nut, bro.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Yeah, and then wait, Whataburger. Ooh. Get the jalapeno burger. That stuff was fire, I say.
Yeah.
Back when I was a young warthog, you know? When I was a young warthog. back in my 20s, man, the drive-thru was a crazy place to work. Whataburger at like 2 in the morning after like the dance halls we let out.
Fast food restaurant before, but I can imagine you have to put the grind on for those kind of jobs.
people would fall asleep at the drive-thru and all kinds of stuff. Dude, we have people like in the drive-thru line walking.
Yeah,
like they were taking the space of a car walking. Dude. It was so funny. Yeah, drunks coming in.
I had a buddy that.
Well,
I had a buddy that got a DWI for that. He fell asleep in the drive-thru after drinking, and the cops just drove up to him, and because he was blocking the line, nobody could move because he was in line. And I was like, that sucks, dude. You almost made it home. You could have just went home, but you just went. You decided to go to Whataburger.
Over Fence, is he from H-Town? Sound like maybe Over Fence is from H-Town. Looked at the chat. She says your humility is coming from H-Town. You know some people from there? That's a big place, dude. Houston is pretty big.
Yeah, everybody in Houston is like moving out, and so they're building all these like cookie cutter neighborhoods popping up everywhere. They're laying down concrete everywhere, so everything's flooding because there's too much concrete, and they're building retention ponds that don't do shit, and they just hold water and then create more mosquitoes, and it's becoming a shit show. Like the county that I lived in, it had 12 million people in it. 12 million in one county. And the whole state of Wyoming has 600,000 people. It's insane.
Dude, what
there's
are
more
you?
cows.
You Central Wyoming, or what? Where are you on the?
You know where Casper, Wyoming is?
Well, I can look it up. Central?
Yeah. Casper the Friendly Ghost?
Casper, yeah.
Dude, freaking Fry, dude. Fry, what are you doing, bro?
Not much, man. Just chilling.
Where you been, dude? Like, we haven't seen you in, like...
Yeah, I've been busy. We're just, like,
No, it's not an excuse, bro. You need to come in and check in with us every now and again.
Fair. That's why I'm here.
As I recall, you used to be a Glober, and you started walking the path of logic. So you actually started to advance towards what we were saying. Is that still true, or you went back to the globe completely?
You know what? I talk about flat Earth a lot. I piss off a lot of my friends. Let's just leave it at that.
Okay, so you are still in the same place you were when you left?
Probably.
Okay. Does your girlfriend mind still, or not anymore?
Before we haven't talked about it in a while, so.
Well, I care. Listen, man, I care about people who are advancing in this, and you were one to actually give it a fair shake. You were resistant at first. You were actually adamant to go against us for a while. You wanted to hear other Globers come against us, but you were sitting in here long enough that you heard that nobody had anything to say against what we have to say. So it started to really wear on your mind, like there isn't a globalist savior out there.
Suppose, I mean, yeah. I don't think, yeah. I just come here to listen to, people, share about how they view the world. It's interesting how I don't think a lot of people know the Earth to be a globe, right? Like they just believe it to be a globe. So it is. They react in a funny way.
Yeah.
Well, that's good, man. Yeah, we're not gonna twist your arm to be a flat earther. That's all on you. You can, whenever you realize that or whatever. So it's always been like that. We might talk trash when you're here, but it's all in good fun though. We don't.
Oh, hell no. I know Crit loves me.
Yeah, you started to wear on me too, man. So just don't flame out, man. Otherwise, we got to change our mind.
Nah, dog. Nah.
If you crash out, man, that's on you. But I'm just saying, you got a good thing going. You've taken a lot of flack for saying that, you're questioning the narrative over there where you're at too, huh?
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying.
And them guys they're not as kind as like other people. They're pretty ruthless.
What guys are we talking about here?
Not to mention you're a vegan or vegetarian. I think you're a vegan. Yep. Vegan, right?
Yep.
Yeah, dude. Like, just, bro. But I would say though, you're one of the more privileged like people from your country. So
probably.
I mean, the way I see it, anyway.
That's fair. I think I am. Yeah.
Anyway, yeah. Welcome back. Yeah, the crew's still hanging out here, man. We still do what we do.
Fuck yeah. I'm so happy.
Oh, man. I mean, we're doing nothing but getting better.
Yes.
And hopefully the next generation of critical thinkers are going to also be emerging as well. We're looking for the younger people to actually start becoming more adept at what we're saying.
Wasn't there like a flat Earth meetup? I think like
a
few days ago. Did any of you guys go?
Well, we're here. We're meeting up in here.
Oh, I meant like IRL.
Oh, outside? No, I don't.
Yeah.
Maybe. What, like one hosted in that? Like a famous one?
Nobody wants to meet me in person.
I think Mark Sargent was hosting one.
Professor Trackle. Mark Sargent?
Yeah, I think he was hosting, or like he was at least present there. I saw it on his channel.
Yeah, he's okay.
He's cool.
Yeah, he tells people of his channel to tell him when there's a meetup, and he'll post where it's going to be. They're all over the place, all the time.
Yeah, there's a lot of flat earthers all around the globe.
That's funny.
Welcome.
Hello.
Hello, Governor. Hello, puppet. That's real nice. Close your mouth when you chew, why don't ya? Matthew Learns in the house.
Hello, Matthew.
Hello. How's it going?
Really well, actually.
Nice. Almost the weekend and Thanksgiving.
What are you thankful for?
My friends and family, my job. Thankful for salvation from Jesus Christ. That's probably number one, of course. It's what's better than eternal life and life with God. Yeah, I mean, all the sort of material things. I'm glad I'm an American that lives in 2025 rather than, I don't know, somebody who lived in Africa 1,000 years ago or something.
Okay, and the answer's not bad. Oh, you didn't see the evidence somebody posted earlier, Matthew? Was cosmic.
Oh,
We know Oliver. Yeah. It's in the text chat. It might be still in the text chat. Let me see.
The rocket.
Five minutes to the hour. Last hour. Exactly 1 hour ago.
I'll go look for it.
The video titled 56 miles above Earth.
Okay, I see it. I'll watch it.
Before you do, he also posted after that relevant information to, because I was asking him what's the data behind what we should see with the curvature as much as we should see from the altitude of 56 miles, and he posted some information afterwards. So I don't know if after watching that you want to see the information he posted right after that, and then I don't know, you can. I'm just you. I'll let you watch it. It's not that long.
Yeah, it's interesting because curvature is sort of a weird thing to try and measure and predict. It depends on how much you're zoomed in, how big the angle is, that kind of stuff.
But one thing I was saying to him, you might agree with, was that there was too much, when you'll see in the video, but there's too much noise in that video, not like sound, but, distortion within like how much you can be able to predict to get like a sound judgment from. I just gave him that. I was like, this isn't a very good piece of evidence to actually go off of. I mean, I think maybe you guys could probably say that there's more qualified information that would be better than that. It wasn't up to the standard of like being able to say, we'll use this for, I don't know. I'll let you decide. You can say maybe yes and disagree, but I'll just watch it and see what you come up with.
Well, here's what somebody should do. You know what graph paper looks like? What if you printed some graph paper on a flat piece of glass and put that in front of the camera so that you could sort of see in a reference to a real straight line.
I mean, you might be onto something, but what do you? Okay, well, just based on the video,
I know what you're saying. I know what Matt's saying. I've seen video footage of like a weather balloon, and they had like a straight stick that was sticking out in front of the camera, and it was pointing. It was like right on the horizon, and as the camera went up, it never, it never distorted or bent with the, the fisheye lens, and it stayed right on the horizon the whole time. But they didn't go up as high as this rocket did. It was like 120,000 feet, I think they did.
Yeah, but it'd be 100. It's 120,000.
This weather balloon video that I'm talking about, I can't find
No, balloons. Yeah, because balloons don't go as high as rockets do. So, as far as balloons would be usually half
300,000 feet.
Yeah, balloons would be half the distance. So, essentially, I think the stratosphere is somewhere in the neighborhood of like 125 to 130,000, a little bit of somewhere around there, but it caps out at that, which is that maximum height altitude at which a balloon can actually travel. Up, and these are like the expensive ones, not just the amateur balloons, like the Red Bull space gondola, space jump gondola.
But also, DeGrasse Tyson said you couldn't see the curve even from the ISS.
Yeah. No, he didn't say ISS. He said Red Bull. I'm to correct you, Dib. He said from the Red Bull space jump, which is 120,000.
Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah.
Yeah, we have to say what they say, not misrepresent them, because it's a big sticky mess with the Globers. We're like, oh, you're saying that Neil deGrasse Tyson said that, man.
No, I appreciate the correction.
Yeah, only for that, just making sure that we're in line with what they're saying, what they're not saying. So I don't know. I guess Matthew will take a look at the video, see what he says. Not really waiting on what he's going to say, but I just. It confirms a lot of what I was saying to Oliver anyways.
Yeah, I haven't gotten to that part yet, but I mean, it's interesting stuff. I can see why he has 6 million views, because it shows the process and that type of thing. But it's just, these things never definitive one way or another, because it's hard to know what type of lens they used exactly. That's why I said it would be cool to have somebody put a glass with grid lines in front of it.
I mean, that could be a thing in the future if somebody actually wants to do that. I don't think that's usually because, man, like when they do these tests, they're actually trying to get for maximum altitude and other things. They're not worried about the cameras like the least thing that they're even concerned about. So that's that's kind of why I even told him. I was like, dude, this isn't like they're focused on the camera. They're not concerned with that. They're worried about like getting the propulsion system. Like, he was showing that these molds that they were making out of like kind of like a giant bottle rocket. Yeah. I mean, if you think of it like a firework. So they're not worried about the camera per se. And in this specific topic, it's very necessary to have that information. Indio.
Yeah, the real Slim Shady.
Bro, there's a poser that came through here, man. What's going on?
Yeah, I know. I got a DM. So that I got a doppelganger. So the real Slim Shady, please stand up.
Bro, we're gonna have to get an ID check. We're gonna have to pat you down, bro. We got some fake Indios coming through this mug.
Did they have a voice changer? Did they go full board?
No, I mean,
voice changer?
You could tell that it moves a little bit out of range from how you speak, but there were certain like things that he said that was like dead on you. It made me chuckle. I was like, freaking Indio. If that's you, bro, stop playing around, bro.
Well, it wasn't me. I was working out. It wasn't. Can't talk in the gym on the cell phone, man.
That's what a doppelganger would say, wouldn't it, huh?
Yeah. I'm like Mansky. When I go to the gym, I don't do eyes.
Anyway, that guy didn't really have much anyway. So I was like, dude, if Indio could have did a better LARP than this, if it was actually Indio, like this is weak sauce, bro.
Why was he trying to be a flat earther?
No, he's just trying to be smart about it. He thought we were esoteric flat earthers. He was coming in here to like kind of, oh, you guys, what do you guys think is beyond the ice wall? Like, I was like, dude, this is not the place for that. You're in the wrong saloon, homie.
Who do you think it was, Peter?
The what?
Think it was Peter? No, who the actual character was.
No, this guy actually, Peter would not be able to even come close to your voice. The timbre of your voice and like this guy had Indio vibes, bro. I swear to you.
I'll have to go back and listen to it.
As a matter of fact, yeah, just rewind the stream. Like, go back and you'll hear it for yourself.
That's funny, dude.
He gave up after I told him we're not believers.
Yeah, he threw a fit.
That was it. That was all he took.
Yes, you are.
Dude, freaking Professor Triangle's doing a one-hitter quitter today, man. And dude, Anon was spiraling for like 4 freaking hours in there, dude. Like just.
I saw him text chat, man. I saw him burning out, bro.
He was freaking writhing, dude. Just like mental contortions like you'd never seen, dude. Oh, and we're not academics and yada yada, and we're just talking out our ass. Like, dude, he was just.
Professor Triangle, dude, you're like on a tear this week, dude. You're on the flat earth steroids or something, man. They only last about freaking 3 minutes with you, man. You're like breaking them instantly.
Bro, his brain was smoking, bro. Like it was just like he didn't know what to do, bro. Like he couldn't come back. He was just so upset that Professor Triangle was saying, like, yeah, you put a cup of water in a vacuum chamber, it evaporates. So it's like, and he couldn't handle that. It's like it was going to pieces, bro.
We might have to put a warning label.
What I said was, which triggered him was, I just debunked gravity holding water down in the cup in a vacuum, and he totally flipped out after that.
Oh, is that why he was saying you think gravity's fake in the chat?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. That's the context.
Should ask him if he thinks vacuums are fake.
But then I changed my name to Lebowski because he sounded like the nihilist from The Big Lebowski. So he had to call me Lebowski. And then he sounded like the nihilist the whole time. So it sounded like the movie.
Not right. When you're going like right off the rip, dude, you're going right for the jugular. You're like, space is fake. And they're like, no, it's not. Oh, we need a warning label for you.
Well, sometimes they need to be knocked off their chair so they don't know what to do next.
You're not even letting them pull in the chair.
They took the script out and they're reading through it, and then all of a sudden they can't use it anymore. They have to ad lib, and that was when they freeze.
You're scrolling through the 7 reasons why do we know the Earth is round, looking for the answer. The answer to how water boils in vacuum. Like, it's got to be on here somewhere.
He's probably still thinking about it right now. He's probably so pissed off. He was so mad. Oh my goodness.
Do you think these guys actually have like a dialogue tree that they use just like tech support in India? Where like you give it, they ask a question, you give an answer, and they have like 3 responses they can possibly give? I don't even think it's 3.
He said, "Oh my god, bro!" like 50 times.
Yeah, that was a pretty cool video. I like that they recovered it at the end.
Was it what I said though about the noise? I mean, obviously you agree if you watched it.
Oh yeah, I mean it was spinning. It was hard to see. Then the video stopped. But one interesting thing that might be relevant is that they saw the blackness of what I would call space up there.
Did you see how the Earth was convex, curved, and flat all at the same time?
Right.
Well, just for Indio's sake, there's a video that Cosmic actually put in there. I don't know if you've seen it or not, but that's what Matthew was watching. I was saying that before you entered the chat. That's what Oliver or Cosmic was talking about. His evidence, quote unquote.
rocket launch?
Yeah.
The,
The 56 miles.
Yeah. With the allegedly rectilinear lens.
Yeah, he said that's the curve.
Bro, our camera guy, Rayleigh Criterion, looked up the camera and he showed it in the text. It's one of the posts that Rayleigh put in there. That the camera's low grade. It was not even like high quality, like anything.
Yeah, I think it's a Hero 9, right? I think that's what they use. If I remember right.
You might be
They
right.
said GoPro overheated in the video, so yeah.
Yeah, you might be right.
I got a Hero 9 and they're like, they're not that nice. Just letting you know. And I have the Cube, the Hero 5.
What do they have, like Hero 10s now, or the latest one?
How did it overheat in negative 50 degrees Celsius?
That's what I said.
Hot.
That's exactly what I said.
I don't know if you guys
from the air.
But if you leave your GoPro on, if you leave your GoPro on, it'll get so hot you'll be like, "What the fuck?"
But that's what Dib was saying earlier, though, Indio. He said the same thing you did. That was his argument.
Like it just so happened to overheat. Oh wow! Whenever the parachute came out and it was going to be level and still finally not moving. Oh, the camera overheated. Oh shit!
Yeah, you just lose the picture; it goes blank. Happened to me before.
Should have made a little window in the rocket so it can get a cool breeze, cool it off.
Yeah, so that video shows that it went from a place with 1 atmosphere pressure all the way up to a place with hardly any atmosphere pressure, with no barrier in between.
So that's it.
What was the altitude that it rose to? Past the stratosphere? Was it in the measles?
It was still in the upper atmosphere, but up there the pressure is like what 1 or 2%. What it is here.
Well, I'll tell you like this, man. Yeah, I know. The altitude at which the atmosphere is kind of like parsed out in, or it's shown like in the graph that you could see, like you got the troposphere, the stratosphere, the mesosphere, the thermosphere. Like what altitude was that rocket reaching in that diagram where it shows all the atmospheres, like put out to like where it would be at?
90 kilometers, which is almost 100, so it's almost the Kármán line.
Right. So that's what, thermosphere?
I don't remember.
Yeah, it's a thermosphere. Well, if it's what you said Kármán line is, wait a minute. No. The ISS is far past the Kármán line, so maybe the mesosphere. I gotta look it up. What did you say it was? 90 miles? Oh wait.
It says
90 kilometers is what it says. 56 miles up. Hold on. Yeah, it's the mesosphere. It's transitioning over to the thermosphere. Matthew.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Or at least I got from, I looked at Perplexity. Yeah, but according to the statement you made, you'd have to know the pressure up there being, like you said, 1 atmosphere. Is that what you said?
No, down here it's 1 atmosphere. Up there it's 0.000308 atmospheres.
Aha. Well, we haven't measured that. That I'm gonna enlighten you on some. Maybe you have heard.
You don't think it's that?
No, it's not measured. It's not measured to be that. It's only inferred. It's only inferred.
I thought they had measured the atmospheric pressure all the way up. I mean, not this rocket, obviously.
No. I mean, at all. Like ever. Maybe you have heard this argument or not. I'm not really sure. But it's never been measured. We argue sometimes, or the argument used to be that, 10 to the -7 at where the ISS is and such. But it's never been measured, dude. Not once by any device.
How high do you think it has been measured to?
To the highest parts of the stratosphere. As far as balloons can go.
Okay, and it's a pretty clear, nice smooth curve, and you think that it doesn't continue the same way?
No, well, the problem is not that it doesn't. We need to think about it. The only question we need to ask is, has it been measured? Because thinking about it, extrapolating it outward, you could see it being reasonably, it could thin out even further, right? But we don't have that information to then say that it is or does. So far be it from extrapolating, I think what I want and everybody, or what's on everyone's mind, is how has it been measured to give that percentage value, the one you gave it, for that decimal point. And the best we can come up with is, as you said, you can think about it, extrapolating out to that environment. But it's never been measured, is what I'm trying to tell you. There are calculations and such based on inferences. It's quite startling if you think about it that we should already have it measured, but I'm guaranteeing you it isn't. You can look it up even if you don't believe me.
I believe you. I'm just saying once even the highest number or the highest altitude they've ever measured, that's pretty low already, right?
Yeah, but can you see the measurement that they use? I'll put it to you this way. Well, that's what I mean, but I'll put it to you this way. If you do find some information that gives you a measurement at whatever altitude, then see if the device is actually doing what they're claiming it's doing. Because there's a lot of people guessing on things that above a certain altitude, and we have been with the argument of gas pressure without a container to give the notion that 10 to the -7 or 17 torr, whatever it is, has been an argument that we've carried. I would put it this way: it's already a given to the glober that that's what the pressure value is at that region, but nobody has the measurement to back that up either way for the globe or flat Earth. Or, if you wanted to make it even worse, the temperature either. That's not been measured as well.
Yeah, I can understand the temperature. If there's not much atmosphere, it's going to be hard to measure the temperature. But first I've heard that nobody's measured it. In fact, not recently, but I thought I'd seen one of those rocket videos where they had a temperature sensor on it and they showed.
Yeah. No, I have too. One of the, I don't know if it was a Go Fast or not, but yeah, it has a little temperature on it. It was somewhere in the vicinity of 300 degrees Fahrenheit. It was cold, but look it up. Like I said, you don't have to believe me. I don't want you to. Go look it up and see if it's ever been measured. And they use the term measurement and calculation kind of interchangeably, so it makes it a little difficult when you're looking for it. So don't go right away and click on something that says measurement and you go, there it is. Find out the method in which they've determined it you know. Well, hold on. I'm going to be busy for a little bit.